Prologue. How did we get here? That is a simple question with too many answers. I've been staring at it on my computer monitor for hours, wondering where to begin. My house is very quiet without Melissa and Reuben. It's difficult to stay focused, and I haven't slept in days. It's a blessing that television and radio have stopped broadcasting. The day-to-day carnage and slaughter that had been dumped into everyone's houses for months was bad enough, and those horrifying images bear no small level of responsibility for the panic and paranoia that pushed us over the edge. But the talking heads, the pontificating blowhards, raging wallbangers, and self-righteous assholes that drowned out anyone with a real solution in the pursuit of ratings, that was just too much. That's probably not a good place to start. The failure of media to inform the public is a piece of the puzzle, but it isn't the biggest piece. Their biased finger-pointing and brinksmanship helped to drive the political climate, but our leaders still had the ability to make the right choices, only they didn't. How did we get here? This is a country with enough guns to arm every man, woman, and child. The United States military budget is larger than every other country combined. How is it that the dead not only rose from the grave to attack the living, but we also failed to manage that horror to the point that it got the better of us? This is a country that survived smallpox, cholera, World War II. How the living hell did we get here? The dead rose from the grave to attack the living. That's the first time I've written those words. You'd think that the Secretary of Health and Human Services to the President of the United States of America would have a clear and honest grasp of this crisis, but my staff and I went to astounding lengths to obfuscate it behind politically correct jargon that had been thoroughly watered down and sanitized for public consumption. Dissociative psychotic fugue, antisocial analgesia, neurotic cannibalistic syndrome, infectious Cotard disorder. These are just a few of the ridiculous euphemisms that served no purpose beyond lying to ourselves about what was really happening. Of course, even we didn't understand that we were dealing with the living dead initially. Now, months into this disaster, it's pretty damn clear to everyone. Yet this is the first time I've directly addressed it. Reminds me of what a bunch of dumb cattle we, not just myself, but everyone else who's supposed to be in charge, really are. Maybe that's a good place to start. Government. The government failed in so many ways that it's absurd. I could write a book about it, and it would be equal parts tragedy and comedy. Let's start with me. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from the University of Texas. What the hell am I doing as Secretary of Health and Human Services? I'll tell you. I rubbed elbows with a lot of people in the administration's campaign. I don't have any real skeletons in my closet, and I was rewarded. Jobs were rewarded, not for skill or merit, but for political cronyism. Of the 10 HHS districts, not one of my directors is a medical doctor, psychologist, or sociologist. They are business people and lawyers. They are men and women who knew the right people and could navigate their way around an office. But when it came to solving real health epidemics or addressing social issues, they may as well have been walking corpses themselves. I never realized there was anything wrong with that. Until now. That was simply how the world was run. Brilliant guys like Dr. Henry Damico who had the talent but no connections. They had mid-level desk jobs writing reports to dumbasses like me, who couldn't even understand them with a translator. So, when shit got real and it was time for HHS to mobilize, there wasn't any leadership. I take responsibility for that. If you were building a bonfire to burn down the world, a lot of those logs would have my name on them. I'd be in good company, though. I honestly watched the Secretary of State once ask for demographics on the infected so that he could determine whether Republicans or Democrats were being hit disproportionately in order to prioritize relief. He literally wanted what few semi-competent staff members he had on hand to stop what they were doing so he could, in essence, allow opposing voters to die while giving aid to supporters. I'll never forget the president's response. That's a really good idea. That's a really goddamn good idea. About a month ago, I watched a frustrated general try to explain to the Secretary of Defense that the living dead could only be killed by destroying their brain. We were months into this shitstorm, and the guy who was managing our rapidly diminishing military resources didn't even understand how to kill the enemy. The last time I saw him, he was running to his car. When I asked his personal aide what was going on, she said that the Marine platoon he had delegated to guard his family's neighborhood had gone AWOL. When refugees started flooding in from every corner of the globe under the false assumption that America would manage the crisis better than their home nations, Homeland Security was still looking for terrorists. Plane loads of Asian and European infected were just pouring into our airports, but as long as they weren't on the terror list, they were welcomed in with open arms. Months into the shit, when the president finally asked if it would be a good idea to screen air travelers, the director of Homeland Security hadn't even thought about how to do it. By the time screening started, commercial flights had long since been grounded. It wasn't just the executive branch that was laden with incompetence. The House and the Senate were just as pitiful. Congress never saw a crisis it didn't try to exploit, and the zombie apocalypse was no exception. If the parties weren't already entrenched and oppositional, they were tenfold now. Need emergency funding for relief to metropolitan Chicago? Fuck you. We have to stop the spending somewhere. Cut my irrelevant earmark in a bill that gives the military authority to set up refugee centers in American cities? Fuck you. What do I get out of it? This bill makes sense but makes the opposing party look good. Fuck you. I'll make up some reason to vote it down. Some congressmen courted their base by towing the line that the entire issue was a religious one. The rapture crowd was a vocal minority, but man, were they vocal. There was news footage of some representatives actually claiming that flesh-eating undead monsters had human rights, and actually floated federal bills that made it illegal to kill them. There were state and local governments that didn't just put forth bills like that, but actually passed them. There was no end to the insanity. In the beginning, before we really understood the epidemic, there were some extremists within government that wanted to quarantine every town in the nation and go door to door looking for infected, shooting them on sight. Draconian policies like this smacked of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, and the backlash from the American public was so extreme that the CDC saw incident reporting drop like a stone. Conversely, CDC field agent casualties, a term I had never before even seen in a report, skyrocketed. The last thing you should tell an American citizen is that the government is going to come to their home and kill someone they love. We knew the epidemic was spreading, but now, thanks to a couple of career politicians who wanted to look like John Wayne to their constituency, the CDC was blinded and their people were being killed. When things started getting really bad, representatives went to their home districts so they could put their own face to their voters' salvation. This is when things got much worse. Every senator and congressman wanted to be the man or woman who saved the Empire State Building, the Lincoln Memorial, the public library, or some little old lady's house. Hundreds of established and defensible military perimeters were moved and thinned, quickly became indefensible, and then failed. Hard choices had been made by the few capable people left in leadership. Sadly, those choices were immediately and directly undermined by politicians who didn't just lack an understanding of the situation, but had a rooted self-interest in exploiting it however they could. These so-called leaders had spent so much time in Washington that they didn't even know how to stop campaigning when their very survival depended on it. People were dying by the thousands and rising from the grave, and the people with the power to make a difference were worried about their next election. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if you're a high-powered senator or a public school janitor. Your brains taste the same to the zombies. Way too many Americans and far too few politicians found that fact out the hard way. Still, the common people, the average everyday schmoes, weren't completely blameless. When the local grocery store runs out of food and families start missing meals, neighbors start shooting each other over a can of soup. Then neighbors' families and friends get involved, and suddenly there are millions of little Hatfield and McCoy-style wars raging in every town and city in the world. The reality that the undead were beating down our door was bad enough, but we made it even worse when we did our part to add to their number. News footage of Miami and Seattle were looking like Baghdad after the American invasion drove home the sense that we weren't in this together. We were on our own. America alone produces enough food to feed the entire world. With a little rationing and logistics, every man, woman, and child would have enough food to last over a year. I saw the reports. Hell, I reviewed plans that the Secretary of Agriculture had written up to make sure not one fat-ass beer-drinking American missed a meal. Even if that meal wasn't going to be a thick cut of prime rib or a greasy hamburger, it was still a meal. He was a good guy. The cabinet was an embarrassment, but the Secretary of Agriculture really stood apart from the rest of us. The only problem was, by the time we got past the petty arguments about whether it was a legal use of eminent domain to turn an abandoned skyscraper into a hydroponic tomato farm, we no longer had the manpower or infrastructure available to execute. That was another issue. When we did actually move on something, the labor required to do what needed to be done simply wasn't available. It's hard to blame the contractors and the government workers. What would you do? Your family is boarding up their home and stockpiling ammunition, and your boss calls you and asks you to drive to work through a zombie-infested neighborhood so you can forklift generators onto a flatbed. Hell, the flatbeds didn't even have drivers. When it finally became clear that the only way we were going to get anything done was to use the military, half the military had already deserted. Again, what would you do? Your orders are to hurry up and wait at some military depot in BFE, and the only thing coming through the news is how your hometown is being ravaged by the undead. Unlike a contractor, you're a soldier with an M16 at access to a military Humvee. Hell, in your mind, it's your duty as an American to get off your ass, get home, and start popping walking corpses. This duty becomes especially clear when you're ordered to set up camp around some well-connected rich banker's mansion, while the poor community down the road burns to ashes. Our soldiers are good people, for the most part. My guess is that none of them wanted to abandon their post, but when we misused them, when we showed them our priorities were monuments and rich people instead of red, white, and blue mom and pop Jane and John Smith, it became their responsibility to desert, and they deserted in droves. The military we had left would have been more valuable if it had been decommissioned, drained of its fuel and resources, and redistributed to cities and neighborhoods near military bases. What are you going to do with a fully fueled and armed-to-the-tooth B-52 Stratofortress? Carpet bomb New Jersey? It sounds absurd, but honestly, it was discussed. When Russia bombed St. Petersburg, its own city, people in government started asking if maybe that's something we should do. By then, New York City was a walking graveyard, so why not? Then when India, not their greatest enemy Pakistan, but India, nuked their own city of Bangalore, a city of just under 9 million people, those conversations stopped. The Walking Dead were the enemy, and there were people fighting for survival in every corner of the country. Wiping a city off the map wouldn't accomplish anything except to reduce the chances of survival from slim to none for anyone still living in that city. That's right about the time the president was assassinated. The Secret Service is really good about being present without being seen. For months, those guys watched the situation across the country deteriorate while simultaneously having a front-row seat to the buffoons in charge fucking up one thing after another. Those guys are loyal, but they're also human. I don't know if it was one guy or a bunch of them had the same idea, but the day Air Force One was loaded up to whisk the president off to some secret bunker, someone had had enough of the injustice and hypocrisy. I once heard the president's chief of security talking about some dark things he saw in Afghanistan. He said, "Sometimes there aren't any solutions. Sometimes things get so fucked up, there aren't any answers, and all you have are bullets." Some Secret Service agent must have felt the same way. I guess that's where we are now. The world's been at war with Walking Dead for about a year, and we've lost. We lost for a lot of reasons, but maybe more than anything, we lost because we're human. The undead, they don't think, feel, or worry about their next meal, or how they are going to stay warm. Humans do, however, and cold, hard, objective facts say that that's a weakness. If you saw your husband, wife, child, or parent get sick, die, and then reanimate to what, to you, looks like life, what would you do? Is your first instinct to bash their brains in? Because if it is, congratulations. You're a soulless monster, but you may just be alive. If not, If your first instinct is relief and joy at what you perceive to be a recovery, then I have some bad news for you. You're dead too, and now there are 2 more zombies in this world instead of 1. When my son Reuben was bitten, I knew exactly what it was. I knew there was no hope, and I knew what would happen when he died. Knowing that and accepting that are 2 different things, however. Even after he bit my wife, Melissa, it took a week of them locked in the bedroom, clawing, scratching and moaning before I got the nerve to put them down. So am I human, or am I a monster? I don't know. I've watched my neighborhood devolve from a nice, upper-class, gated community into a boarded-up ghost town. I try to stay connected to whatever government is still functioning, but my generator is almost out of gas, and my supposedly secure government wireless signal is growing more and more unreliable. I killed my own family. I'm afraid to leave my house. The dead are wandering outside, and I think some of them know I'm in here. I've done very little to help with this apocalypse, and a lot more to contribute to it. I think that makes me a bad human being. Consider this letter as my resignation. The best person to replace me is Dr. Henry Damico, Assistant Manager to the Director of Health and Human Services in District 9. He's done a lot of good through all this, and he's a smart man. If he had had my job, things wouldn't be so hopeless. I'm going to go downstairs and drink a cup of coffee. Then I'm going to take my 38 special and join my wife and son. Sometimes things get so fucked up there aren't any solutions, and all you have are bullets. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Willard Clark. Chapter 1. Almost home, Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey whispered under his breath as he accelerated his military Humvee through the dark, rubble-strewn city streets. The windshield wipers, moving at full speed, barely cut through the torrential downpour that was so uncharacteristic of San Diego weather. Carl leaned forward in the driver's seat, struggling to lead his convoy of military vehicles home. The interior of the Hummer was a noisy cacophony of confusion, terrified sobs and screams from the civilians who sat in the back of his vehicle, mingled with the constant squawking of communications across the combat network. The .50 caliber machine gun mounted above him drowned the havoc in sporadic thunder and death. A swarm of living dead was close behind. Carl had often wondered at the horrifying phenomenon that drove undead to gather in groups. Individually, they were dangerous, but easily dealt with. In groups, however, they could work themselves into frenzy. Hundreds, even thousands of rotting cadavers sprinted after the convoy like a ravenous marathon. Agitated for long enough, a boiling swarm of zombies might pursue prey for miles until they were distracted. Carl knew that if he were to stop driving, the howls of the hungry dead would raise to a crescendo as they engulfed the convoy. He blinked away the mental image and pressed on the accelerator. Harvey's responsibilities as point driver, the lead vehicle of the convoy, were measured in split seconds, instantaneous judgment calls that led the convoy through the mayhem of a city consumed by the undead. A wrong turn, breakdown, even a flat tire would cost lives. Having grown up in northern Michigan, he had learned to drive in an unforgiving crucible of weather that was encouraged and supported by a culture and family that loved everything about cars. Now, as the country struggled to survive a living nightmare of death risen to devour the living, he couldn't help but remember the blizzards he had experienced in his youth. A relentless high-intensity storm where no one respected the law, cars being abandoned, and debris littered every inch of the road. On top of all that, an armed hostile civilian or flesh-eating monster could and often did jump out at you at any second. Carl Harvey was in his late 20s, but the stress of the last year had aged him. His dirty blonde hair was cut military short and was beginning to show flecks of gray. His jaw was always covered in stubble. He walked and talked as if he was half soldier, half truck driver, and extended a cool aura of confidence that made him a natural leader. He was the kind of man that made other soldiers believe that whatever shit the world threw at them, Sergeant First Class Harvey knew what he was doing, and he would get you through it. Aided by the obscenely high attrition rates among the convoy teams, he vaulted quickly through the ranks. Approaching Interstate 8, 5 miles east of U.S. Naval Station. We'll be home in no time, boys. Specialist Pamela Grace sat in the passenger seat speaking into her headset-mounted microphone. A laptop computer sat on a dashboard-mounted tray in front of her. Her words seemed to calm the civilian somewhat. As point vehicle communications expert, she was connected to an extensive network of communications, satellite feeds, and minute-by-minute reporting. This gave her a picture of how to get the convoy where they needed to go, without leading it straight into a roadblock, hostile civilians, or a swarm of flesh-eating dead who would stop at nothing to consume the living. With a gentle spin of the wheel, Carl expertly turned his Humvee up an on-ramp onto a yellow-lit highway that would lead them to their destination. The machine gun fire gradually dropped from a sporadic thunder to a periodic rattle. "What's that?" Pam covered her microphone and sat up abruptly. "What? Shit!" Carl quickly pushed down on the accelerator before he slammed into a dozen figures huddled on the highway. Gore and body parts launched in every direction, smearing the windshield with thick gouts of blood. The civilians in the back screamed in horror. Convoy drivers had been trained to neither slow down nor swerve, but rather to accelerate when something, living or dead, crossed the path of their moving armored vehicle. Swerve, and you risk losing control or crashing. A very bad thing in the best of circumstances, a death sentence in most. Slow down unexpectedly, and you risk being rear-ended by the Humvee on your tail, ending up with a carcass on your hood or giving an armed attacker with nothing left to lose that extra second he needs to put you in his crosshairs. It was best to use the Humvee's kinetic energy to plow through anything that didn't have the wherewithal to stay out of the convoy's way. The force of the impact jolted the rain-soaked gunner out of his mount. Sergeant Miguel Ramos dropped down into the cab from his position and cursed. "What the hell?" "More dead. Civilians know not to cross into the street by now," Pam assured them both. As the situation across the country worsened, one of San Diego's main arteries, Interstate 8, had been blocked off for strictly military purposes. The road served as a valuable pipeline connecting the various pockets of survivors scattered around the city to the U.S. Naval Base. The USS Ronald Reagan, Nimitz-class supercarrier, and its accompanying battle fleet floated offshore collecting supplies and refugees. For over 2 months, the battle group had been filled with survivors from every reachable corner of California. The convoys were an essential component of a much bigger picture, whose focus was to survive an Armageddon no one had anticipated or planned for, the rise of the living dead. "There comes a point when the threat from the Walking Dead is greater than the threat from us," Miguel grumbled curtly. He made the sign of the cross over his chest, pulled his stocky body back into the gun mount, and resumed scanning for targets. As the lead gunner, he was responsible for defending the convoy from constant onslaught, a job that seldom lent itself to looking at the bright side of things. No one knew how many unlucky innocent civilians found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time when a convoy passed by. The saying, "From behind a 50 cal everyone looks the same," was common among gunners who would return to the naval base with the gnawing guilt in the back of their mind about something they had seen on a mission. Was that shadow an animated corpse or some teenager running for his life? Was that an attacker or someone trying to flag the convoy down for help? There were millions of questions like that were probably best left unanswered. The 6-vehicle convoy had been making trips to and from the naval base all day and well into the night, each time loaded up with civilians and supplies from defensible detention centers. DDCs, as they were called, had originally been set up as medical screening clinics all over the country when the outbreak first hit. As the outbreak grew, the clinics became more like detention facilities where those that had been screened were urged to remain to avoid infection. When the centers began to overflow with desperate people, the military had stepped in to provide security and supplies. Now that the entire country, indeed the world, was beset by the incomprehensible epidemic of cannibalistic undead, the decision had been made to evacuate the North American continent. Every convoy trip into the hell-torn streets of San Diego had cost lives, but it also saved countless more with the food, medical personnel, and supplies they brought to the fleet. "Control, this is Convoy 19, entry code Alpha Alpha Tango Alpha. We've got supplies and about 30 civvies that need offloaded ASAP." Grace's voice always sounded monotone when she spoke through the communications network to the command center. The sandbag fortifications, gun towers, and bright yellow lights of the naval docks slowly loomed into view through the blurry windshield, and the sounds of the naval base defenses echoed off the buildings. "Negative, convoy. Entry code rejected. Do not pass checkpoint or you will be fired upon." The casual voice of an officer in some comfortable office somewhere came back through the Humvee speakers. The civilians in back shuddered in terror at the thought of their struggle for survival within the DDCs meeting a violent end mere walking distance from salvation. Sergeant First Class Harvey slammed on the brakes, and the screeching tires of every vehicle behind him could be heard above the rattle of gunfire. His heart thumped into his chest. He knew his drivers were good, but rain-slicked streets made stopping on short notice a roll of the dice. 2 Black Hawk helicopters hovered into position to block their entry to the docks. The menacing war machines looked like birds of prey, hungry to strike a defenseless target. A glance in the side mirror confirmed that the ravenous silhouettes of their pursuers had not given up the chase. Time was a valuable commodity. "Repeat, Control. Entry code for Convoy 901. Alpha, Alpha, Tango, Alpha." Pam spoke clearly back through her headset. It was moments like this that he was reminded how lucky he was to have Pam as his communications expert. Had it been him speaking to Control, he would have screamed obscenities in impotent frustration until the entire convoy was buried beneath a mountain of zombies. Despite the gravity of the situation, Pam always maintained a calm demeanor. The communications network was silent for a second before a voice came back. "Sorry, convoy. Proceed." The Black Hawks lingered for a moment before reluctantly breaking off in separate directions to patrol the perimeter. The gunfire from the convoy stopped, as more robust firepower from the docks took over defense of the area. 2 Abrams tanks flanking the entry to the docks thundered away at unseen targets. Their big cannons were ideal for obliterating large pockets of walking dead before they gathered in numbers that would be difficult for the tower gunners to handle. Machine gun nests were staggered in a half-dozen towers inside a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. They rattled away at roving bands of zombies that approached the dock perimeter. Sniper groups sat on roofs, scanning the area for lone, wandering corpses that somehow made it through the defenses. The docks were, at least for now, the safest place in the city. Carl allowed himself to relax. Whatever was following them could not get past the naval base perimeter. For now. Sergeant Ramos plopped back down into the cab before closing the hatch to the gun mount. "What the hell was that all about?" "Command has its head up its ass, as usual." Pam removed her helmet to let her short brown hair fall. She was a good-looking woman, in great shape, and possessing a self-assured confidence that commanded attention. Her technical knowledge, ready sidearm, and relaxed demeanor made her equal parts librarian, geek, and action hero. She was the best communications expert in the convoy teams, and Sergeant First Class Harvey and Sergeant Ramos were both happy to have her on their team. The convoy rolled to a stop inside an enormous warehouse stocked with people and supplies. Every driver, gunner, and support personnel of the 6-vehicle convoy poured out of their Humvees. They were desperate to stretch their legs, eat, and grab a smoke. Harvey, Ramos, and Grace, familiar with the ballet of logistics around them, never ceased to be amazed at the organized chaos taking place. Civilians were escorted from the convoy and entered medical checkpoints, where they were thoroughly examined before moving on to a series of additional checkpoints. The exhaustive screening, in addition to ensuring no infected made it into the fleet, was designed to distinguish people with uniquely beneficial skill sets from the rank and file who had little to offer the fleet outside of hungry mouths. Meanwhile, forklifts moved every imaginable type of supply onto ferries, destined to venture into zombie-infested waters to deliver precious cargo to the battle group and accompanying container ships offshore. Mechanics, reminiscent of a NASCAR pit crew, instantly took to maintenance on every vehicle in the convoy with incredible efficiency. The lead convoy team stood wondering quietly, with everything going on around them, how the walking dead had gotten the better of the United States military. As usual, Captain Sheridan approached the group to give a debriefing and issue new orders. "Good job, soldiers. Here's your next rendezvous point, and—" Captain Sheridan glanced about his paperwork before handing 2 slips of paper to Pam. "Here are your acquisition orders." His finely pressed uniform and intellectual-looking glasses were a sharp contrast to the 3 disheveled soldiers standing in combat fatigues. Miguel sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Another run. Cap, how many more of these are we going to do?" Protocol had long since fallen by the wayside, and Grace cut right to the issue on everyone's mind. "Another one down, Cap." A mechanic covered in grease interrupted Sheridan's reply. "There's a police spike strip tangled in the suspension of number 4. The axle's warped, the transmission housing is cracked. Hell, I don't even know how it made it back here. It's done." "A police spike strip?" Captain Sheridan looked the mechanic straight in the eye before turning to address Carl. "I don't know, sir. It's pretty rough out there. Any cops trapped outside the DDCs aren't above doing whatever they can to hitch a ride. They get pretty pissed when we don't stop," Carl answered. "Specialist." Sheridan looked at Pam, addressing her question. "You're going to continue to make runs until your vehicle is broken down, out of gas, out of ammunition, or the Admiral says we're pulling out, whichever comes first. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." Pam pretended to look over her new requisition orders. "Get some chow and get some rest. You've got 2 hours. Dismissed," Captain Sheridan ordered. He softened. "There won't be many more runs after this. And remember, you people are saving lives." Chapter 2. Dr. Henry Damico's heart thumped in his chest as he made his way through the crowded steel corridors of the USS Ronald Reagan supercarrier. The sound of battle was ominous, muffled by the thick steel hull of the warship that served as guardian to otherwise defenseless tens of thousands of civilians. Mothers and fathers hurriedly escorted crying children through passages to assigned quarters, fearful looks in their eyes. As invincible as the carrier seemed, more than one warship had succumbed to the tenacious Mexican military and their relentless guerrilla tactics. As the former Health and Human Services Assistant Manager, it had been a very long time since Henry had put his hands to work inside a hospital. However, doctors, particularly medical doctors, were in desperately short supply. He was going to help if he could. Henry's mind dwelt upon the events that had led up to the insanity raging off the coast of San Diego. The absurd conflict had, for months now, cost far too many lives and resources that were already in short supply. Anticipating their inability to maintain order in the face of the undead epidemic, the Mexican government had abandoned its civilian population. Overnight, the vacuum of power had been filled by drug lords, brutal gangs, and ruthless murderers. When the coastal cities of North America began evacuations, some difficult protocols had been put into place. One such protocol prohibited evacuation clearance to any individual with a violent criminal history. This common-sense strategy was designed to ensure that civilian refugee population required as little internal security as possible. It had been anticipated that the well-armed criminal networks throughout the region would not sit idle, while critical resources were transported to Navy cargo ships. It had not, however, been anticipated how insane their reaction would be. A brutal organized crime element immediately added their strength to the surprisingly well-armed Mexican military. Caught without their wealth, trapped within a country drained of food and medical supplies, and drowning in an ocean of flesh-eating undead, Mexico declared war on the U.S. and Canada in a vain hope that they would use their military strength to steal some of the resources they would need to survive. Many gang members were themselves Mexican ex-military. This meant that what the senseless criminal enterprise lacked in rational leadership, it more than made up for with the skills and knowledge to wage asymmetrical war. Despite being hobbled by thousands of refugees, evacuation efforts, and desertion, the U.S. Navy still managed to crush each raid with brutal efficiency, inflicting grossly disproportional casualties on their attackers. At this point, it was pure desperation that drove the Mexican military to continue to throw themselves against the implacable might of a far superior force. The absurdity of the war was a bloody waste in almost every conceivable way, but hopelessness drove men to do reckless things. Pass? A Marine dressed in fatigues holding a shotgun stood between the doctor and the entrance to the ship's hospital. The young soldier attempted to express a demeanor of authority, but Henry could see within his eyes the same fear that everyone else wore on their sleeve. The Marine's duty as hospital security, included some nightmarishly unthinkable things that made a part of Henry long for the luxury of ignorance. Would this soldier have to kill a doctor who had been trying to save the life of a wounded fighter pilot, only to be rewarded with an infected bite? Would he have to put his shotgun to the head of a patient, perhaps a fellow serviceman, who couldn't come to terms with their own infection and pleaded desperately for mercy? Or would he have to give an order to quarantine the entire hospital as a swarm of living dead rose up to attack the doctors and civilians who were only there to help? If history was any indication, every one of those things was a distinct possibility. "Pass?" the Marine asked again. Henry was indistinct from any of the other civilians that rushed through the corridors, middle-aged, out of shape, dark-haired. The only thing that set him apart in any way was the fact that he was moving against traffic, into the mouth of danger, not away. He had gotten used to how the bridge security recognized him as an advisor to the Admiral and waved him into restricted areas with a smile and a nod. Here, in the bowels of a ship crewed by over 4,000 men and women, he was just another civilian that the military had asked to help in a desperate time. It took a moment for Henry to comprehend the soldier's question. Pass." He fumbled around through his pockets. "Here it is." The Marine glanced over the card that identified Henry as a civilian military advisor and cocked his head. He had, no doubt, noted the top-level security clearance on the identification card that would most certainly stand out from the rest of the medical staff. He handed the pass back to Henry, nodded, and stepped aside. Henry entered the hospital, which had an atmosphere that sharply contrasted with the rest of the ship. Within the steel corridors, military personnel and crewmen bustled to their posts amidst refugees who scurried back to their housing accommodations. Here, there was absolute silence and a tension that hung like a fog. Medical staff stood rigidly with a 1,000-yard stare that would give even the most grizzled veteran the chills. They stood waiting by ER equipment and empty beds, with fear rising in their gut for the first casualty to arrive. Each of them anticipating horrifically wounded men and women that they would attempt to save amidst a commotion of screaming, crying, and begging. Undoubtedly, someone would rise from the dead, and the Marine security force would spring into action, maybe just in time, or maybe a little too late, and a doctor or nurse would get bitten. Henry made his way to the front desk, and a short, red-haired woman in a Navy uniform greeted him. She recognized him from his numerous information requests and his assistance during times like this. Without a word, she handed him a small plastic bag of markers, pens, and lipstick, then took him by the arm and escorted him to a large area blocked off by white curtains. "Triage," she said, as she made eye contact that was meant to convey both her need that he perform his assigned duty and her apology that he had been assigned that duty. She then turned around sharply and headed directly back to the desk from which she originated. Dr. Damico lifted a curtain to enter the small square room. He looked around. Security presence was strong in the triage area. While the main hospital had perhaps one armed Marine for every 10 medical staff, here stood nearly a dozen Marines, each conveying the same quiet intensity of the man who had checked Henry's identification. Each one of them was armed with a shotgun, but for practical purposes would be using a suppressed pistol to do the dirty work of ensuring the dead didn't become the living dead. The eerie stillness was broken only by muted explosions outside the ship's hull and the murmurs of a civilian nurse who stood next to him. Henry looked over to the woman, or perhaps girl would better describe the thin, blonde-haired figure that stood penetrating the wall with a wide-eyed stare. She was far too young to have completed any serious medical training and would likely have been a first- or second-year student had her education not been interrupted by the undead. She gripped the plastic bag of writing implements tightly in her hands, and tears poured down her beet-red face. "X can't be saved," she shook her head subtly. "O is priority," she nodded. "W can wait," she nodded again. "B is bitten." She shook her head again before reciting the triage prioritization system to herself over and over again. A nearby Army medic jumped at the sound of a blast outside. He closed his eyes, enduring a silent anxiety, as a gentle shockwave sent vibrations through the entire carrier. Henry looked over to the man, who appeared to be around the same age as the young woman. He too stared at the wall, but in complete silence. His uniform indicated that he had been trained to deal with some extremely bloody things, but his nerves had gotten the better of him. He clutched a red marker in his shaking white knuckles. Henry turned to the young girl. "I'm Dr. Damico," he said, placing his hand on her shoulder. "If you have any questions or need any help, you just ask me, okay? What's your name?" "I won't remember the letters. What if I give someone an X who should be an O? What if I give someone a W who should be a B?" Her voice was shaking and eyeliner ran down her face in a wet mess. "You'll do fine. You just ask me if you aren't sure." "What's your name?" Dr. Damico asked again. "Audrey," she answered. "I'm Dr. Damico," he repeated in case she hadn't heard him. "You'll do fine, okay?" Audrey nodded. Henry smiled and then turned to the Army medic. "How are you doing, son?" "I'm okay," he said with staged confidence. "What's your name?" The sound of another explosion outside vibrated the ship, and the young man's eyes fluttered. "I'm Private Tobias, sir." "Have you done this before, Private?" Henry asked. "No, well, yes, sir. In a compromised DDC, but not aboard a ship," Tobias replied. "Okay, then, you have an idea of what to expect. If you need a hand or have any questions, you just ask me, okay?" "Yes, sir," Tobias nodded. Henry felt the tension within the room diminish slightly. Even the military security seemed to walk easier knowing that there was an experienced doctor in charge. In truth, as much as he had wanted to help fellow triage staff, he had acted more for his own sake. He always felt better and performed better when he knew someone was relying on him. Certainly the wounded would rely on him to do his best to save their life, but it wasn't the same. Henry wasn't so much a natural leader as he was a natural authority. He always projected a confidence in his decisions, even when he didn't feel that confidence himself. His heart slowed at the thought that, whatever the next few hours brought, the men and women in this room would be looking to him to inform their decisions. He fished into his pocket, pulled out his cellular phone, and flipped it open. The cellular networks had been down for months, and even if they had been up, the aircraft carrier itself was impervious even to the most sophisticated electronic signals. Still, he thumbed through his contacts to the name of his wife and punched the letters into his clumsy text message. "I love you, Kelly," he typed before hitting send. The message wouldn't send, but he had to go through the motions anyway. He hadn't seen or heard from his wife in far too long, and the vague hope that maybe she'd get his text was enough to give him a small measure of comfort. The chaotic shouting and hurried noise of the first arriving casualties echoed through the hall outside. Rescue helicopters were beginning to land, deploy their bloody cargo, and then take to the air again in a cycle that would last through the rest of the battle and well afterward. Henry could feel his adrenaline rise in terrified anticipation, and he turned to look at Audrey and Private Tobias. "We'll do fine. I've got your back," he reassured them. "Ready?" The two nodded back. Chapter 3. Dr. Kelly Damico gently nudged the shoulder of the sleeping man curled in his cot. His chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly beneath a thin blue blanket. "Liam?" Liam stirred, and then slowly opened his eyes. It took a moment for him to recognize the silhouette speaking. "Hey, Dr. D. I was dreaming about home." "How are you feeling?" Kelly whispered. Liam was but one of over a dozen patients in various stages of terminal illness that had sought refuge within the Tierra Santa DDC. Some slept soundly, others shifted restlessly in their cots, but all were hooked to medical equipment that carefully monitored their vital signs. When the apocalypse began and the public health system broke down, critically and terminally ill people had been shuffled between hospitals and hospice care, before finally arriving at various DDCs around the city. Nurses, doctors, and clinicians who were charged with the responsibility for screening occupants, rationing access to healthcare services, and managing supplies and medicine were also thrust into a moral gray area. In a world where the dead rose to murder the living, what should be done with the terminally ill? It was hard enough to turn away someone who had clearly been bitten by the walking dead, and had only a few hours or days before the infection took them. Working in a DDC required staff to make impossible decisions, but dumping a dying cancer patient into the street to be torn apart so someone else could have their cot simply wasn't going to happen. "I'm tired. Let me sleep," Liam replied. Liam was in his late 30s, and he had spent over 2 years on the organ donor list waiting for a kidney. When the dead stopped staying dead, organ donations ceased, and everyone on Earth waiting for a liver, lung, or heart was served a double dose of hopelessness. Not only was the world falling apart, but they were also guaranteed to join the mindless legions tearing it down eventually. As bleak as things were, and despite all the horror around them, someone who was healthy could still cling to some tiny shred of hope. For the extremely ill, there was none. Kelly wondered if she should have simply tried to transport Liam while he slept. "We have to move you. Just lie still and we'll carry your cot with you in it." Liam had months to prepare for the inevitable. Since being removed from dialysis, he had deteriorated gradually, but Liam had been healthy enough to stay with the general population. Now his vital signs were getting low enough that he needed to be quarantined for everyone's safety. "I'm going back to sleep," Liam sobbed. He knew why and where they were moving him. The abandoned space connected to the clinic had been a music store, and once the shelves and racks were moved, served as an additional living quarters for the Tierra Santa DDC's 79 occupants. Within the back office area was a soundproofed room that had been used to record music or shelter office workers from the trendy pop tunes blasting up front. Today, it was an execution chamber. A soldier at Liam's head and one at his feet carefully hoisted his cot up, and they quietly made their way through the room of sleeping people toward the office hallway. Kelly led with her flashlight. She was glad, at least, that the darkness would hide her tears. Liam, she knew, would die relatively peacefully. As the toxins in his blood built up, he would slip into serene unconsciousness and pass away. Dealing with the terminally ill was bad enough, but it was the toll this task took on the few remaining soldiers that was unbearable. A few weeks ago, a convoy had arrived and requisitioned the bulk of the remaining ammunition. Up to that point, the deceased would be shot in the head to ensure they would not reanimate. They would then be removed from the soundproof room and dumped out a window onto a pile of corpses that was well out of view of anyone within the DDC. It was a barbaric task that had visibly numbed all involved. Now, low on ammo, the soldiers had taken to using combat knives to do the dirty work, and it was a responsibility that they drew straws to avoid. The soldiers set Liam's cot down in the soundproof room and then left in silence. A third soldier stood in a far corner, knife in hand, with an emotionless expression on his face. Kelly placed a reassuring hand on Liam's shoulder and felt his body shudder with sobs. "If you need anything, let the guard know." She then turned to the soldier who stood ready to do what needed to be done. Since the nightmare began, she had gotten to know each of the warriors who protected the DDC from the wandering dead outside. "Private Stenson, if you need anything, let me know." Private Stenson nodded. Everyone had seen the living transform into the living dead, but this was different. There was something that deadened the soul watching the weakest and most vulnerable lay helpless as death took them and the infection of undeath took control. The quicker it happened, the better, and the quieter, the better. Liam, she hoped, would be both quick and quiet. She left the room, closed the door, and tiptoed down the dark hallway. She contemplated Private Stenson as she made her way past dozens of sleeping refugees crammed into every conceivable space. He had been with the first military group to arrive, terrified, confused, and green as an 18-year-old soldier could be, but he hardened quickly. Months passed, and when it eventually became clear that the war against the undead would be lost, he had called his parents in Nebraska. Soldiers were deserting in droves to protect their neighborhoods and families, and he wanted to get an idea of the situation back home. Private Stenson had told her while they shared a sleepless night over a cup of coffee that it was the first time he had ever heard his father cry. His father had told him to stay where he was, that he was doing something important. There was nothing for him at home, and that home was already dead. One sister had been bitten, and the other had vanished. The family was going to attempt to barricade their farm and try to hold out as long as possible, but he had some rat poison on hand, just in case. Private Stenson had an insight beyond his years that he shared with her that night. He had said, "Every soldier has a story. You have meatheads and geeks, jokers and gun nuts, but everyone came from somewhere. Everyone has a family, friends, a neighborhood. And if you're still here doing your job, it's not because of the army, duty, or even the bond you share with the men and women around you. It's because you realize that this is all there is. There isn't any hope for bumfuck Nebraska any more than there's hope for San Diego. You can't make a difference fending off looters or the Walking Dead from some postage stamp of a hideout you've carved out for you and your family. You make a difference by surviving, now, where you are. You add yourself, mind, body, and soul to the entirety of the strength that humanity has left, and you pray that that strength will one day be enough to take the world back. I understand the guys who left, believe me, I do. But I also hate them. They killed themselves and weakened the rest of us in their absence. Everyone has a story, and if you're still here, you realize that where you came from is gone, and where you are is all that matters now." It was a long-winded, live-in-the-moment kind of soldier-philosopher's story, as much truth as it was a way to deal with the guilt of abandoning his family to their fate. They finished their coffee and attempted to fill the remaining hours with whatever work they could find. She reflected a bit on her own story. Her husband was trying to save humanity in the American fleet somewhere. She was trying to save humanity here in the DDC. She hadn't heard from her sister or parents in months, and, now that civilian communication lines were all but completely gone, she doubted she ever would again. These people, these 79 remaining civilians, soldiers, and medical personnel, they were her family now. Kelly quietly stepped around cots, beds, and those who were camped out on the floor in sleeping bags and under blankets. A guard nodded silently to her as she entered into the adjoining clinic that housed even more sleeping refugees. After weaving her way through the slumbering figures, she finally arrived at the stairway to the second story. As she was ascending, Nurse Jeffrey was descending to replace her in monitoring the nighttime DDC. "Liam?" he asked in a whisper. "We moved him. There are 4 others you're going to want to monitor, but make sure and check on Private Stenson in the quiet room," Kelly answered. After they passed by each other, Kelly reached the top of the stairwell and entered into yet another living area, this one designated for young children and their families. Here, mothers and fathers lay with their toddlers and babies, trying to get as much sleep as they could. Cribs and playpens sat next to folding beds filled with parents who were tasked with keeping their children as quiet as possible. Kelly's eyes turned to Dr. Thompson's office, where his silhouette was framed by the streetlight that shone through the large second-story window. She tiptoed over, closed the door quietly, and stood next to him, looking out over the front of the DDC perimeter. The DDC was in a horseshoe-shaped strip mall on a natural rise, its back facing the city from a steep rock cliff. The front parking lot was about the size of a football field, and it was fenced in and reinforced by sandbags. Wooden guard towers had been erected at each corner, and the shadowy figures of soldiers behind their machine guns sat motionless inside them. Just outside the fence and well beyond it into the surrounding commercial district, small groups of ghouls wandered about the area. The DDC had done its best to appear as lifeless and deserted as the rest of the city, as not to attract hordes that would deplete ammunition and supplies. The fence had endured its own hell, and every link was rusted, tortured, bent, or broken, but it held as the very last line between the living and the dead. Dr. Thompson, official head of the DDC, stood unconsciously twisting his wedding ring around his finger. He was in his 60s, a worn and wrinkled old man in a white doctor's coat. "The storm stopped," he mumbled. Kelly slipped into her professional doctor's skin. "Liam's in the quiet room. Nurse Jeffrey is looking after the other 4. Dr. Thompson remained silent for a moment before answering. "Nurse Jeffrey has been cutting. He's hiding the scars, but they're there." This time it was Kelly who took a silent moment before answering. Dr. Thompson had confined himself to Tierra Santa DDC since it was placed under his supervision, and every moment of his waking life had been devoted to the people, patient or staff, and ensuring they were fed, healthy, and safe. He had the foresight to think long-term, and he had contacted his wife and family months ago to bring them in. As refugees from across the city poured into the DDC, he waited for them to be among them, but they never arrived. He had utilized every contact he had to locate them, but no one was able to find any information. His only facts had come from a convoy driver who had taken a detour to his home. The driver had said that the door was unlocked and there were no signs of the family, and no indication that anyone had packed to go anywhere. Since then, Kelly had never seen Dr. Thompson sleep, and the task of maintaining the DDC had worn heavily on him. "What should we do?" she asked, knowing there was nothing to be done. The DDC staff was very good at maintaining the illusion of clinical professionalism, but every one of them was as emotionally crushed and physically drained as the people they cared for. "His fiancée was killed. He's a broken man. There's nothing that we can do," Dr. Thompson replied. "We need him to keep doing his job. My wife is a counselor. She would know what to do. She could do a lot of good here." "I'm sorry," Kelly replied. Dr. Thompson nodded and continued to twist the ring on his finger while staring out the window. Kelly Damico stood next to Dr. Thompson for a while, trying to imagine the headlights of a family sedan driving toward the DDC. It would pull up, and Mrs. Thompson and their kids would pour out before the guards rushed them to safety. Dr. Thompson would light up and embrace his family. Whatever happened in the coming months wouldn't matter. He would have his happy ending. That happy ending would never come, however, and in all likelihood, Dr. Thompson would never know what happened to the people he loved. His story was as depressing as it was typical of the broken souls who lived within the DDC. She fished in her pocket for her cellular phone as she turned away from Dr. Thompson. She couldn't remember the last time she heard her husband's voice, and though she hoped he was safe somewhere in the fleet, their inability to contact each other was maddening. She carefully hid the glow of her phone as she typed a text message that her husband would never see. "I love you, Henry." Chapter 4. Sergeant Miguel Ramos checked his mounted gun's ammunition for the 100th time. Sidearm, rifle, ammunition, aid kit, ammunition, grenades, flashbangs, ammunition. He checked every detail, every conceivable thing he would need on this mission. He checked his seat buckle, he checked his sights, he checked his helmet, and he checked his dog tags. Then he checked everything again. His pre-mission routine was almost ritualistic. If there was any minuscule detail that might better the convoy's chances of coming back alive, Sergeant Ramos would find it and incorporate it into his pre-mission routine. After countless operations, he had become nothing short of obsessive. Long ago, Sergeant Ramos would feel a rush of exhilaration, a feeling of invincibility as he prepared for a mission. He was trained and equipped to make the world of the living dead his personal shooting range. Within a week, however, nearly half the convoy had been lost to accidents, civilian attacks, and the undead. His rush was long gone and replaced by a gnawing sense of fear. He had been quickly forged into a hardened veteran of a brutal war. Whatever happened during the next few hours, someone wouldn't be coming back. With a sigh, he eased himself into his gun mount and made the sign of the cross over his chest. He didn't want to go back out there. "Convoy 19, go." The signal came through the speakers the same way it had hundreds of times before. Sergeant First Class Harvey hit the gas, and the convoy sped forward, following his lead. The line of 5 vehicles passed out of the warehouse, through the chain-link gates ringing the perimeter, and pulled away from the bustling docks and into darkness and mayhem. The lights of combat aircraft and tracer fire, punctuated by an occasional explosion, shone clearly through the blackness of the night. Gunfire, rocket fire, and detonations echoed over the ocean behind them. The worldwide zombie apocalypse did a great deal to even the disparity between the Mexican military and the United States military, but the disparity was still very significant. The USS Ronald Reagan supercarrier battle group was stretched thin from its relief efforts, supply logistics, and civilian support roles. But head-to-head combat against a desperate and technologically inferior opponent was still within its capacity. By now, the Mexican government had been reduced to guerrilla attacks and perimeter raids, but the war still cost resources and lives. Ships and planes would never be rebuilt. Pilots and sailors would rise to join the living dead. The convoys themselves occasionally encountered scouting Mexican ground forces, but the vast majority of hostilities were confined to the waters and air off the coast of San Diego. There was little to fight over on the mainland anymore. "Mexico's at it again." Sergeant Ramos's voice came over the intercom as he turned the gun mount to face the ocean. Pam and Carl didn't reply. They both felt that it said something dark about the human race that, as the entire world was being overrun with the walking dead, an aggressor that threatened the very survival of mankind, wars between countries still raged all across the world. In many cases, the warring nations had been longtime allies. Governments and people driven by fear and madness looked to whatever shred of a life preserver to which their neighbors were clinging. They became ready to kill whomever they had to, so they might take it for themselves, even as the claws of the dead scratched at their throats. The convoy moved quickly up the highway, and the sea battle that raged behind them vanished behind skyscrapers. The San Diego buildings around them were cast in dancing orange hues of flickering yellow streetlights, fires of collapsed structures, and burning vehicles. Long shadows of the shambling dead moved between buildings. The whole world had been boiled down to four things: the road, the vehicles, the city, and the undead. Miguel had been with Carl and Pam since the beginning of the convoy missions. As Carl vaulted into convoy leadership, he had been happy for his friend, but internally conflicted. Carl was the best driver he had ever known, but commanders did not drive. Commanders rode in the back. It had been a tremendous relief when, despite Carl's promotions, he had elected to remain in the driver's seat. Carl could not relinquish the steering wheel and was not quiet about his inability to sit idle while someone else chauffeured him around the apocalypse. Every member of the convoy team breathed easier knowing that Carl was intent on remaining a driver. Carl would never admit it, but Miguel suspected there was another reason he wanted to drive. If he did not drive, someone else would have to. One more team member required to risk his or her life, and one less space for the civilians that were being extracted from the DDCs. 12 o'clock. Civvies! Carl yelled as a semi-truck flanked by four full-sized vans barreled toward them over a rise in the highway. He slowed his vehicle to a stop. Miguel turned the gun mount to face an approaching group of armed men and women. The other vehicles in the military convoy pulled up to block the road. Specialist Grace began squawking into her headset, "Civilian contacts in violation of zone rules 4 miles east." The clatter of gunfire and the clank and pop of ricocheting bullets drowned out Pam's voice. A motley crew of armed civilians riding in the vans and truck fired out the windows toward the convoy. In one van, a man wearing gang colors fired an AK-47, and out of the opposite window of the same vehicle, a businessman in a suit took careful aim with an American-made rifle. A woman was hanging out the passenger side of the truck and wildly firing a pistol, while another woman held a shotgun that was far too large for her. "Fire!" Miguel yelled through his headset, and the armored Humvee column erupted into a flood of firepower that would send any hardened enemy soldier running for cover. However, these weren't military. They were desperate civilians who saw no other option than fight their way onto the fleet. They had been denied for any host of reasons: criminal records, violent history, or they simply got to a DDC too late and were turned away due to a lack of room. "They aren't going to stop, are they?" Carl asked urgently, watching the vans slow down while the semi was picking up speed. The hulking metal beast loomed larger and larger in the Hummer window. Pam looked up, distracted from her logistical communications, and her eyes filled with terror. "Get out!" Carl grabbed his rifle before jumping out of the vehicle and rolling behind an adjacent Humvee. Miguel pulled himself out of his gun mount and dove onto the pavement before scrambling for cover. Pam jumped out the passenger side door, laptop in hand, before scurrying behind another car. One Hummer mounted with a grenade launcher fired a round that hit the driver's side front of the semi, vaporizing the tire and obliterating the suspension. The semi violently shifted left while its momentum carried it towards Carl, Miguel, and Pam's empty Humvee. A split second later, the entire weight of the tractor-trailer slammed into the recently abandoned vehicle. Metal, glass, and sparks flew in all directions. The military vehicle was no match for the civilian monstrosity, but its heavy steel frame and thick armor made for much more than a bump in the road. The carnage of their collision erupted in every direction. Caught between the trailer and the parked Humvee, the semi-truck went the only place it could, up, sideways, and directly toward Sergeant Harvey. Carl dove out of its path. In the next moment, the semi smashed into the top of the Hummer Carl had taken cover behind, crushing the gunner and the crew inside. The semi-trailer careened through the row of military vehicles, sliding on its side. Loose from its hitch, it pushed aside two other Humvees and smashed a huge hole in the blockade before skidding to rest behind the breach. The convoy was now split, separated by the wreckage of two Humvees and a semi. "Cover!" Carl screamed. Two vans pulled up to the convoy's right and two more pulled up to the convoy's left. The armed civilians fired at any military target they could see, and Carl was, for the moment, exposed. Taking aim with his rifle, he let a volley of fire erupt into the driver of the nearest van, who vanished behind a spray of blood that covered the windshield. Without a moment's pause, he backpedaled to another Humvee, where one of his drivers had taken up a defensive position. The driver was firing at the attackers while another soldier pulled a badly wounded gunner into cover. Attacks by civilians were common, but none had been this brazen or desperate. Civilians in mock military formation poured out from within the four vehicles. 5, then 15, then 30 people joined the vicious firefight, laying down an oppressive onslaught. The convoy teams were outnumbered, badly hurt, and squads of militants were closing in around them. Though the firefight was undisciplined, there were bound to be a few lucky shots that would, one by one, dispatch every member of the convoy team. There was no chance any one of the civilian attackers would make it to the naval base, let alone the fleet offshore. That fact would not save the convoy soldiers' lives. Pam shoved her laptop in her backpack and drew her rifle. 3 attackers were creeping up the right side of the highway from around the wreckage of a car. She took aim, pulled her trigger, and the man in front dropped. The other 2 grabbed their wounded friend and tried to retreat into cover as they fired back at her. The exchange caught the attention of one of the Humvee gunners who had been able to mount his weapon. In a thunder of .50 caliber machine gun fire, the 2 men and their wounded companion convulsed like bloody rag dolls. The demonstration of power gave the attackers momentary pause. Bullets clanged and popped around the Humvee gunner, hunkering down between the armored plates of the hatch. He was elevated and well armored, but drawing fire. Carl looked for anyone firing at the gunner. Wherever the gunner sprayed his torrent of death, attackers dove for cover or died in a violent plume of red mist. But the attackers continued, popping out from their hiding places to take potshots when they could. Carl looked for anyone who took more than a second to aim or exposed themselves a little too much, and killed them or forced them back into cover. Miguel had drawn his pistol and taken position behind the open door of a Humvee. The pistol was effective, but nowhere near as accurate as a rifle, or destructive as the mounted gun he was used to using. Calmly, he took aim at a woman firing a rifle out of the sliding doors of one of the vans. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he saw a gray, rotting hand reach around from the back of the parked van, grip hold of her shoulder, and jerk her back out of view. He knew instantly what had just happened. "WDs!" someone screamed through the communications network. The acronym, Walking Dead, was adopted by the military to sterilize the threat they faced. Somehow having a military acronym was little less horrifying than calling them zombies or ghouls. Those were fictional terms for fictional creatures, but these monsters were all too real. Being distracted momentarily by the firefight, both the military convoy and civilian group failed to notice the swarm of hungry, snarling dead closing in on them from all sides. They were drawn to the commotion and the promise of flesh. From between buildings, around trees, over highway barriers, and through ditches, the living dead began to trickle and then pour into the fight. Slow and stupid as they were limitless in number and ruthlessly persistent. Where a living opponent was out of the fight as soon as they took a wound, the living dead were implacable. Shoot them in the chest, they barely staggered. Blow their legs off, they would just crawl. Only headshots would keep a ghoul down for good, and a headshot was no simple task in the chaos of battle. The firefight between the military and civilians was now a fight for survival against the living dead. Chapter 5. Dr. Henry Damico took an extra second to think before scrawling the letter B on the forehead of a little blonde girl. She was no more than 6 years old. The strong young naval medic who had carried her into triage looked crushed when he saw the mark. His eyes welled up with tears, and he braced himself against the wall on shaky knees. "She's not bitten. She's just a W. Look again," he pleaded. 2 triage security guards stepped forward and lifted her dying body off the gurney without saying a word. "She's a B, son. She's a B," Henry urged. A human bite was just about the easiest thing in the world to diagnose from a clinical perspective. The radius, the marks left by the incisors and canines, a child could identify a human bite. Emotionally, it was nearly impossible to diagnose someone with the death sentence of having been bitten by the living dead. If the bite itself wasn't enough, signs of infection became apparent within minutes. Blood darkened and became more viscous, flesh grayed, and the veins around the injury would blacken and spiderweb outward from the wound. If the injury was not severe enough to kill immediately, a person might live for hours or days as mental and physical fatigue took their toll. All the while, the wound would not heal. Eventually, the infection would overcome the victim's immune system, their vital functions would stop, and they would rise as flesh-craving monsters. Studies existed, but were incomplete. Worldwide Health Organization's attempts to understand the infection had barely scratched the surface before practical and immediate survival concerns became priority. Infections had been reported simultaneously in dense population centers, as well as remote wilderness, and even isolated tribal regions. Some theories suggested that the virus itself was tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years old, and transmitted vertically from parent to child from primitive ancestry. Most, if not every person on Earth, was already infected with a dormant virus that had been lurking beneath the human immune system for countless generations. Dr. Damico had read early reports assigning responsibility for the virus awakening to everything from government biological warfare, pharmaceutical companies, and even God. Who or what was actually responsible was completely unknown, and it would likely remain so. What was known was that something somewhere changed. Now, if you died, even of natural causes, you would reanimate as a near mindless, flesh-craving monster. The world was not fighting an epidemic or a virus. It was fighting for survival against the rise of the living dead. Thus far, it had been a losing battle. The big picture was impossible to put into perspective in these life-and-death moments. Henry couldn't imagine what the Army medic had gone through to bring this little girl to him. His fatigues were bloody, and he had a bandage on his own arm. He had completely invested himself into saving this little girl, and now the cold reality was that she was doomed. She had been doomed before he had ever taken her in his arms. As triage security picked up the little girl and carried her away, the medic followed with a teary-eyed plea for mercy. One security guard had already drawn his silenced .22 pistol, while the other laid the child on a bed concealed by a blue blood-stained curtain. Despite the chaos of wounded soldiers, civilians, and the frenzy of emergency medical staff, the occasional pop of a silenced pistol cut through the clamor like a knife. Countless corpses lay in body bags piled high in an adjoining storage room. While the doctors and nurses were doing one job, the security staff was doing another behind bloody blue curtains and thick metal doors, ensuring the dead would not rise again. At least 20 people lay on gurneys or sat on the floor of the triage area. They had bandages on their wounds and letters written in permanent red marker or clumsy lipstick on their foreheads. Nurses bustled in and out, tending to the most grievously wounded first and making time for the less seriously wounded when they could. The stench of blood and feces permeated the air, and the sounds of wounded, cries, moans, and occasional screams, could be heard along with the orders of medical personnel working against the clock. While the Mexican military engaged the American naval fleet off the coast with air and sea power, small but fast squads comprised of mixed military and gang personnel raided the American civilian vessels that crowded together for protection. Yachts, sailboats, and rafts, armed with whatever small arms the people on board could find, were no match for the heavy machine guns and assault rifles. Despite the Navy's best efforts to protect the civilian fleet, casualties were painfully high. Army Blackhawks would hunt for raiders, raiders would hunt civilians, and civilians could do nothing but group into small flotillas for protection, even if that protection was the hope that when the raiders came, they would come for someone else. Mexican attack craft that had eluded naval defenses would speed up to a civilian vessel, hook chains to it, and drag the boat, people, supplies, and all, screaming, back to some unknown fate. While the American military did what it could to protect resources and people, medical personnel were tasked with ferrying civilians in need of medical treatment to vessels that could provide it. A less obvious but equally important duty of the combat medics was to ensure any zombie outbreaks within the civilian fleet were contained before they spread out of control. Henry could imagine the tension in those moments pulling up to a yacht riddled with bullet holes. Would everyone be okay? Would someone have been killed and then reanimated to attack everyone else on board? Were they walking into a nest of ghouls lingering below deck and waiting for someone to stumble aboard? Or, maybe, some confused civilian would just open fire on them as they approached, thinking the raiders had returned. It was a terrifying and deadly business in the waters outside San Diego. The wreckage of ghost ships meandered about, while haunting moans carried on the wind. Pockets of living dead floundered about in the ocean until they were swallowed by the waves. Private Tobias examined the wounds of a Navy gunner who had burns over a large part of his body. The gunner was nearly naked, his clothes blown off by the force of the explosion that had mauled him. He lay silently in a morphine-induced sleep. Dr. Damico nodded as Tobias scrawled the letter O on the man's forehead. The gunner needed immediate attention, but he could be saved if treated quickly. Audrey held the hand of a young man in his early 20s. The young man had been shot in the arm and was frightened, but he was a W. He had received the first aid necessary to keep him alive, and he was not in need of immediate care. The bullet in his arm could wait while doctors and surgeons attended to the much more grievously wounded. Audrey would run off to do her duty in the triage center, assigning W's, O's, X's, and B's, and every few minutes would return to the side of the young man who shook with terror. She needed him as much as he needed her, and in this living hell, someone to hold on to was priceless. "You're going to be okay. You'll be just fine. There's a new group coming in and I have to help them. I'll be right back." Audrey would say something like this each time the sounds of another emergency team rushing down the corridor toward the hospital became audible. Dr. Damico closed his eyes for a second and wished he could hold the hand of his wife, Kelly. It had been far too long since he had seen her, and a worry nagged at the back of his mind. He wondered if he would ever see her again. "Ah, fuck!" Private Tobias screamed. Henry's eyes shot open to see a charred black soldier latching hold of Tobias. The burned monster gulped down a bloody chunk he had ripped from Tobias's forearm, even as it pulled itself onto his victim for a second bite. Tobias struggled against his attacker as blood erupted from his arm. The patients in the triage center screamed in horror, and a nurse bolted from the room. For a moment, the world was locked in helpless horror, as the scene of a young soldier fighting for his life against a mindless attacker that he had only been trying to help unfolded. It took no more than a second for half a dozen security personnel to dive into the situation. 4 men dragged the struggling ghoul behind the curtain where it would be put down. 2 more attended to Private Tobias. Fear and silence underscored the tension in the room. Everyone knew what a bite meant. Everyone looked at the person beside them and wondered how accurate the letter on their forehead was. The idea that any patient brought into the hospital could die and rise again was something everyone knew, but did not fully understand until this moment. "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm fucked!" Tobias collapsed to the ground, gripping his arm. Dr. Damico rushed over to talk to him and to make some attempt to comfort him. It was instinct. Rationally, he knew Tobias had been bit, and there was no hope for him. It was an act of will to choke back empty words like, "You'll be okay, shake it off," or "It's nothing, get a bandage." Death was that quick. 1 second you were helping who you could, the next you were doomed. It could have been anyone. "Stand back, sir." A security guard blocked Henry's path. He eyed Private Tobias suspiciously before turning back to Henry. "It's not safe." Henry gaped helplessly for a second. He knew there was nothing he could do. He should simply go back to his triage work so that the people who could be saved would be saved. Instead, he reached into his pocket, retrieved his security badge, and waved it in the guard's face. The guard looked at the badge, back to Henry, and then back at the badge before moving out of his way. Henry bent down and put his hand on Private Tobias's shoulder. "Is there anything I can do for you? Anyone I should talk to?" He had only met Tobias a few hours ago, but a part of him felt responsible for the young man. Tobias sobbed for a minute before regaining his composure. If I could, can I finish up here? It's not serious. I'm not dead yet." Dr. Damico was unable to speak, choked up by this soldier who knew he didn't have much time left, but refused to submit until the last possible second. "That's not a good idea." One of the security guards attempted to exert some authority over the situation. Dr. Damico thought for a moment. It wasn't a good idea. Private Tobias could bolt out of the room and hide somewhere in the ship. The infection would take him, and other lives would be in danger. He could attempt to fight his way out. He could even die here, reanimate, and attack the hospital staff. "I need to tell the guards to shoot you if you attempt to leave the triage area. When we're done here, do you know what happens?" Dr. Damico asked Tobias as he began wrapping gauze around his wound. Private Tobias nodded. Dr. Damico stood up straight and addressed the dozen security staff that had gathered around him and Private Tobias. "The private can continue work until we're done here. After that, you guys are in charge. In the meantime, Private Tobias is going to do his duty." The officer in charge of the security personnel nodded. He had empathy for the situation. Given the hell that they existed in every second of every day, the least he could do was allow a fellow soldier the dignity to spend his last moments of life doing what he could to help. He and every soldier under his command would want the same. "Keep an eye on him," he ordered. "But let him work." The sounds of another emergency team rushing down the hall toward the hospital began to grow louder. Audrey, Private Tobias, and Dr. Damico steeled themselves for another round of triage. Chapter 6. "I didn't finish the flame on the side of the beast." Jenny sat cross-legged in the passenger seat of the large, powerful pickup truck. She was in her early 20s and flaunted an unbelievable body with short skirts, midriffs, and low-cut tops, but her mannerisms were those of a child. Her blonde pigtails and pouty lips only accentuated a girlish demeanor. Billy sighed. "That's fine. We don't need flames on the sides." His one true love, his pickup truck, with oversized tires, raised suspension, and a "The Beast" decal on the back window, had gotten him laid more times than he could count in the past couple of years. Jenny was among the hottest he could remember, but easily the most stupid, and that was saying a lot. She was the kind of drama magnet you kept around to let everyone know who you were. Nothing too long-term, just fun, but she happened to be the chick he was nailing when the dead started rising from the grave. "But it doesn't look cool," Jenny sulked. Billy and all his friends were truck guys, who worked dead-end day jobs so they could pour every dime they earned into their beloved vehicles. They spent their nights trolling the streets, picking up girls who wanted to ride in a monster truck. Billy would have traded anything to be stuck in this undead hell with any one of his buddies, instead of this simpleton. But they were all dead now. She had been nothing but a burden, a food-eating, water-drinking chatterbox who simply could not stay quiet for more than 30 seconds at a time. As he hatched his survival plan, he had been obligated to include her, choosing bad company over no company in this endless nightmare. He often wondered if he had made the right choice. "Speed bumps don't care about cool, sweetheart." Billy began piling pillows on top of Jenny. The term speed bump had risen from his friend's first encounter with the undead. It was something of a sick rush to run the undead down, and they had delighted in gruesome demolition derbies on the streets of San Diego. He had heard lots of terms for the undead in the last year, but he preferred speed bump because it reminded him that behind the wheel of the beast, he was the powerful one. Outside that steel monstrosity, he was just as weak and pathetic as all the people he had seen get torn to shreds.
"But what if someone sees us?"
Jenny replied. Even with the apocalypse swallowing the entire globe, Jenny simply lacked the capacity to think outside her very small world. She still read trashy celebrity gossip magazines that were months old, and flipped through style magazines, commenting on how fat the stick-thin models were, and how awful their hair or makeup was. Normally accustomed to holding a dozen or more conversations on her cellular phone via text message and social networking, she had arrived at the conclusion that her friends were not talking to her out of jealousy. She was oblivious to the fact that digital communications had diminished and then stopped before the cellular networks went completely offline. Billy wondered if she could even comprehend that most of the people she knew were now dead and wandering around as animated corpses. Billy stuffed the last pillow on top of Jenny and slammed the passenger side door in her face a bit harder than he had intended. The unfinished flame she had painted with acrylic matte paint on the side of his truck stared back at him. While he designed and built a steel battering ram from an old snowplow that had been sitting in his garage, he needed to keep Jenny occupied long enough for him to zone out and focus on his work. She mentioned that she enjoyed art, so he had tasked her with the very important job of painting flames on this side of his vehicle. It killed him to watch her deface his gorgeous blue chrome paint job with her crude painting skills, but it had worked. He had hatched and executed the first step in his master plan superbly, without her disruption. A large ram now sat mounted on the front side of his vehicle. Without Jenny's constant chattering, the moans and wails of the dead outside pierced the garage walls. For months, he and Jenny had slept on a grease-stained mattress in the corner, their personal effects scattered about haphazardly. There had been more than enough gasoline to power the generator during that time, but it had still been important to ration. Food was scarce, but he had gathered what he could before barricading himself within his workshop. About 2 months ago, he had come to the conclusion that self-reliance was no longer an option. It was time to move to one of the defensive detention centers that the government had set up. Supplies were running low, so he drove his monster truck through the ghoul-infested streets of San Diego to the nearest center. That is where he met Queen Bitch. He glanced over to his workbench where the pamphlets she had given him lay. Your Home is Your Castle, a how-to on constructing barricades and obstacles to the undead, and Meals for a King, essentially a guide on rationing and water purification. At first glance, they contained the basic information anyone would need to survive on their own. In reality, their language and content had been carefully crafted to appeal to anyone with an independent streak. They did their intended job well, and placated an irate public turned away by the DDC doctors. His blood boiled. Billy knew when he had been played. He remembered sitting in a waiting room after he had been inspected for bites. Dr. Kelly Damico across from him. She wore that smug superior look every smart bitch did when they saw a chance to screw over a guy like Billy. Your skills as a mechanic would be extremely valuable, she had said, raising his hopes for DDC access before dropping the hammer. But your background check indicates you have some sexual assault charges and a couple DUIs and drugs? "That's bullshit," he had screamed. It enraged him that he should be condemned to die outside a DDC for some pot, some beer, and some dumb bitches who didn't know the price of a ride in his beast. Things escalated from there, and armed guards had to escort him out. Jenny was already waiting for him, sucking on a lollipop that doctors would normally have given a child. "Where are we supposed to go? What are we supposed to do?" Billy had screamed in anger as they left. As they drove away, he had made a point to drive down every ghoul that he could. That was when his plan was born. If the DDC wouldn't open its doors, he'd just drive them down. He'd climbed into the driver's side of his truck and began layering pillows on top of himself in a way that balanced safety against his ability to drive. Smashing through a brick wall at 40 miles an hour would be no picnic, but, with a little luck, the staff would be too preoccupied with the huge hole in the wall and the hungry ghouls to notice he and Jenny simply blending away into the crowd of refugees. Every plan required a little luck to work, but, other than that, it was perfect. "I'm hot," Jenny whined. "Here." Billy handed her a small purple stuffed dog filled with beans. "Yay!" She hugged the animal. Billy looked over, and a laugh burst from his lungs. Next to him sat a 20-something woman, makeup caked on with an airbrush, press-on nails like purple sabers, covered in pillows with her face and arms peeking out, playing with a stuffed dog. The absurdity was too much. "Don't laugh at me," Jenny scowled. "You look so fucking stupid," Billy continued laughing. "Fuck you. Don't call me stupid. See if you get any later." Jenny threw the stuffed dog back at Billy, and her arms disappeared into the mass of pillows. Although he couldn't see her, he knew she had her arms and legs crossed in anger. He had seen this look a number of times, particularly when she wanted to flaunt her most powerful weapon over him, denial of sex. The thought of her glowering made him laugh harder. "I mean it. Your boy Eddie never laughed at me or called me stupid. Maybe I'll go see what he's up to," Jenny threatened. Billy closed his driver's side door and started his truck. The rumble of the engine filled the garage with a satisfying fullness that drowned out the howls from outside. "Eddie's dead, you retard," he mumbled beneath his breath. Billy pressed on the gas and plowed through the garage door. Splintered wood and metal exploded in every direction, and the zombies on the other side were run down beneath his enormous tires. The battering ram had passed its first test superbly. The night was dark, and the roads were dense with abandoned cars and debris. Automatic streetlights illuminated the streets with a dull yellow glow that cast the lurking forms in silhouettes. Dozens of undead leered at the titanic metal beast that rampaged through their ranks. They moaned and staggered in pursuit, but just as they had become aware of the thing in their midst, its taillights had disappeared up the street. A few moments passed, and Billy's guilt got the better of him. "I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to laugh at you. You're going to make lots of friends at the DDC." "I'm going to be the hottest chick there," Jenny stated confidently. She was always concerned with whatever was the coolest or hottest. All other women, even friends, were mere rivals. "You sure will be," Billy encouraged her. He had to admit she was pretty hot, but being hot in this new world wasn't exactly an asset. With any luck, she'd find some refugee or guard to climb on top of, and then she'd be that poor schmuck's problem. Right now, he'd be happy to trade a year's worth of screwing Jenny for a full stomach and someone to talk to with half a brain. Billy continued to plow through the zombie-infested streets in his unstoppable truck. The gas guzzler had just enough fuel to get them to their destination. After that, it would be a shame, but she wouldn't be worth the rubber in her tires. She'd be dead, but she'd have given her life for his. "So, remember, once we're there, just get out of the truck and blend into the crowd. There will be lots of people, so it shouldn't be hard. Do you understand?" Billy asked. "Let's hit that bass!" Jenny pressed play on the truck's sound system and began dancing in her seat. Rap music rumbled through the vehicle, and the powerful speakers drowned out the sound of ghouls banging against the truck. In the silent city streets, the commotion would carry for miles. "You are so fucking stupid," Billy whispered beneath his breath. It wouldn't matter if she understood the plan or not. Once they were in the DDC, he would find somewhere to hide and lay low. Whatever notice this moron brought onto herself through her own attention-needing stupidity would be her own problem. Billy looked ahead, and the DDC loomed in front of him atop a hill. With a confident nod, he pressed on the gas and began to accelerate toward the side of the building, a brick wall of the attached record store. This was going to be all too easy. Billy imagined himself one day, maybe a couple of months from now, after he had integrated himself into the refugee population, cornering Dr. Damico someplace private, someplace quiet. Then she'd learn who was really in charge. "Try to keep me out? You don't know who you're messing with," Billy sneered. He focused on the music store wall before him and pressed the accelerator. A strange rattling sound, barely audible above the rap music, caught his attention. "Pretty!" Jenny pointed out the window and smiled back at him. Billy glanced over to see what she was looking at. From atop a fenced-off guard tower at the front of the DDC, a rhythmic series of yellow flashes streaked through the parking lot toward them. The truck's line of approach and the tracer's line of fire converged a few yards from the wall Billy was speeding toward. Maybe this wasn't such a good plan, Billy thought. In a heartbeat, the sounds of bullets puncturing his truck cut his music off, and the inside of the cab erupted into a torrent of red gore and screams. Chapter 7. The streetlight shining through the window illuminated the clock on the wall across from the cot where Dr. Kelly Damico lay. Unable to sleep as usual, she watched the minutes tick by while listening to the sounds of a San Diego overrun by ghouls. Distant gunfire, explosions, the occasional scream, and the ever-present moan of the undead sang through the night. The clock read 11 p.m., then 12, now 1, and she was no closer to being able to sleep than she was the hour before. Her mind drifted between the patients here at the Tierra Santa DDC and the husband that she missed with all her heart. Months ago, when the city wasn't completely overrun, the DDC guards would open fire on dense packs of undead to thin their numbers. Now, it was best to avoid shooting at all, remain as quiet as possible, and hope the hordes of ghouls outside would ignore activity within the building. So when shouting and the thunder of gunfire from outside shattered the relative quiet, Kelly sat bolt upright in bed. A loud crash shook the building, and Kelly gasped. Was there an explosion? Had someone set off a grenade? She hurried to the window and peered through the blinds into the fortified lot below. Rifles in hand, guards were running from their posts toward the DDC entrance. Kelly looked over to Dr. Thompson's cot. He wasn't there, but that was hardly unusual. While Kelly's insomnia kept her lying awake in her cot staring at the clock, Dr. Thompson's insomnia motivated him to wander about the DDC. She slipped on her shoes and rushed through the clinic's upper level. The area designated for the youngest children and their families was lit by dim blue nightlights. She felt the eyes of terrified mothers and fathers on her as she moved through a back hallway that led to the roof of the music store. "Stay here," she whispered. "Stay quiet." The sound of gunfire outside was joined by gunfire from the ground floor. A shaft of blue moonlight cast through a crack in the door at the end of the hallway. The roof of the music store provided an excellent vantage point from which to observe the area around the clinic. Kelly shoved open the push plate of the door and slipped outside. The humid night air had been cooled by the recent rain, and reflective puddles collected on the gravel roof. The DDC commanded an impressive view of the city. Moonlight, streetlights, and firelight cast San Diego in a bizarrely beautiful twilight apocalypse. The rank putrescence of the city's dead wafted on the breeze, mixed with the stench of rotting trash that had collected for months. Dr. Thompson and Sergeant Adams, head of security, stood on the edge of the rooftop. Dr. Thompson paced back and forth nervously, while the sergeant popped off shots at the ground below and growled into his radio. "There's a shit ton of them. Lot guards, drop what you're doing and join me on the roof. Grab all the ammo you can on the way up. We'll establish a firing position." Kelly rushed to join her coworker, her heart thumping in her ribcage. As the parking lot below came into view, she could see it was occupied by a thick stream of walking dead, wandering funnel-like toward the building. Directly below her, the red taillights of a truck poked out from a gaping hole in the side of the music store. The dead were streaming in one by one, two by two, manageable for the moment, but endless. Minutes passed, and for every ghoul that Sergeant Adams shot in the head, one slipped into the DDC. Kelly looked on helplessly as screams, shouting, and gunfire from the ground floor painted a horrifying mental picture of what was happening below. "Shit!" Sergeant Adams growled. His rifle had run dry, and he slung it around his shoulder as he drew his sidearm. He broke into a sprint towards the door and shouted into his radio, "Where is my ammo?" He swung the door open to see a thin man in a hospital gown hunched over another soldier. The man shoved gore into his maw and turned toward Sergeant Adams. With an insane look in its black eyes, the monster sprang to its feet and lunged toward the sergeant with two outstretched hands. Sergeant Adams got his arms up in time to block the monster from sinking its teeth into his face, but he was knocked onto his back. The ghoul flailed on top of him, screeching and growling as it fought to make a meal out of its new victim. While the military man was larger and more muscular than the zombie was, bloodlust had given the beast an overwhelming strength. Dr. Thompson kicked and punched the undead creature in an impotent attempt to help the sergeant, but the monster felt no pain. Kelly's heart thumped in her chest as she took a step towards the melee. If this monster overcame the chief of security, there would be nothing between her and it. She paused in her tracks and turned back to the corpse lying in the hallway. In the soldier's lifeless hand was a rifle, and Kelly reached down to grab it. As her fingers gripped the metal, the soldier's eyes jolted open and locked on her with a cold, hungry stare. A moan bubbled with red gore as it rose from the ghoul's throat, and it reached for Kelly with one stiff arm. Kelly screamed. She pulled and kicked violently in an attempt to pry the weapon from the monster's grip. The dead soldier leered at her hungrily and released the weapon. The force of their separation thrust the beast back onto the hallway floor and Kelly back onto the gravel roof. The door between them swung closed with a slam. "Ah!" Sergeant Adams screamed. His adrenaline-fueled struggle against his attacker had lost out against the fury of the hungry dead. Blood spurted from a severed artery in his neck, and the monster's head swung back with a hunk of red flesh in its teeth. As it gulped down the rag of meat, the ghoul turned its eyes on Dr. Thompson and reached toward a new victim. Kelly turned, took aim, and fired. Shooting felt clumsy to her, but at her range, it was nearly impossible to miss. The impact of the bullet sent a thin spray of blood from a red, quarter-sized hole in the undead man's back, but there was no effect. Sergeant Adams lay on the ground. His blood oozed from a horrific wound in his shoulder. Despite his desperate attempts to stop the bleeding, blood gushed through his fingers. Help me!" Dr. Thompson backed toward the ledge of the roof. There was no escape. The ghoul, eyes locked on Dr. Thompson, rose to its feet, stepped over the dying Sergeant Adams, and lumbered toward him. Kelly fired again, and more red erupted from the monster's back, but it did not stop. She fired a third time, and then a fourth, and finally the zombie stopped moving toward the doctor. Its shoulders were slouched, and the life had seemed to drain from its body until it turned to look over its shoulder at Kelly. A hollow moan issued through its blood-stained jaws. "The head!" Dr. Thompson yelled. "Shoot it in the head!" The monster turned toward her and took one step, followed by another in a relentless quest for its new victim. Kelly took aim. How could something so fundamental be so easily forgotten? Kelly wondered as she pulled the trigger. The rifle bucked in her grip, and the beast dropped to its knees before thudding face first into the ground. "Help me!" Sergeant Adams whimpered. A dark red puddle of blood had formed in the gravel beneath him, and his arms were stained red to the elbows. Kelly and Dr. Thompson rushed to the dying man with a sense of utter helplessness. Even if they could stop the bleeding, the creature's bite condemned him to join the ranks of the undead. "Help me," Sergeant Adams groaned again as he looked into Kelly's eyes. He gasped for breath like a fish out of water. His strength was draining from his body. His arms became too heavy to place pressure on his wound and fell limply to the ground. The blood pumped from his wound to the rhythm of his weakening heartbeat. I'm sorry." Tears welled up in Kelly's eyes as she took aim at the sergeant's head. "I'm so sorry." "Do it." The sergeant nodded back at her in understanding. Kelly pulled the trigger. Dr. Thompson put his hand on Kelly's shoulder, offering some small comfort. They had both seen plenty of terminally ill patients pass, but this was something else entirely. Being the hand of mercy was a scarring task. The moment was short-lived. Kelly turned, gun first, towards the rooftop exit. The metal doors stood between them and the horrible sounds of screaming and gunshots that came from within the DDC. Kelly wondered why the guard she had taken the gun from had not come through to attack them. She gave Dr. Thompson an apprehensive look. Dr. Thompson cautiously inched toward the door before pulling it open. The only evidence of the soldier who had been killed in the hallway was a gruesome blood stain that ran down the wall and onto the floor. A crimson smear trailed off into the darkness of the hall. Bloody red footprints told the story simply enough. The reanimated guard had gone to hunt for prey inside the DDC. "What do we do?" Kelly whispered. Dr. Thompson had no answer. His body shook with fear. He poked his head inside the hallway and peered into the clinic. Kelly slid into the corridor as quietly as she could. A rapid popping of gunfire from the ground floor prompted a wave of screams and gasps from the families huddled together in the second-story living area. Kelly inched her way down to the end of the hallway, stairwell on her right, living area on her left. There were perhaps a dozen families huddled under cots, staring back at her with wide-eyed terror. Movement in Dr. Thompson's office caught her attention. There, on the floor, huddled a shadow hunched over a body. The disgusting sound of wet chewing sickened Kelly as she drew closer. Dr. Thompson slid in behind Kelly. "Shh," Kelly ordered. "Shoot it," Dr. Thompson whispered. "Shh," Kelly repeated. Kelly arrived at the stairwell to the ground floor. She chanced a glance as she slid past. A body lay halfway down the stairs, but it was otherwise vacant. She took one step, then another toward Dr. Thompson's office. Yet another chorus of screaming from the living area followed another series of pops from downstairs. Kelly turned to the hiding families and placed her finger over her lips. When she turned back toward the office, the ghoul was gone. Kelly froze with dread. Had it slipped out of the office? Was it hiding in wait for her, ready to attack? Kelly forced herself against petrifying terror to take another step forward until she could reach the office door. Slowly, she stretched her trembling arm out and gripped the door handle. More gunfire and yelling from downstairs broke the tension, and Kelly slammed the office door closed. She released the breath she had been holding and scurried back toward Dr. Thompson. "What now?" Dr. Thompson asked quietly. "Stay here. Watch the stairwell door," Kelly answered back. Dr. Thompson nodded. Summoning her courage again, Kelly forced herself onto the first step of the stairway. She took one step after another, slowly descending to the ground floor. She held the rifle as she had seen soldiers hold their weapons, but her discomfort and lack of training only enhanced her fear. She stepped over the dead body. Kelly knew the man, a father of 2 young children. He had always been among the first to offer help whenever an opportunity came up. He had been appreciative of the DDC staff and did whatever he could to lighten the burden on them. No doubt he had heard the commotion, and his willingness to help had cost him his life. When Kelly arrived at the foot of the stairs, she looked out into the darkness of the ground floor. The gunfire had stopped, and she had hoped to see guards in charge of an unfortunate but resolved situation. Instead, she was confronted by blackness. 2 flashlights lay on the ground, casting small pools of light onto the clinic floor. Curtains were drawn over the front windows, and the faint yellow streetlight was not enough to illuminate the large room. Kelly felt around for the light switch just outside the stairwell wall. A shadow passed over one of the flashlights on the ground, and Kelly froze. Her heart hammered in her chest, and her breath sounded like a roar in her ears. With a flick, the room burst into white fluorescent light. Cots, blankets, pillows, and sheets were strewn about with the day-to-day possessions of the people who had called the DDC home. Overturned tables and chairs lay on the ground. Clothes, backpacks, and suitcases littered the floor. Among all the clutter, there lay over a dozen bodies. Snarls rumbled through the room. Ghouls from every nook and cranny lurched away from consuming the freshly dead to lock their eyes onto Kelly. Other newly dead stirred with unlife and rose with a groan to make their way toward the promise of fresh meat. Kelly was suddenly thrust into her worst nightmare. People she had tried to help, friends, colleagues, and security guards, everyone she had known for the past few months, fixated on her with an animalistic hunger. Shit! Kelly dashed up the stairs. Behind her were the inhuman howls of the undead. Dr. Thompson extended his hand to Kelly, and she saw his eyes grow wide as he looked past her. "Oh, my God," he whispered. His face was a mask of horror. "Close the door!" she screamed. Chapter 8. Pam sighted her rifle and fired 2 shots into the cadaver shambling towards her. "We have to leave right now. Air support is on its way. We need to be gone when it gets here." She rushed to join Miguel, crouched against the back tire of a Hummer. Moments ago, bullets had been clanging and buzzing around them, but now soldiers and civilians alike turned to defend themselves against an onslaught of hungry undead. Miguel watched the corpse Pam had shot sway back and forth from the impact of the bullets, only to continue its pursuit after regaining its balance. "The head, Pam! Shoot them in the head!" Miguel took aim at the zombie and fired. The monster's head snapped back, and it crumpled into a heap. Soldiers were trained to shoot at the center mass of their target. The torso of a person was not only the easiest to hit, but contained a wide range of vital organs that, once ruptured, would incapacitate any living target. The undead had only one vital organ, the brain. Retraining oneself to fire at the relatively small and difficult-to-hit cranium was the first hurdle a soldier had to conquer in the war against the living dead. In the heat of the moment, it was easy to forget that. While a few shots to the chest of an attacker were sufficient to drop any living target, the undead were anything but. "Okay, let's get out." "Oh my God!" Miguel stopped short, and his eyes drifted over Pam's shoulder. Pam followed his gaze toward what he was looking at. "My baby! Please! Help my baby!" A woman in a tattered dress, her head bloody and her arms bandaged, limped towards Miguel. With her was a child on a leash that was clearly one of the living dead. The monster scrambled about with feral eyes and gnawed on a blood-soaked gag in its mouth. The flesh of its wrists was torn down to the bone from the zip lines that bound them. Behind the child, a handful of injured people stumbled out from the wreckage of the overturned semi-trailer. Scores of them had been packed in like sardines, refugees hoping to find solace at the naval base. Many were bruised and bloodied from the crash, unprepared for their transport to be used as a motorized battering ram. At least a dozen of the passengers were bound and gagged and wiggling about on the ground. They strained against their bonds in a vain attempt to feed on the living. A year had passed since news outlets first informed the world of the undead epidemic. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon to encounter people who did not understand that their reanimated friends and loved ones were lifeless beasts. Despite the fact that the living dead were bloodthirsty and mindless shells of flesh and bone, they were still sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. It was world-shattering to witness the death and reanimation of a loved one, and not everyone had the willpower to accept such a horrible reality. Some people would restrain their infected relatives and hope for a cure. They cared for their living dead indefinitely, traveling with and even attempting to access safe zones with cannibalistic companions. Often they would kill or even die defending their families. "What do we do?" Specialist McAfee, communications expert from another car, rushed over to Pam. He fired his rifle into more of the approaching undead. Pam looked about to assess the situation. The walking dead were pouring in around them. The highway was choked with moaning corpses, and the bodies were piling high. Sergeant Quinn had been laying down an oppressive torrent of firepower from his mounted gun, but had been forced to stop by the ghouls swarming his vehicle. Over a dozen clambered over one another to reach him, and a howling press of monsters now obscured the entire car. The civilians that had attacked the convoy were fighting in their own life-and-death struggle, and they were losing. One van had already loaded up and peeled away. The rest were being overrun by the undead, their occupants screaming in agony as they were torn to shreds by dozens of snapping jaws. Pam punched the communications link on her helmet. "Convoy 19, get to your vehicles and continue east. Air support is on its way. We can't help these people." Carl heard the order through his headset. He crawled to the open driver's side door of a nearby Humvee and fired his pistol into the head of an approaching ghoul. It fell next to the corpse of one of Carl's fellow soldiers. It was Private Logan. He had been crushed below the waist by the collision with the semi. Carl looked into the face of another man who had died under his command, and sighed. Taking aim, he put a bullet into the head of Logan's corpse. Carl had lost so many men and women under his command. This one, at least, would not reanimate to attack the living. He pulled himself into the driver's seat and checked for the keys. Suddenly he felt something grasping at his leg, and he swung around with his pistol. "Please, sir, please, I'll do anything, please. Take me with you." A young woman pleaded frantically, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was in her early teens with brown hair and wide brown eyes, a kid who had gotten caught up with a band of desperate and reckless civilians. She clutched at Carl with terror. Carl looked at the girl. The bites on her shoulder were obvious. She was doomed, and the merciful act would be to put a bullet in her brain at that moment. Instead, Carl pushed her away and closed the vehicle door. "I'm sorry," he murmured as he locked the door. "Please, please, you're supposed to protect us. Please," the woman cried. "Get us the hell out of here." Private Barona and Private Richards dove into the vehicle from the other side and slammed the doors behind them. Snapping jaws and beating fists threw themselves against the windows in impotent pursuit. "Get in that gun mount and cover our guys." Carl threw the vehicle into reverse. He punched the gas and plowed backward through throngs of undead to give his gunner a better vantage. Private Richards climbed into the gun mount and began pumping fire into the area. Time was a factor. If the streets became so densely choked that the Humvees were unable to move, air support would not be able to clear the zone. If air support was unable to do its job, then escape could get complicated. Every soldier had heard the stories about convoys being bogged down by dense hordes of undead for days and weeks. Sometimes, survivors of destroyed convoys would trickle into DDCs or fight their way back to the naval base. There, they would recount their tales of harrowing survival while lamenting the men and women they were forced to leave behind. Other times, entire convoys would cease communication and simply never be heard from again. Broken-down Humvees were occasionally found abandoned throughout the city, containing ominous clues as to the fates of their crews. "Damn, look at all of them," Private Barona gasped. "I've never seen so many in one place." "They're attracted to the commotion," Carl responded. "If we stayed here long enough, we'd have every ghoul in the city on top of us." "How many?" Private Barona asked. A rotted face pressed itself up against the passenger side window, and the private casually rolled the window down a few inches. As the ghoul leered at him, he placed his pistol against its head and fired. 1 million in the city, 3 million metropolitan. Carl watched Pam, Miguel, and Private McAfee scramble into the nearest Humvee. He punched the communications link on his helmet. "Check if you're in a car." 7 checks came back. Carl loved every member of his team, but was particularly relieved to hear the voices of Pam and Miguel. "Anyone else?" Carl waited a few more seconds. "Okay, Pam and Miguel, bulldoze us out of this nightmare. We'll take up the rear." Sergeant Quinn's Humvee exploded through a pile of writhing bodies, with a crash of gore and limbs. Some persistent corpses tried to hang on, but were thrown off as it sped forward. Civilians attempted to grab hold of the convoy vehicles as they escaped. Those who managed to find purchase were dragged for a while, before losing their grip or torn away by the hungry dead. Carl followed his team. As he went, the mounted gunner spun around and continued spraying into the densely packed mass of ghouls. A few moments passed, and the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades rumbled in behind them. "We're clear, air support. Party's all yours." Pamela's voice cracked through the headsets. "Copy that, 19. The relaxed voice came back. Carl watched in his rearview mirror. The mayhem in the street behind him vanished in a thunder of fire and smoke as missiles made contact with their targets. Civilians, undead, and vehicles were obliterated in a cleansing aerial bombardment. "Armor's on the way, 19, the same pilot's voice assured them. "It'll be clear by the time you come back through." The sight of the Black Hawk helicopters cleaning up the perimeter vanished in the distance. The military would have the street reopened in a few hours, but the undead that had survived would disintegrate back into the city to wander around looking for new prey. "Sound off," Pam ordered, and the voices of Carl, Miguel, and 5 others came back. "Shit. So we lost 7, Carl responded. "Okay, we have 3 Humvees, 3 drivers, 3 gunners, and 2 comms. On my mark, we stop, reorganize crews, and get going. Middle car goes without a comm. Don't get lost. Everybody ready?" Carl paused for a few seconds. "Mark!" The 3 vehicles screeched to a halt, and the soldiers poured out. Pam, Miguel, and Carl were reunited in the lead Humvee. Sergeant Quinn, Specialist McAfee, and Private Barona took up the rear. Private Richards and Sergeant Ornstein took the middle car. Convoy 19 sat in the street for a moment, collecting itself. They had only been stopped for a few precious seconds when the lurking shadows began to roam into view. Their hollow moans carried on the wind and echoed through the streets and alleys. The mission had just cost 7 lives, and it had barely begun. Chapter 9. The gray corridors of the USS Ronald Reagan were crowded by sailors rushing to and from their battle stations, but Dr. Damico felt alone. Step by step, Henry made his way to his living quarters. His mind was in a fog after 6 grueling hours in the hospital. The adrenaline had left his system, and exhaustion was beginning to hit him. Sleep would have been welcome, but, tired as he was, he felt the insomnia creeping over him. The pressure of his responsibilities as Secretary of Health and Human Services began to worm its way into his mind. He arrived at his stateroom, glanced up to ensure he was in the right place, turned the door handle, and stepped inside the cramped living space. "Good morning." Tracy Gouda sat hovering over her laptop at Dr. Damico's desk. Boxes containing file folders had been piled high over every possible surface, and only a narrow path, barely wide enough for her wheelchair, ran from the door to the desk. Of the 2 fluorescent lights that lit the cabin, one had stopped working. The other cast the room in a gentle yellow hue that reminded Henry of a dingy bar. "Good morning," Henry answered back confused, before realizing that technically it was early morning. The Mexican attack had begun late at night, and time had flown while he was working in triage. Tracy wheeled herself around and punched a few keys on a second laptop that sat behind her. "You'll want to take a look at the documents that I'm sending to you. Admiral McMillan needs your report ASAP." Dr. Damico had seen his share of workaholics in his life, but none even came close to Tracy. She had been his advisor for 4 years at his office in San Diego. She had never taken a sick day, personal day, or vacation day in that entire time, and was at her desk every morning before he arrived, and every evening when he left. As far as he could tell, the young professional lived entirely on a diet of coffee and vending machine food. Her understanding of sociology, economics, and international politics was more than any 3 Health and Human Services employees combined, and she was immediately perceived as a threat by every rung of the professional ladder. She had been relegated to be his assistant for the entirety of her career, but had never once expressed an interest in advancing upward, despite being vocally disgusted with incompetence at the top. She seemed to exist for no other purpose than to dissect minuscule details of 1,000-page reports on obscure topics and translate them into tidbits of information that Henry found unbelievably helpful. With the rise of the living dead, Her encyclopedic knowledge of numbers, statistics, trends, and outcomes guided him in ways that saved countless lives. There was no place to store the piles of paperwork and reports that had accompanied Henry from his mainland workplace. His quarters in the aircraft carrier had doubled as his office since his arrival. Since the reports were here, Tracy had taken to working in his room at all hours. Henry felt as if he should be annoyed by the constant intrusion, but he had come to appreciate Tracy's dedication. Since he never slept anyway, it seemed pointless to make a fuss. Henry squeezed into a narrow space between two boxes on his bed and dug around the mess for his laptop. He rubbed his eyes as the pale blue light of his monitor washed over him. A few moments of silence passed, and he started to digest the information Tracy had sent him. "Thank you very much for keeping me on through all of this, Henry." Tracy reached for a coffee pot that sat atop a jumbled stack of papers and filled her cup as well as a second cup, which she passed to Henry. Henry took the coffee. "Thanks. For what?" Tracy wheeled her chair around to face him. "If it wasn't for this job, I wouldn't be here, on this ship. I'm alive because of you, Henry. This chair wasn't built for outrunning the living dead, and warships weren't exactly built for cripples. I realized while you were gone at the triage that if things went badly, I might not have an opportunity to express my gratitude." "Tracy, you—" "So thank you, Henry. Thank you for saving my life," Tracy interrupted. "There are 4 other people in wheelchairs in the entire fleet, and 3 of them are soldiers who were wounded in the line of duty. Do you know how many blind people we have?" "How many?" Henry knew Tracy well enough to see that she was retreating into the comfort and safety of numbers and statistics during an emotional moment. 2, Tracy said. "There are 5 deaf people. If you generously guessed that there are twice as many disabled in the civilian fleet, that means there are 15 cripples, 6 blind people, and 15 deaf people left in the entire West Coast. That's more than a 99.999% mortality rate." "You saved your own life, Tracy," Henry replied. "No, you did." It was Henry's turn to interrupt. "All this selecting who joins the fleet and who doesn't is pretty awful business. It's unconscionable that we think of people in terms of assets and liabilities instead of actual people, children. But we have to—" Tracy started. "You are absolutely right, Tracy. It sucks, but we have to select people with skills and qualities that are going to give us the absolute best chance to rebuild civilization. If you're a bright-eyed teenager who can't do much else but play the guitar, the sad facts are that you're worth less to civilization right now than a 70-year-old farmer is. Farmer gets to come and teenager has to stay, fend for himself, and stands a really strong chance of joining the walking dead before farmer has a chance to plant his first seed in the ground, if he even gets that chance. That's a terrible, terrible reality." Tracy nodded in agreement. "You saved yourself because you are valuable," Henry continued, knowing that a cold, clinical analysis of Tracy would appeal to her practical nature. "You are my assistant, but your knowledge and background makes you one of the keys to our survival. It's not just that you've saved thousands of lives already. It's that you will continue to save lives in the future. You will be a direct contributor to the survival of the human race. You did that, not me." Tracy clenched her jaw and nodded again. "How many people do we have left, counting the civilian fleet?" Henry asked. "The reports are still coming in, but we're around 30,000. Tracy turned back to her computer. 30,600. If 3,000 of those people, just 3,000, survived because of your work on DDC policy, screening, asset management, or convoy logistics, then you are responsible for saving 10% of the entire fleet." Henry smiled as he made his point. While Tracy might lowball her estimates at 3,000 lives saved, she was probably responsible for saving closer to 20,000 lives in the fleet alone. Furthermore, her work had helped to protect many civilians trapped on land. Their chances were slim, but many were still alive due in large part to her foresight. The two sat silently reading their reports until Tracy broke the silence again. How many are you responsible for, then? Henry smiled. Tracy was laying a trap. She would take this opportunity to lecture him on safety. Being who he was, he would see the logic in her advice, but he would also ignore it. A handful, I guess. Henry, you deal with facts every day to guide assessments that you pass on to the Admiral. If your professional assessment of the number of lives that you've saved is merely a handful, my professional assessment is that your judgment is in serious question and you may not be fit to serve as Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tracy lectured. This fleet, the DDCs, the convoys, they all exist because of you. Nearly every person living on the West Coast is alive today because of you. Evacuation operations on the East Coast are modeled after recommendations made by you. Take all that and add to it the fact that you will be responsible for designing the strategy that reestablishes civilization in North America. She trailed off. I suppose, Henry began. Henry, you are the most important and influential person in the fleet, possibly the world. You shouldn't be taking unnecessary risks in triage. You should have Secret Service bodyguards posted around you 24/7. Tracy tried to put Henry's work in perspective. She and Henry were crafting the intellectual building blocks that not only kept thousands of people alive, but also gave those people the potential for a future. There aren't enough guards where we need them. Henry tried to deflect Tracy's lecture. You can't put yourself in dangerous situations, Henry. I'm not going to tell your wife you died doing something stupid. Tracy made her point. Henry didn't know what to say. He never really thought of himself as particularly influential or important. He had done well in school, had been a good doctor, and had married the love of his life. When he transitioned out of medicine into the Department of Health and Human Services, he saw it as an opportunity to help a larger group of people. However, being dubbed the most important person in the world seemed like a stretch. No, Admiral Macmillan is the most important person in the fleet. He should have guards. There's probably someone like him in Europe and Asia and maybe Africa. Guys like me aren't nearly as important, Henry countered. Guys like you tell guys like Admiral Macmillan what to do. Guys like the Admiral are important, but guys like you make it so guys like Macmillan have something to work toward, Tracy affirmed. Ah, but people like you tell people like me what to tell people like Macmillan to do, Henry smiled back. Tracy waved him away and turned back to her laptop. Stillness fell over the room for a bit as Henry's mind dove back into Tracy's reports. Food shortages, security problems, supply losses. There was never any good news in a report. All Henry could do was manage everything the best that he could. The situation is pretty fucked up out there, isn't it? Tracy broke the silence. Yeah. You think it's time to pull out? Stop the convoys? Let the DDCs fend for themselves? Tracy asked, still staring at her laptop. Henry chewed his lip before he responded. There are a lot of people still trapped inside the DDCs. We told them to go there. We said that they were going somewhere safe. We'd be abandoning thousands of people. What's your data say? Tracy had anticipated Henry's question and turned her laptop toward Henry. The screen displayed a line graph. The green line was roughly smooth with a gentle downward slope. This is the aggregate food supplies within the fleet, including whatever the convoys bring in and whatever we're able to fish out of the ocean, provided the Mexican military hasn't destroyed or stolen any of our supplies. This graph is current up to yesterday. How long do we have? Henry drank in the data. His keen mind merged numbers to practical realities and projected outcomes weeks in advance. He already knew what Tracy's conclusion would be, but he wanted to hear her confirm it. Tracy pressed a button on her computer. A red line appeared beneath the green line. It, too, was roughly smooth, but was flat in contrast to the line above it. This represents the amount of food we need to feed 30,000 hungry mouths. 26 tons of food every day. That is almost 200 tons of food in 1 week, Henry. 200 tons. How long? Henry repeated the question. We have about 6 months, maybe less. Unless the convoys are bringing in 26 tons of food along with all the refugees, we're wasting time. We have to start moving on our game plan, or we won't have to worry about the undead devouring us. We'll start devouring each other. Tracy drove her point home. Every hour, more than a ton of food vanishes from the fleet. Henry nodded in agreement. There were a million things to account for in the North American evacuation: people, supplies, ammunition. But the constant need to keep the people fed had concerned him and Tracy above all others. There was an old saying that Henry kept in mind whenever he and Tracy came upon the topic of food shortages. There are only 9 meals between mankind and anarchy. Hungry people are desperate people. Desperate people are dangerous. Okay, it's time to move, Henry nodded. Do you want to see my figures on our fuel situation? I've modeled some numbers for what flu season is going to do to the fleet. Oh, here are some figures on the general population with no valuable skills, mouths we are feeding every day with literally nothing to offer in return, Tracy continued. She was fascinated by the statistics and research in this apocalypse, but every issue felt like another weight on Henry's shoulders. The convoys can't seem to find any food, but they sure aren't having any problem finding more hungry mouths. I think I have enough to present my case to the Admiral. Thank you, Tracy. Henry rubbed his temples, and he stood up. He began to gather up some documents for his report to the Admiral. Macmillan had stopped asking Henry for documented evidence of his recommendations long ago. Henry had taken that as a sign of trust, but he always felt better with black and white backup on hand. The civilian leadership who often attended the Admiral's briefings seldom contributed, but they were always the first to criticize without offering any helpful alternatives. Convincing the Admiral we have to move will be the easy part. Convincing him of what we need to do about the Mexican military will be a lot more difficult. Can you start making sure that I have all the info I need to do that? Henry asked. Tracy nodded. Will do. Thanks, Henry replied absent-mindedly. He opened a folder containing a map of every DDC in San Diego and carefully studied it. His eyes drifted to the dot that marked the Tierra Santa DDC where his wife was located. He shook his head in disappointment as he fished his phone out of his pocket. He knew it was futile, and the lack of a response from Kelly would only make him feel worse, but he sent the text message anyway. I love you. I hope you're okay. Chapter 10. Kelly sat on the ground with her back pressed against the stairwell entrance. Her feet slipped and slid on the linoleum as she struggled to brace herself against the undead horde snarling and screeching on the other side of the door. Dr. Thompson fought alongside Kelly while he looked around for something, anything to use as a barricade. Terrified children bawled at the sight of the struggle, but their parents rushed to aid Kelly and Dr. Thompson, the lives of their kids hanging in the balance. A handful of mothers and fathers had their full weight pressed against the door, but still it threatened to give way. What do we do? Kelly gasped over the sound of scraping, splintering, and shrieking. Dr. Thompson kept himself propped against the door as he slid downward and reached for the rifle Kelly had dropped. We have to lure them away. It won't hold. How? Another heavy thud snapped the frame and flung the door open half a foot before it was slammed back shut. The moans and growls intensified. The promise of flesh worked the ghouls into a frenzy. Every moan or bang was a commotion that drew another curious undead monster to investigate and add its strength to the press. Dr. Thompson sighed. He pulled himself out of the mass of desperate people pressing against the door. Sadly, he looked back at Kelly. He seemed to stare through her for a minute as if he were deaf to the chaos around him. Kelly's cheeks were streaked with the tears of her struggle. Exhaustion on her face, she looked back up at Dr. Thompson, curiously. You've always been a great doctor and a great friend, Kelly. Dr. Thompson's bottom lip quivered. You're in charge now. Keep everyone safe. It won't be hard to do a better job than I did. What are you... Kelly began. The upper corner of the door splintered open. A bloody claw groped through. Screams of horror rolled through the room, but someone grabbed the undead arm by the wrist and pinned it to the wall. Dr. Thompson rushed to his office as quickly as his elderly frame would permit and flung the door open. A snarl erupted from the shadows of the Another series of heavy slams hit the door, and she gasped. Any second now, the door would snap off its hinges or break to splinters, and the dead would be on them. "Kids!" Kelly closed her eyes. "Kids, go to my office. Go to my office and close the door. Now!" The top hinge snapped off the doorframe, and the wood around the bottom hinge began to splinter. Kelly felt herself inching across the floor. The door was sliding open. 3 arms wormed their way through the opening and fumbled around for purchase. A maniacal face pressed itself through the crack and snapped at the air wildly with bloody and broken fangs. Others realized that they were fighting a losing battle and added their voice to Kelly's. "Sarah, take your brother and do what Dr. D says," a woman shouted. "Mommy loves you." "Jean, get to Dr. D's office. Go," a man's voice yelled out. "Go, now!" "Vince, hide, honey. Please hide, sweetie. Do what Mommy says," another woman pleaded. Kelly looked around for something, anything within arm's reach that could help her. The children were paralyzed with fear and moved with slow confusion toward the office. That door wouldn't hold either, but it might buy the children enough time to hide while the adults spent their lives delaying the undead onslaught. "It's breaking! I can't hold it! They're coming through!" The deafening roar of an explosion drowned the commotion. The entire DDC shook, and sounds of breaking glass rang through the ground floor. Another chorus of screams erupted from everyone. The children wailed. Some stood paralyzed with terror, others hid beneath blankets or cots, and a few crouched down and wet themselves. The pressure against the door subsided ever so slightly. "Come here, you rotten motherfuckers!" Kelly heard a voice from downstairs yell. The sound of gunfire followed the taunt. The force she struggled against weakened further. Kelly imagined mindless dead turning one by one from their frenzy to pursue the source of this new commotion. A man and a woman took their weight off the door, rushed into the living area, and returned a moment later with cots that they propped up as a barricade. "I wanted to help you!" the voice screamed again. More gunfire echoed through the clinic. The undead limbs that had wormed their way through breaches in the door withdrew, and people worked as a team to pile everything they could find against it. Boxes, cots, chairs, shelves, every object that wasn't nailed down was piled up as a barricade. Kelly was confused for a second. As dread filled her, she got to her feet, rushed to the roof where Dr. Thompson had gone, and looked around frantically. A white sheet hung over a ledge tied to a metal bracket. She looked down to see the tail of the improvised rope gently dangling low enough to allow someone to drop easily to the pavement below and enter the DDC through the hole in the wall of the music store. "You don't remember me, you ungrateful pieces of shit," the voice came back again. Kelly had never heard Dr. Thompson in the throes of rage. She barely recognized his voice. She gripped her hair with both hands and pulled as a sense of helplessness washed over her. Dr. Thompson was sacrificing himself, luring the ghouls away from the stairwell to give everyone a chance to survive. "You took my wife!" Sounds of gunfire followed his scream. "You took my children!" More gunfire echoed from the store into the streets. The small bands of undead that roamed the area began to take notice and wandered over. "Come and get me!" Dr. Thompson screamed. His voice was filled with anguish and anger. A few quiet seconds passed, filled only with the moans and growls of the undead, and Kelly wondered if they had gotten Dr. Thompson. Another explosion from inside the store knocked Kelly off her feet and sent a plume of debris and dust rocketing into the air. Kelly's ears rung from the blast, and she rolled over and began crawling on her hands and knees toward the door. Exhaustion overcame her about 20 feet from her goal, causing her to collapse in a heap on the gravel roof. There she lay, staring into the purple dawn sky. A million thoughts raced through her head. She thought of all the people she had cared for these past few months that were now dead. Her friend, Dr. Thompson, who was also now dead, the hopelessness of the situation they were now in, and the face of her husband, Henry, that she had not seen in far, far too long. She lay there in silence, overwhelmed by the burden Dr. Thompson had placed on her shoulders. She hadn't slept in weeks, but in this moment, she could sleep for a year. "Dr. D?" A voice called out. A blonde woman stood not far from where Kelly lay. Her hair hung in ragged strands, her armpits were soaked with sweat, and she braced herself against the wall in exhaustion. Kelly turned her head to acknowledge the woman, but said nothing. The woman stumbled over to Kelly and plopped down next to her. "I'm Nicole. You probably don't remember me, but I've been here for a couple of months with my son, Vince." Kelly heard the words and summoned a lucid response. "Thanks for helping with the door. We couldn't have held it without you. We all would have died. No thanks necessary. Thank you. My son and I would be long dead without you and Dr. Thompson," Nicole replied. Kelly sat quietly as she struggled to form the words, "Dr. Thompson's dead." A tear began to streak down her cheek. Nicole sat quietly nodding for a minute, a look of sadness on her face. "Yeah, he was a great man." "Mom?" A child's voice rang out. Kelly and Nicole looked over to the door. A small child, about 5 years old, stood peeking out. "There's a dead man talking in Dr. D's office," the child continued. Kelly and Nicole looked at each other in confusion, and then in fear. The living dead didn't talk, but the child could have heard a sound from a newly risen ghoul that he mistook for words. Panic drove the women to their feet despite their exhaustion, and they marched back into the clinic. The families had all retreated back into the living areas that they had called home, minus the cots and furniture. Small groups sat huddled under blankets on the floor, recovering from the night. As they made their way down the hallway to Dr. Thompson's office, Kelly could hear a familiar voice. "Hello? Hello, is anyone out there?" She passed the barricade still piled in the hall. It was by no means impenetrable considering the condition of the door beneath it, but it would defend against a small handful of zombies. As long as they remained quiet, that should be all the protection they would need. Another undead frenzy, however, would spell doom for everyone, unless a backup plan was developed quickly. Kelly entered the room and looked around. 2 dead bodies lay on the ground. Blood pooled beneath them, and they stared back at her with lifeless eyes. They were soldiers, men who had provided DDC security for months as the world fell apart. They had stayed at their posts and given their lives for her and the few remaining survivors. The grenades clipped to the soldiers' vests were gone. Dr. Thompson had intended on taking as many ghouls with him as he could, and grenades were not only a loud distraction that would catch the ghouls' attention, but they were also a good way to avoid a painful death by tooth and claw. "Hello? Hello, is anyone out there?" The voice of Private Stenson repeated over a walkie-talkie the dead soldier had fixed to his belt. Kelly grabbed the radio and pressed the button. "Private Stenson, is that you?" "Dr. D?" Stenson asked with a mixture of relief and confusion. "It's me," Kelly answered. "Where are you?" Private Stenson paused for a moment as if considering where he was. "I'm in the soundproof office with 2 civvies. What the hell happened? Where are you?" "I'm upstairs in the clinic with almost 20 people," Kelly answered. "How's the situation down there?" "Situation isn't great, but we're alive and no one's bit," Stenson answered. "We have to figure out a way to get you up here." Kelly realized that there may be other civilians trapped in the music store offices. "I'm open to ideas, Dr. D. There's a shit ton of those dead fuckers down here," Stenson replied. "Unless you have a plan, we might be stuck down here for a while." Chapter 11. The suburbs of San Diego were always much quieter than downtown. Where the densely packed population of the city had resulted in an apocalyptic urban environment of cramped oppression, the suburbs always maintained a sharp contrast, quiet and lifeless. Ghouls roamed the streets, yards, and sidewalks alone or in small packs. Carl hated the tranquility. It was seductive and comforting, and made it impossible to keep your guard up. The adrenaline had left him, and his mind drifted to the men and women who had been killed under his command. 7 more at the roadblock. He and every other soldier in the convoy had learned to shut most of the grief out, but it always tickled at the back of their minds. There was no family to tell and no remains to send home, just the emptiness that each man or woman left behind, and the gnawing guilt that they now numbered among the enemy. "Do you think we could have helped any of those people?" Specialist McAfee's voice rang out across the communications relay. Someone always broke the silence when the convoy hit a quiet patch. Being alone with one's thoughts for any length of time was too much to bear for most people. Pam adjusted the global positioning system on her laptop. "This is wrong. The road is blocked up here. Keep straight," she instructed Carl, before responding to Specialist McAfee. "The only way to get to the fleet is if you've been cleared by a DDC doctor. It looked like about half those people were bitten, and even if we somehow found the ones who weren't and gave them a ride, they'd be turned away at the docks anyway." "We could have taken them to a DDC, and then back with us," Private Barona's voice came back. "Why do you think we have orders not to do that?" A hint of anger rose in Pam's voice. "Did you hear what happened in Convoy 6? Picked up a family on the road with 4 young kids. Looked unhurt, desperate, just like everyone else out there. The dad had a hidden bite. He turned just as they got to the DDC and attacked the driver. The Hummer went right through a fence, killing the crew and punching a hole big enough for every goddamn WD in the city to walk through. Lost the whole DDC and half the convoy. Those are innocent people who died because some driver felt sorry for a complete stranger. I don't like what we have to see on this job, but we have to do it. And we have to do it the way we're supposed to do it, or bad things happen." Stillness reigned for a few minutes while the convoy team observed their surroundings. The area was once a middle-class neighborhood where the blue light of dawn would normally bring the rush of school and work. Instead, lawns that should have been finely manicured were overgrown, and garbage piled high on the sidewalks. Vehicles littered the streets, and every house hinted at a tragic story. The words "dead inside" were scrawled on a garage door. A sport utility vehicle was wrapped around a tree, dried blood on the windshield. A toddler's tricycle sat motionless in a driveway, and missing person signs covered telephone poles and trees. As they passed through an intersection, they saw a roadblock flanked by sandbags. The fortification was abandoned, and 2 machine guns sat pointing at the sky. A half-dozen corpses lay scattered about the ground, and a single walking cadaver in military uniform leered at them as they drove by. "Did you hear what happened to Convoy 26? Miguel's voice cast out over the network. Soldiers couldn't help but pass the time by sharing stories, horrible as they might be. "No. What?" someone's voice asked inquisitively. "They got to their DDC and started loading up people and supplies. They didn't know it, but a group of armed civvies had taken over the place. So when the crews were out of their vehicles, the civvies ambushed them," Miguel continued. "Man," someone interrupted. The thought that they could be walking into just such a trap did not appeal to anyone. "So the remains of 26 starts heading back to the dock and gets to the checkpoint. Of course, they don't have the passcode. Probably didn't even know there was a passcode. Control turns them away, but they decide to keep on going." Miguel stopped, letting the anticipation build. "What happened?" Another voice shot back, unwilling to let the story end without closure. "What do you think happened? We've been consolidating bits and pieces from convoys for weeks now. You ever hear of anyone or anything from 26? Cap blew the whole convoy to ash," Miguel answered. "Control does not fuck around with fleet security. There are 2 Black Hawks in the air every second of every day. And if they have orders to bring the heat, that's what they do." Silence crept back in, and more signs of an otherwise normal community that had tried to survive the rise of the living dead became evident. A white billboard read, "There is a vaccine. Supplies limited. Call 1-800." The rest of the number was obscured by red graffiti stating, "You killed my brother." As they passed a grocery store, a large sign plastered on the wall depicted a woman wrapping her children in a protective American flag. A dark figure leered at them next to the words, "Stay safe. He's not your husband anymore." Government efforts to guide public behavior always had an element of patriotic propaganda in them. Pamphlets on how to construct a barricade properly were stamped with official government seals and had testimonials from patriotic celebrity sponsors. Federally subsidized advertisements that provided information on how to sterilize water properly or store food were always rife with nationalistic imagery. The undead crisis was handled so poorly that the government had spent its last remaining days in a state of damage control, desperately trying to repair widespread public outrage. Their efforts to advertise a contained threat and a priority of public safety simply added to the perception that leadership was incompetent. Hordes of ravenous ghouls rampaged through every city in the world, and the failures of leadership were plain to see. "Anyone hear what happened to Convoy 10?" Sergeant Ornstein asked. Sergeant Ornstein had only been with Convoy 19 for a few days, but the man had seen a great deal while he was passed around from one destroyed convoy to another. "I don't think that's a good story to tell," Pam began, only to be shouted down by everyone who wanted to hear another tale. Sergeant Ornstein continued. "I think it was about 4 months ago. The lead car of Convoy 10 decided to take a detour and grab his family in some out-of-the-way neighborhood. Everyone else in the convoy sees this and decides they want to take a detour too. So they decide to hang together and get everyone's family or whoever else they find along the way. Whole convoy starts tearing off around California and stopping at every house they can. They really had their shit together, too, made sure not to pick up anyone who was sick or turning, screened everyone with their own DDC doctor. They were real American heroes, modern-day Robin Hoods, who broke with military command and brought hope to the people stuck outside the DDCs. Everyone loved them. Ever see a vehicle with the number 10 written on the side?" "Yeah," someone's voice responded over the network. "That's a nod to them. That's a statement saying, 'I'm here to help and I'm not with the military.' It was a big deal. In an ocean of hopelessness, that one image that spells hope can spread like fire," Sergeant Ornstein continued. "So anyway, the crews are feeling really good about themselves. They were picking up people outside of L.A., crazy shit, going to places that you can't even imagine. Just when they're feeling invincible, like they could drive to New York and back with someone's long-lost grandma, they run out of gas." "What? How does a convoy run out of gas? How stupid can you be?" Carl chuckled in disbelief, but glanced down at his fuel gauge, just to check. "Their plan was that they'd get gas wherever they could on the road while they looked for a place to set up long-term. They didn't realize that all the gas stations had been looted, so there they were, stuck just outside L.A., when every WD in the city starts crawling after them. I heard the firefight lasted all day, but in the end, every soldier and every civilian was swallowed up by the dead." "So if Convoy 10 is gone, how do you hear the story?" Pam asked. "I heard it from someone in the communications room at Control. As soon as Control realized the convoy had gone rogue, you can bet your ass they did everything they could to get it back home," Sergeant Ornstein answered. "He said the last thing he heard over the long-range channel was everyone yelling that they were out of ammo, and then nothing but screaming. Then, and I don't know if I buy this part, I think he just made it up to scare us, but supposedly after the screaming stopped, a few seconds passed before this deep, raspy voice comes over the comm. 'Send more troops.'" Stillness washed over the convoy again, as chills ran up their spines. "How many convoys are left?" someone asked over the network. No one answered for a minute, until Pam replied, "I'm not sure. Us, and maybe 6 others." "No way. Convoys aren't supposed to operate with fewer than 5 cars. You think there are 35 vehicles left? I bet there's only 2 or 3, counting us," Carl replied. Pam shot him an angry look and covered her microphone. "Carl?" Carl looked back at her, confused. "What?"
You really think we need to be telling people we might be the last convoy in San Diego? Pam remarked. Maybe there's 3 convoys left. Hell, maybe we're the only convoy left, but our guys don't need to know that. We sure don't want them letting DDC civvies know that.
Contact up ahead. Miguel turned his gun to face a group of figures visible beneath a flickering streetlight. While small groups of zombies could be ignored, it was military policy to fire on large packs, which were not only a danger to convoy teams and DDCs, but maximized the effectiveness of remaining ammunition. WDs, open up, Carl ordered casually. He recognized the shambling gait and slack-jawed motion of the undead from a mile away. Copy, came back in the same unemotional monotone. The machine guns atop the 3 Hummers erupted in a rattling torrent of firepower. The group of undead was pulverized. Carl watched body parts and gore explode in every direction. His eyes caught the form of a figure standing in the second-story window of a nearby house. Framed by the yellow light behind her, she was dressed in a nightgown, middle-aged, and expressionless, almost ghost-like. She held back a curtain as she watched the vehicles drive past, until they were out of sight. Carl's mind wandered. There were still living people hiding in barricaded houses and office buildings in this city. The convoy couldn't help everyone it encountered, but people like the woman in the window were, day by day, surviving against the odds. Their chances were slim, and the food and supplies were limited, but for the moment, they were alive. We're approaching the DDC. Stay alert. Pam's voice came over the communication network. They approached a part of the suburbs that had started to grow thick with the walking dead. The clatter of machine gun fire and cacophony of moans punctured the serenity of the beautiful San Diego morning. As they continued their way down the empty road, the community began to look less like a residential zone and more like a war-torn no-man's land. Abandoned sandbag fortifications sat next to empty armored personnel carriers. The charred black frames of burnt-out houses poured gray ash into the air. Metal husks of overturned cars with broken windows littered the street and driveways. The ground was riddled with craters, and among it all lay the countless bodies of the deceased. There were no survivors here, only the dead and the undead. Rising up from its cruel surroundings stood a school. The multi-storied brick building, once filled with perhaps several thousand students, now stood as a battered but implacable bastion against the swarms of undead that assailed it. Sniper nests lined the roof, placing the approaching convoy in their sights. Several dozen yellow school buses were parked front to back and served as a defensive perimeter around the front of the school. With their tires deflated and their roofs lined with razor wire, their 10-foot-tall steel walls served as perfect protection from the lifeless hordes that raged below. More soldiers patrolled atop the wall and trained their rifles on the approaching vehicles, wary of imposters or raiders. Several hundred writhing, screeching, and angry dead packed themselves around the wall, clawing and scraping in frustration at the living flesh that stood just out of reach. "Holy fuck," Pam said, not realizing that her microphone was on. This DDC was not the largest that they had seen, but it was by far the most battered. While every DDC gradually devolved from a friendly clinical civilian living area to a harsh militarized defensive entrenchment, this one had seen more than its share of horror. A soldier on top of the improvised wall directed them to enter into an alley created by 2 buses. Once inside, a 3rd bus drove into place to block the entrance before a 4th bus drove forward to provide the convoy access to the DDC, a makeshift zombie airlock. Signage on the sides of the buses and walls of the school had been left in place from when the DDC was taking in refugees. The classic image of a pointing Uncle Sam asked, "Do you need to be here?" with subtext that read, "You may be safer on your own." Another sign depicted an image of a family atop a shining hill with text that read, "There's a place for everyone. Turn your home into a safe haven." Imagery of independence and self-reliance disguised the true intended message. The DDCs could not take in any more people. Please go away. It didn't take a sign to communicate the sense of hopelessness that pervaded the DDC. Tents were scattered about a muddy field. Lonely figures sat alone or in pairs on bleachers, watching the convoy as it parked. Soldiers glared at them with menacing eyes. "We aren't welcome here, are we?" Carl asked himself out loud. Chapter 12. Carl, Pam, and Miguel stepped out of their Humvee into a muddy field. It was dominated by a large pole adorned with an American flag, flapping in the gentle breeze. Soldiers all around them either ignored or glared at them. A chorus of moans echoed from beyond the wall of buses that protected the school, and the stench of death hung in the air. The other convoy crews gathered together in silence behind their lead team, taking in the scene. The defensible detention center looked ragged and worn, but at the moment, it was safe. A titan of a man emerged from the school entrance. He was clad in gray fatigues from the waist down, but his powerfully muscled chest was bare. He took a long drag off a cigarette, assessing the convoy before setting his jaw and walking over. From behind him emerged a woman in a white lab coat and thin, black-rimmed glasses. Her slight form was dwarfed by the giant beside her, but she possessed an aura of authority communicating that she was in charge. Carl and the convoy crew walked toward the two figures. A mob of several dozen men and women erupted from the school and rushed toward the soldiers. The convoy team stopped dead in its tracks and cautiously readied their side weapons. "Please," the lead man shouted, "I will give you $100,000 to take my family out of here." The man was dressed in a tattered and wrinkled suit. His eyes were wild with desperation. "I have it, right here. See, look." He motioned to a briefcase he had handcuffed to his wrist. $100,000! Please! A woman in her late 20s wrapped her arm around Miguel and pressed herself against him. "Hey, honey, I'll give you a ride if you give me a ride. What do you say, handsome?" "No, Miguel began. The shouts and pleas of the men and women grew louder, and the crowd pressed in around them. Mothers and fathers waved pictures of their children in the face of soldiers. People offered money, insisted they were important, claimed to have some vital information, or simply dropped to their knees and begged. "Back off!" A shout from the half-naked Colossus crashed through the noise like a sledgehammer. The man stood head and shoulders above everyone around him, and a path cleared for him as he continued toward Carl and his team. The pleas from the desperate civilians trailed off, and the crowd reluctantly dispersed. The man came to a stop about a yard away from them, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and abruptly saluted. "Sergeant Keel at your service, sir." The tension diminished slightly when Carl saluted back. "Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey," he said with relief. "We've been expecting you, Convoy 19. Please follow us." The small woman in the doctor's coat seemed almost invisible next to Sergeant Keel, but her authority was unmistakable. Abruptly, she and the sergeant turned on their heels and headed back toward the school. Carl looked around at his team. "Stay with the cars. Miguel, Pam, and I will be back." Private Barona, Specialist McAfee, Sergeant Quinn, Private Richards, and Sergeant Ornstein hesitated to leave their commander in the hands of strangers, but they reluctantly retreated back to their vehicles. Civilians quickly converged on the men who remained outside and resumed pleading, begging, and bargaining for a way out of the DDC and into the fleet. "Dr. Rosenthal?" Pam fished her requisition orders out of her pocket and folded it open. "Yes, Specialist." Most DDC managers did not make much distinction among military, and Pam was surprised to be referenced by her rank. "We have orders to transport you to—" "Let's talk about the situation here someplace private, Specialist," Dr. Rosenthal interrupted. "Tensions run high here. It's best to keep conversations about who gets to go and who has to stay away from prying ears. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am," Pam replied. Nearly every inch of the school was converted into living space. Hallways were lined with tents and lockers overflowing with storage. Classrooms were divided into segments with sheets hanging from rope. Cots were crammed together and piled high with clothes and personal effects. Children huddled around adults, reading books out loud or reciting the alphabet. Men and women milled about, their whispered conversations cut short as the soldiers passed. A microcosm of normal society had sprouted up within the walls of this DDC, and outsiders were regarded with suspicion. Posters hung on the hallway walls, illustrating education's early attempts to confront the undead menace. The silhouette of a cartoon ghoul was intimidating a group of schoolchildren on a sign that read, "He wants to hurt you. Run away. Tell an adult." Another poster in the same retro style displayed a child wearing an American flag for a cape and being held up by a cheering crowd. The text read, "Johnny is a hero. Johnny told," with subtext reading, "Tell an adult if you know someone who may be bit." They turned down a hallway and entered the school cafeteria. A group of men and women looked up from a poker game to regard the soldiers before turning back to their cards. Large metal doors at the far end of the room were barricaded with heavy steel chains and shelves stacked with books, which served to muffle barely audible groans and the sound of hammering fists. Along the walls were yet more signs that subtly alluded to a situation growing more desperate. Help your mom plant a life garden in your backyard. Food you grow yourself tastes great. Keep your plastic containers and collect rain. Clean with, bathe in, and even drink water from the sky. Don't throw food away. Leftovers make a great snack. Dr. Rosenthal picked up a clipboard sitting at the cafeteria checkout area and continued walking. I have my kitchen staff take daily inventory of our food stores. My medical staff inventories our medical supplies, and Sergeant Keel here keeps me abreast of his ammunition situation. They cut through the cafeteria and entered a gymnasium that had been converted into a hospital. Over 20 men, women, and children lay in cots spread neatly throughout the large open room. The propaganda on these walls illustrated a further picture of attempts to influence the general population psychologically. The image of an attractive female doctor smiling and wearing clean white scrubs read, "Help the CDC help you." Perhaps the most disturbing poster depicted the Statue of Liberty superimposed over an American flag with the words, "We will overcome." Someone had scrawled the word "not" in black marker after the word "will," and no one had bothered to take the poster down. Dr. Rosenthal, Derek is throwing a fit again. What should I do?" A young man dressed in nurse's scrubs rushed over to Dr. Rosenthal as she entered the room. She continued to walk, having long since integrated moving and decision-making into a single action. If he wants to remain in the hospital, he will have to remain handcuffed. If he has a problem with his handcuffs, then he is free to leave the DDC. We do not allow sick people to mingle with the general population. Sergeant Keel whistled at a soldier standing guard nearby. "Go with Bill. If his patient decides he wants to leave the DDC, escort him out." The soldier nodded and followed the nurse. "Handcuffs?" Miguel asked. Dr. Rosenthal sighed. She was clearly tired of explaining the situation, and she continued walking. Sergeant Keel had more patience with fellow soldiers and explained, "We keep anyone who is sick in here handcuffed to their cot. The handcuffs are mostly to prevent the patients from going back into the general population and getting 100 more people sick, but they are also for anyone who turns. No one likes it, but we have to." They entered a small office with a disheveled cot in one corner. Dr. Rosenthal lit up a cigarette and handed another to Sergeant Keel. She looked grimly for a few seconds at the clipboard she had retrieved from the cafeteria. "I've decided to retain the provisions and ammunition for this DDC. You'll be taking the children. The adults will stay here with me." Dr. Rosenthal explained her intentions with a quiet assuredness that seemed unsettling to the group. "We have orders to get supplies, and particularly orders to get you, Dr. Rosenthal. There's a shortage of doctors. We need you," Pam explained. Dr. Rosenthal's calm composure contrasted sharply with the tear that streamed down her cheek. "I know, soldier. I will go with the next convoy. You need to take the children with this one." "Doctor, we can't," Miguel began. "Sergeant Keel?" Dr. Rosenthal interrupted as she wiped the tear away. She turned back to her clipboard, removed a pen from her breast pocket, and began writing. Sergeant Keel glared at Miguel, Pam, and Carl. Though his intimidating form was postured for a fistfight, his voice remained calm, yet forceful. "We know you ain't coming back this way, and we know there ain't another convoy." The 3 convoy crewmen stood silent. The sergeant was probably right. This particular DDC was on the very edge of the supply zone. "Way I see it, you got 2 problems." Sergeant Keel took a step forward into the personal space of the 3 soldiers and lowered his voice. "1. Each of my boys would love a ride in your convoy out of this shithole. You try and take their ammo and food, the only thing between them and a swarm of mindless fucks out there, and they're liable to... well, who knows what they're liable to do." The sergeant trailed off. "Sir, we have orders," Pam began. 2. Sergeant Keel's booming voice filled the room. He paused to ensure he had the soldiers' full attention before returning to the quiet tone he had possessed a moment ago. "Dr. Rosenthal's been telling those kids who have spent the last year watching friends and family get torn apart while convoy after convoy comes and goes, loading up with everything from this DDC but them, that they're going to be on the next ride out of here. Those kids have told their parents, and those parents are ready to say goodbye to their kids forever. You try to leave here without those kids in your convoy, those parents are liable to... well, who knows what they're liable to do." The sergeant drove his point home. "Okay, load 'em up," Carl said, before Pam or Miguel could reply. He knew the consequences would be harsh for him and his convoy when he returned to the docks, but there was no choice. The situation had grown so desperate that military order was breaking down. Had he been in the sergeant's position, he'd be doing the exact same thing. Dr. Rosenthal nodded as she wiped away another tear. "We have enough food for 2 weeks, maybe 3 if we shrink rations again. I don't think we can do that. People are already fighting over scraps." "I have enough ammunition for maybe a week if we don't have another swarm hit us." Sergeant Keel backed away from Carl, Pam, and Miguel and took a drag from his cigarette. "After that..." "Our days are numbered," Dr. Rosenthal finished. Carl nodded again. "Okay." A sense of hopelessness washed over him. The fleet needed food, supplies, and talented personnel. Children were simply more mouths to feed. Dr. Rosenthal knew she was sentencing herself to death, even though she had a ticket out. Sergeant Keel could easily sick his troops on the convoy team, take the vehicles by force, and leave, but he was choosing to stay. The civilians here may have had a sense that they were doomed, but they'd probably not come to grips with that fact yet. Dr. Rosenthal and Sergeant Keel were counting on that, and were taking the opportunity to save the children's lives. "I'll have about 30 kids brought out to the convoy in a few minutes," Dr. Rosenthal replied, as she made her way out the office door. "I know it will be a squeeze, but I thought there would be more vehicles." Sergeant Keel picked a radio off his belt and disappeared out the office doors. Dr. Rosenthal watched the sergeant as he went, and then spoke. "Please excuse me, I have some quick business to take care of here." "Will do," Carl replied. Pam, Miguel, and Carl started on their way back from where they had come. "What are the chances we can get some ammo?" Miguel asked Carl, quietly. "We're pretty light from that firefight on the way out of base." "We should have conserved our ammunition coming out here," Carl answered. "I don't think it's right to ask these people to give up anything." "Captain is going to be pissed." Pam looked over the requisition orders and shook her head. "He will understand," Carl replied. "Shit's bad out here, real bad. There won't be many more runs after this." They emerged into the courtyard where 10 soldiers stood, rifles in hand, next to the 3 Humvees. Sergeant Keel had dressed himself in combat fatigues and wore a cap on his head. The convoy crewmen who had remained with the vehicles appeared uneasy, the throngs of desperate civilians replaced by armed and hardened soldiers. "What's going on?" Private McAfee asked Carl. "Changing orders. Hope you like changing diapers," Carl answered, hoping to keep the mood light. Sergeant Keel intercepted Carl on his way to the vehicles and lowered his voice. "I hate to ask, brother, but we could really use some ammo." Carl was no small man, tall and extremely fit by any standard. Yet the enormous sergeant made him feel tiny by comparison.
"You're heading home to get resupplied. We aren't."
Carl looked at the DDC soldiers who stood glaring at him from behind the sergeant. He wondered how many knew that they were being sentenced to death. Maybe all, maybe none. Carl imagined how difficult it might be to command under such circumstances. Food was scarce, and the world was crumbling around them. Even the most disciplined and loyal soldier could turn on his commanding officer. If he didn't acquiesce to the sergeant's request, it could make the military's abandonment of the DDC obvious. If the soldiers weren't in the loop, there's no telling how they would react to that revelation. "We'll give you everything we can spare, but we need enough to get back." Sergeant Keel nodded and turned to his men.
"No civilians get within 20 feet of these vehicles," he bellowed. "The doc says who goes and who stays."
The soldiers fanned out and created a perimeter around the convoy as civilians from all over the DDC began to gather around. "Everyone, unload all the ammo you can. Keep enough to get back, but everything else goes," Carl ordered. The convoy team looked back in confusion, then to each other in astonishment. "That's an order," Carl growled. Chapter 13. The bridge of the USS Ronald Reagan bustled with activity. Monitors blinked with information as crewmen communicated through headsets. They coordinated a bewildering array of activity throughout the entire strike group and surrounding civilian fleet. Huge plate glass windows framed the skyline of San Diego. Dr. Henry Damico stood, file folders in hand, waiting patiently for his opportunity to speak to Admiral Macmillan. The Admiral had taken control of the supercarrier and accompanying strike group long ago, and his days were constantly filled with responsibilities that would have crushed a lesser man. Admiral Macmillan had a look of grave concern. He stood staring out the bridge windows, his hands clasped behind his back. Henry followed the Admiral's gaze to the grim scene that sprawled before them. The remains of numerous civilian ships and a few military vessels floated in scattered wreckage. Their shattered hulls were illuminated by the fuel infernos, munitions explosions, and oil fires that burned orange atop the ocean waves. The Mexican army had been driven off, but at a cost. U.S. naval vessels maneuvered between ships and wrecks, dispensing aid to civilians where they could. Scores of animated corpses flailed in the waves helplessly as their moans carried on the wind. At the onset of the zombie apocalypse, the United States had its strike groups deployed all across the world. When the American military withdrew its forces to protect its home soil against the zombie threat, foreign allies who had relied on their protection were plunged into chaos. Millions of refugees flooded from one country to another, and opportunistic governments justified annexation of long-coveted territory in the name of humanitarian aid. Imbalances in military strength were leveled by the undead onslaught, and entirely new methods of insurgent and asymmetrical warfare sprang into existence. Global war ultimately did nothing other than swell the ranks of the undead. Where a wave of terrorist bombings might once have resulted in the tragic death of 30 or 40 civilians, those civilians would now rise as ghouls and magnify the effects of the attack a dozenfold. Conventional and drone airstrikes might obliterate entire terrorist cells or manufacturing facilities, but they'd also create a new nest of walking dead who would, in turn, multiply like locusts until entire countries were consumed. When it became impossible to manage the U.S. domestic crisis without drawing on resources allocated to foreign countries, the U.S. called its military power home. Countries whose entire self-defense strategy had for decades been based on an implicit American presence became resentful enemies. Countries like Japan were completely dependent upon U.S. military aid to manage not only a densely packed population ideal for undead contagion, but encroaching foreign powers looking for resources to exploit. Suddenly, old allies became instant enemies, and the complex web of interconnected military and political relationships became obsolete. Nearly every country on Earth was now at war with every other country in one form or another. New, unimaginable alliances were formed overnight and then dissolved the next day, only to be reformed and dissolved again in the span of a week. Every new conflict expended irreplaceable resources and personnel. While nations scratched and clawed at one another to survive, one clear victor emerged above the fray: the undead. Technology and discipline was simply no match for legions of monsters that required no food or supplies, had no morale, or no sense of self-preservation. Henry was acutely aware of the desperate predicament the world was now in, and felt intense empathy for the admiral who was tasked with managing that crisis 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. "The captain of the Chancellorsville is requesting permission to scuttle his ship, sir." A specialist spoke up and relayed the communique to the admiral. "Speaker," the admiral ordered. Instantly, the sound of labored breathing came through the bridge communications system. The admiral spoke. "Captain Leopold, this is Admiral Macmillan. What's the situation?" "Hey, Ed." Rifle shots and frantic yelling echoed in the background. "We can't get things under control over here. I've got to put her down." Dr. Damico knew exactly what had happened, because it had happened countless times before. The Mexican attack had resulted in some deaths aboard the Chancellorsville. The dead rose as zombies to attack and kill more of the living. In turn, more dead rose to consume the ship in a hellish nightmare that spread like wildfire. Sometimes a ship's crew would get the situation under control. Sometimes they could not. Standing orders were to deliberately sink a boat that could not be brought under full control. The resources required to retake a ship were simply not available, and rescue attempts often resulted in infections spreading to other ships after operations were complete. Dr. Damico knew all this because this policy had been his own recommendation to Admiral Macmillan several months ago. The cold, hard math said that the policy was saving lives. No one really knew the lives it cost. "Okay, Bill, you've got 6 hours. If you can't get things under control, put her down." Admiral Macmillan's icy gray eyes met Dr. Damico's, and Henry could see the resentment stirring beneath them. Captain Leopold was a good friend of the admiral's. A voice from behind the admiral spoke up. 6 hours? There are 3 congressmen and a senator aboard the Chancellorsville." A half-dozen government officials sat at a long table behind the admiral, appraising the situation. Not all congressional representatives had been able to be evacuated, but through luck or connections, a handful made their way to the fleet, took up residence, and resumed politics as usual. The remnants of the American government were scattered about naval vessels and remote locations in isolated parts of the world. Although the U.S. was essentially in a state of undeclared martial law, these statesmen were operating under the pretense that they still possessed some power. While political news might have once made headlines, the entire concept of politics had been completely eclipsed by the crisis at hand and the military efforts to manage it. The resentment in the admiral's eyes melted into white-hot fury as he turned to address the politician who had spoken up. "Yes, sir. 3 congressmen, 1 senator, 60 officers, 340 enlisted, and about 400 civilian refugees, along with about 2,000 tons of food, munitions, and supplies." The admiral glared at each of the legislators for the one who had spoken up. The admiral still considered himself bound by military structure and thus technically answered to the men who sat behind him. He made no secret of his utter contempt for their perpetual stupidity. A very long list of government failures had been written since the onset of the zombie apocalypse, and senators and congressmen existed in a unique new social position, half pariah, half leader. Every civilian and soldier felt a grudging respect for the representative institutions that the country they loved was built upon, but they also felt a hatred for the men and women who had defaced those institutions with ignorance, brinksmanship, and shameless self-interest. Unable to find the target of his rage, the admiral continued to address the throng of politicians. "Unfortunately, sirs, the brilliant Dr. Damico has shown me some very alarming statistics. Statistics which show very clearly that any effort to assist the Chancellorsville will likely result in an even higher cost in lives and resources. However," the admiral had a habit of pausing for effect, "I can send a helicopter to the Chancellorsville filled with Marines, who should have the situation under control in a few hours. At that point, we, and every other ship in the strike group, will take on numerous possibly infected survivors while we offload the cargo. Dry docks aren't exactly running at peak efficiency these days, and if the ship is too damaged to repair at sea, it will be sunk. I would remind our civilian leadership that any refugees,
some of whom may be savvy enough to conceal infection, will need to be stowed in quarters, which may neighbor your own on this ship." The legislators went pale at the thought. They had largely experienced the rise of the Walking Dead from behind armed Secret Service and armored vehicles, and the prospect of bunking next to an infected civilian was terrifying. The constant need to explain common-sense policies that had been in place for months to people who were always ready to object or question, but rarely able to offer solutions, fanned the flames of resentments for the disconnected politicians. The largely accurate perception was that while the average American was bearing the brunt and enduring the cost of the undead crisis, government officials merely watched it from afar. The Admiral paused for a moment, waiting for a reply from the civilian leadership. They merely gaped back at him with a helpless ignorance. "Dr. Damico, I assume your visit to the bridge is important?" The Admiral stressed the words. "Yes, Admiral," Dr. Damico began. "Admiral!" A young technician manning a computer console stood up abruptly and removed his headset. "The USS Harry S. Truman has been sunk off the coast of Hawaii." The soldier looked as if he were going to vomit. The command center of the carrier went silent the moment the news broke. There were once 10 U.S. supercarrier strike groups. 3 had their crews succumb to zombie infestation in the early days of the outbreak, and they now floated aimlessly through the oceans as titanic ghost ships crewed by thousands of mindless undead. 2 more had been scuttled, unable to get undead outbreaks under control. The USS Harry Truman now marked the 3rd supercarrier destroyed in naval combat. Of the original 10, only 2 supercarriers remained. "The Chinese, sir, they nuked her." The technician braced himself as he relayed the news. Destroying an aircraft carrier, a ship possessing more resources, military personnel, and firepower than many entire countries, was a considerable task. "God damn it," Admiral Macmillan whispered. His jaw clenched. "Tell the surviving members of the strike group to rendezvous at our coordinates." Outwardly, the Admiral's demeanor was hardened to the seemingly endless avalanche of bad news from around the world. But Henry had learned to read the man. He was troubled. He was in his element, a man born to rise through crisis and shine as a beacon for the soldiers around him. He had been ground down, questioning whether the hope he offered was an illusion. The Admiral's name hung on the lips of those in the civilian fleet like a messiah. The man, tough as he was beginning to crumble under the pressure and the guilt of failures that piled up like sand in an hourglass. "Yes, sir." The technician nodded and sat back down. Henry couldn't help but wonder if the small bands of people on the mainland that no doubt struggled for survival behind barricaded doors, atop roofs, and huddled in basements would give up their struggle against legions of the dead if they knew how dire things were. If an aircraft carrier could not survive the forces that assailed her, what hope did they have? "Okay, Dr. Damico. I'm ready for it. What do you have for me?" The Admiral rubbed his eyes and turned to Henry. Chapter 14. Dr. Rosenthal emerged from the school, leading a somber procession of children. Some had a mother and father holding them by the hand, others only a single parent. Many lonely boys and girls walked alone, orphans of a cruel world ruled by the undead. The morning sun was warm, and the military guards dripped with sweat. They stood, with rifles in hand, walling off the civilian mob that shouted at the convoy. "I will pay you! I'll pay you anything! Please, please take me out of here!" "Why do you get to decide who goes? We should draw straws!" Sergeant Keel bounded atop the rear Humvee and shouted down the crowd. "Hey, listen. Dr. Rosenthal's in charge here. Everyone quiet down." Dr. Rosenthal approached Carl's driver's side window and tapped on it. Carl rolled the window down, and Dr. Rosenthal whispered, "Stay in your cars. We'll load up the kids." "Is this going to get ugly?" Carl asked. "I don't know," Dr. Rosenthal replied, before motioning for one of the nearby soldiers to open the Humvee door and help the children into the vehicle. Sergeant Keel took Dr. Rosenthal's hand and hoisted her atop the Humvee with him. His brawny form stood behind her as she addressed the mob. "Listen, everyone,
Listen to me." Dr. Rosenthal's voice was barely audible, but eventually the commotion quieted. "There's good news. Good news, everybody. The convoys are moving people out of the DDCs into the fleet. They can't take everyone at once, so they're taking children first." "Bullshit!" someone screamed. "When do we go?" someone else yelled. "What about us?" a third person asked. The crowd began to incite again until Sergeant Keel bellowed at them. "Shut up!" The first vehicle was filled with as many children as it could hold. The DDC guards began filling the second. "Another convoy is on its way to pick more of you up," Dr. Rosenthal lied. "San Diego is a dangerous place, so we don't know when it will arrive, but it will be here. Moving everyone out could take a few weeks, so we need to talk about cutting rations." The crowd responded with murmurs and shouts of anger, but seemed to accept the news. The promise of a ride to the fleet had been enough to placate them. They barely contemplated the additional, more important point, the need to ration. The second car was filling quickly, and Carl noticed a contrast between parents of the children being loaded into his convoy and the mob behind them. These parents knew. Either they had guessed or Dr. Rosenthal had told them in confidentiality. Staying in the DDC was a death sentence, and they were saying goodbye to their children forever. Mothers and fathers held back tears as they hugged one another. They tried desperately to appear strong and project a sense of hope to their children that they might one day be reunited. "Bullshit!" someone screamed. "They aren't coming back." "Hey, what did I just tell you?" Sergeant Keel shouted again, scanning the crowd for the instigator. "It's okay. There will be room in the next convoy for more of you." Dr. Rosenthal tried to keep the peace, but she was drowned out by the mob. Carl watched the soldier close the door of the second car and open the rear door to his lead car. The soldier hurriedly began picking the children up and tossing them into the vehicle. During his third toss, he made eye contact with Miguel and whispered, "Get on that gun." "Shit!" Pam punched the communications link on her helmet. "Gunners, mount up right now." "They're leaving without us!" someone screamed as he dove toward the open Humvee door. A nearby soldier intercepted him, smashed him with his elbow, and knocked him to the ground, but two more people followed. "They're not just taking kids," someone yelled. "They're taking everyone." The mob pressed in one overwhelming rush, and Carl froze in the face of a horrible realization. Could he order his men to fire on this crowd of desperate people, these civilians who wanted nothing more than to escape the horror around them? Would they follow that order if he gave it? If not, what would happen to his crew, to the children? In the blink of an eye, Sergeant Keel jumped down from the top of the Humvee he'd been standing on, drew his pistol, and fired into the temple of a man who had gotten close enough to step into the vehicle. The man fell to his knees before flopping over on his side. The crowd silenced, and children began sobbing. "Oh my God!" someone whispered in horror. The crowd recoiled, hundreds of terrified eyes locked on Sergeant Keel. "This is not mob rule," Sergeant Keel shouted at the silent crowd, his booming voice echoing like thunder. "This is not every man for himself. This isn't your ride." Dr. Rosenthal looked at the dead man with an emotionless expression. By now, the convoy gunners had mounted their weapons, and the display of force was clear enough that the mob was quelled. "These are the youngest and most vulnerable children in this DDC. There is no more room in these vehicles. If you want to go, you will have to take the place of a child. Is that what you want?" The crowd remained silent, dumbfounded by Sergeant Keel's actions. "Who is this man?" Dr. Rosenthal asked, referring to the dead civilian. The crowd stood silent for a moment until a female voice answered quietly, "His name was Oliver." Dr. Rosenthal spoke as the last child was loaded into the convoy. "Oliver died because he wanted to take the place of a child. If any among you want to take the place of one of these kids and feels they deserve that space more than everyone else here, don't hide in the crowd. Step forward and show your face." No one moved. "Come on. You were all willing to kill for a ride a second ago," Dr. Rosenthal yelled in anger. "You think you deserve a spot in this convoy more than any one of these soldiers? You think you deserve a spot more than one of my medical staff?
What is wrong with you? Where is your courage? Step forward."
The crowd remained silent, shamed by Dr. Rosenthal's words. The only noise was the convoy engines and the waves of undead moaning beyond the walls.
No one. Soldiers died to protect you. Soldiers died to bring this convoy here. Some of these soldiers may yet die returning to the fleet. You are not entitled to that sacrifice."
Dr. Rosenthal shook with fury as she bounded off the roof of the vehicle she had been shouting from to the ground.
No one wants to be here. Not you, not these soldiers, and certainly not me. But I've watched as you've hounded, harassed, and threatened every convoy that's come through here, hoping to bribe yourself into the fleet.
"Why do the kids get to go?" someone dared to ask.
Who said that? Who said that?
Sergeant Keel bellowed as he holstered his pistol and cracked his knuckles, anticipating a fist fight.
"Why do the kids get to go?"
Dr. Rosenthal laughed. Her face beat red with hysterical anger.
"I'll tell you why the kids get to go. They get to go because I'm in charge here. I have saved your ungrateful asses 100 times over since you got here. I know what I'm doing, and if any one of you thinks you know better than me how to do my job, you're welcome to it."
She glared at the crowd for a few moments before continuing.
"You have a problem with how things are run, how decisions are made. There's the goddamn door."
She pointed to the bus that had driven forward to allow the convoy passage out. The second bus remained in place, ready to open when the first bus had closed.
"We are going to be here for a while, and if you are going to behave like animals, then we don't need you. Go back to your living space, your petty cliques and suburban politics. Go back to bitching about how things are run and how rations are low. Go back to playing cards and squabbling over supplies, but leave us alone to do our job."
Dr. Rosenthal had assumed a demeanor much larger than her stature, and the crowd began to disperse. Carl shifted his vehicle into drive, noting how the small woman summoned the fury to intimidate an angry mob into backing down. Her fire was something sorely lacking in the fleet. Sergeant Keel looked at Carl and nodded at him. "We're leaving," Carl said over the communications network as he pushed down on the accelerator toward the DDC exit.
"Thank God,"
someone's voice came back. The convoy followed Carl's lead and passed into the exit. The inner bus drove forward to seal off the DDC behind them, and Carl's sense of relief was matched only by his sorrow. He empathized with many of those people. A nagging sense of impending doom, day in, day out for months, was enough to drive anyone to madness. The DDC was dying in more ways than one, and it wouldn't take long for the situation there to dissolve beyond any hope of repair. The second outermost bus drove forward to reveal the ruins of San Diego. With the desolate suburbs before him, Carl was met with an odd sensation. The simplicity of the city, the road, and the dead were strangely comforting over the complex social breakdown of the Spring Valley DDC. Carl led his team away into the suburbs. Children sobbed. The soldiers were silent. The rear car fired some shots at a nearby band of walking corpses, and Carl pressed his communications link. "We need to conserve our ammo. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary." Pam opened her laptop, began checking her reports and maps, and paused with a concerned look on her face. "What is it?" Carl knew Pam well enough to sense when something was wrong.
"Take this next left," Pam replied.
Carl was confused, but he did as his communications specialist instructed. "What's up?"
"The WD tracking report just updated, and there's a STOG in the area," Pam replied.
STOG was a military acronym for Significant Threat or Gathering, a designation reserved for dangerous areas typically occupied by an extremely large number of living dead. A STOG was characterized by a mass of over 1,000, and in some cases tens of thousands of roving undead monsters. Convoys were advised to give them an extremely wide berth. There were always 1 or 2 STOGs in or around the city. Their movements were monitored by air and fed into the software that communications specialists used to plot the safest course. Because they were continuously moving, STOGs were notoriously difficult to track, particularly at night. There was the additional danger that a completely new and untracked stog could spring up from nowhere, as hundreds of wandering ghouls spontaneously clumped together for no discernible reason. Unofficially, the acronym stood for Shit Ton of Ghouls. "How close are we?" Carl asked. Pam turned her laptop monitor to face Carl. A map of the city was overlaid with color-coded regions reminiscent of a weather map. Blue stood for mostly clear, green for somewhat infested, yellow for heavily overrun. Red indicated a densely packed mosh pit of teeth, claws, and death. They were in a yellow zone, on the edge of a red zone. Carl glanced down briefly. "Is that right? This doesn't seem any worse than when we came through." "Contact!" Private Richard's voice came over the communications network. "Contact!" Private Barona's voice followed. "Holy fuck! Contact!" Miguel's voice finished. The wail of corpses rose up like a tidal wave. Thousands of wild dead washed forth from between buildings, like a flood converging upon Convoy 19 from every direction. Chapter 15. Suffocating blackness filled the soundproof room. The night's havoc had knocked out power to the music store. Twice, Private Stenson had cracked the door for a little light, and the undead had come. Each time he had been forced to close the door and thrust the room back into darkness. He dared not crack the door again. The studio was nigh impenetrable, but the area around the door would need to be relatively clear if they were going to escape. When the truck had smashed through the music store wall, zombies had poured through the hole, and guards from every corner of the DDC converged to hold them back. Private Stenson had tried to help the situation initially, but he had been forced to retreat when his ammunition ran low. In the darkness, soldiers could not tell the undead from civilian or fellow soldier from flesh-hungry ghoul. The confusion was lethal, and it took less than 15 minutes for chaos to deliver the DDC into the hungry jaws of the undead.
"Is he dead?"
Vanessa asked. The teenage girl had reacted quickly when the dead began to pour into the DDC. Unlike the many civilians who woke in a confusion that cost them their lives, Vanessa's sense of self-preservation was in control the second she awoke. She had bolted directly toward the back offices. "No, he's sleeping," Private Stenson answered. It had been his duty to ensure that the terminally ill Liam would not rise as a ghoul. But Liam had not yet passed. His breathing was shallow, his pulse was weak, but he was alive. The prospect of being trapped in pitch blackness with someone who was certain to transform into a flesh-eating monster was unsettling, and Private Stenson had been tempted to take matters into his own hands. However, he had thus far decided against it. Doomed as Liam was, he was still alive. "Private?" Kelly Damico's voice came over his radio. "I'm here, Dr. D. What's up?" Stenson answered. "It's morning. Are you ready?" Kelly asked. There was no sense of time within the soundproof studio. Mere minutes felt like hours. Other senses began to compensate for the lack of vision, and the mind began to play tricks. Was that Liam's pulse or his own? Was there a fourth person breathing somewhere in the small room? Was that Vanessa moving, or something else? "I don't think I can do this," Vanessa confessed nervously. "You can. Come here. I'll show you one more time." Vanessa had never shot a gun, but Stenson had tried to teach her through touch. He was not confident in her ability by any stretch of the imagination, but he had chosen to keep his doubts to himself. With any luck, she wouldn't have to fire the pistol at all, and he would be able to help keep the undead at bay long enough to cover their escape. "Give us a minute, Dr. D," Stenson answered back over the radio. "Here, give me your hands." Over the course of the evening, he had given Vanessa 6 identical lessons in how to shoot a pistol by guiding her hands along its contours. It had amazed him that, in the midst of an undead apocalypse, he had managed to become trapped with the one person on Earth who still had no idea how to use a firearm. She was terrified of guns, and her fear had not diminished with his lessons. When the training was complete, Private Stenson left the pistol in Vanessa's hands to reinforce the idea that, in the coming minutes, she might have to use the weapon to protect herself. Private Stenson shook Liam until he awoke. "What? What is it?" Liam asked, as unconsciousness threatened to retake him.
"Do you know what's happening?" Private Stenson asked. "Do you know where we are?"
Liam paused for a second, sifting through his thoughts. His mind swam through mud, and it took him a moment to arrive at an answer.
"We're trapped. We're going to try to escape."
"That's right. Vanessa and I can't carry you in your cot, so you're going to have to hold on to my back. Are you ready?" Private Stenson crouched down to hoist the feeble man onto his shoulders, but Liam did not move.
"No, I don't think so,"
Liam replied weakly. Stenson sighed. He had been through this 3 times already, and he had hoped he wouldn't have to go through it again.
"Listen, Liam, I have a better idea,"
Liam interrupted in a surprisingly strong tone.
"Leave me here with your pistol, and I'll draw them to me. You take Vanessa with you and get to the roof."
"You want me to leave you here?" Private Stenson asked, dumbstruck. Stenson had hidden his doubts about their chances, but had remained outwardly positive for the sake of Liam and Vanessa. He would have to carry Liam while holding off an onslaught of undead, defend Vanessa while she checked the other rooms for survivors, and finally climb through the window in the back office with the undead nipping at their heels. None of this would be easy. With Liam over one shoulder, it had seemed hopeless. Private Stenson had nearly written off their chances, but he was determined not to give up without a fight.
"You can't carry me. Who are you kidding?"
Liam sat up in bed. He took a moment to get his bearings, and Stenson could tell it was a struggle for the dying man even to move.
"I'm fucked. But you two can make it out."
"You know they're going to rip you apart. It won't be this quiet, peaceful death in your sleep." Stenson didn't mean to be so blunt, but he figured the man ought to be fully aware of what he was facing.
"How many bullets in that pistol?" Liam asked.
15.
"Then I'll count to 14, Liam replied. "I've spent this entire disaster on the sidelines, Private. Guys like you have been giving up their lives for months now, and I've been lying in bed, waiting to die. I'm going to die today, or if you make it to the roof with me, I'll die tomorrow or the next day, and all I will have done will have been to screw over your chances. Let me die, Private. Let me die for something good."
Stenson hit the talk button on his radio.
"Dr. Damico?"
"What's up?" Kelly's voice came back.
"We have a change of plans."
It took a few minutes of convincing and double-checking to know that Liam knew what he was getting into, but in the end, everyone agreed. Liam would stay behind while Private Stenson and Vanessa made their escape. Liam was weak, and Private Stenson still had his doubts. But once Liam's adrenaline hit his system, Stenson imagined Liam would be able to function long enough to do what he had to do. Private Stenson dragged Liam's cot next to the door and angled him so he'd be able to fire at anything coming down the hallway toward him. "Are you guys ready?"
"Yeah,"
Vanessa answered.
"Let's rock,"
Liam replied, the weakness in his voice betraying the confidence in his words.
"Liam,"
Stenson was hit by an intense wave of gratitude.
"I'm counting to 14 too."
"Thank you."
"Good luck,"
Liam replied. Private Stenson swung the office door open. A corpse instantly whirled on them, and Stenson drove the butt of his rifle into the creature's skull. The ghoul's head snapped backward, and a gout of thick black blood oozed from a shattered face. It groaned in hunger and continued reaching for prey. Stenson kicked it away and smashed his rifle into the zombie a second time. The damage had already been done, though. A chorus of wails rose up behind them. Every ghoul in the DDC was now after them. Private Stenson and Vanessa hurried to the opposite office door and banged on it.
"Anyone alive in there? Open up!"
Vanessa looked behind them and screamed. A densely packed mass of ghouls was pressing toward them through the narrow hallway. Their silhouettes were outlined by the morning sun, which shone through the huge hole in the music store wall. Liam's first pistol shot echoed through the building, and Private Stenson was struck by the image of every walking corpse in a mile radius being drawn toward the noise.
"Open up if you want to live. We're going to the roof."
The door flung open, and a woman made eye contact with Private Stenson before looking down the hallway toward the oncoming ghouls. Another 3 shots rang out from the soundproof room. "Come on!" Private Stenson took the woman's hand. A preteen girl and a teenage boy followed as he led them down the hallway toward the back office. 2 more pistol shots thundered down the hallway, and Stenson pounded on the back office door. "Open up! Now!" 5 more shots rang out from Liam's position, and the private turned and aimed his rifle down the hall. The press was moving toward them, some breaking off into the soundproof room. He took careful aim at the lead ghoul before firing and sighting the second. "Open up!" "Oh my God!" the woman screamed, her eyes wide with panic. "We're trapped! We have to go back!" 3 more pistol shots came from the soundproof room, and 3 walking corpses tumbled to the ground. "No, stay with me!" Private Stenson turned, took aim at the lock, and fired twice before kicking the door open. A ravenous ghoul on the other side was knocked back against the opposite wall as it was snarling back at the intruders. Stenson pulled the trigger of his rifle again, and a crimson spray exploded from the zombie's skull. He quickly went to a window where a white bedsheet dangled from the roof. He slammed the butt of his rifle through the window pane, and glass showered the office floor. With a couple of sweeps of his rifle, he knocked away most of the jagged shards that remained. "Go!" Private Stenson ordered. He hoisted the preteen girl onto the improvised rope before taking up a defensive position just outside the door. The girl gasped with fear as she saw the drop outside the window, but as soon as she gripped the sheet, she vanished upward. The voices of those on the roof came down through the open window. "Hoist her up! Go! Go!" A final 15th pistol shot rang out from Liam's room, and Private Stenson bit his lip. Liam was gone, his last bullet spent to ensure he would not join the living dead. A handful of undead would be occupied with Liam's corpse, but that majority would continue their pursuit down the hall. He glanced at Vanessa, who gripped the sheet and disappeared out the window, leaving only the woman and the teenage boy. With controlled breaths, Private Stenson took aim down the hall. He squeezed the trigger, and the closest monster dropped to its knees before toppling face first onto the floor. He took aim and shot once more, and the next monster dropped. He aimed and fired again. A third. The gut-wrenching click of his empty chamber rang in his ears. He rolled into the office and slammed the door just as the first corpse made a clumsy lunge toward him. The legs of the last civilian woman disappeared out of view, and he clambered toward the window. "Come on, Private!" Dr. Damico's voice came through the radio and echoed in real time from the roof above. "Come on!" Private Stenson heard the office door behind him slam open. He gripped the sheet, hoisted himself up, and kicked himself out the window. A claw caught his pant leg, and he swung back hard into the broken window. Shards of broken glass ground into his legs, and he grunted in pain as he fought against his attackers. A second and third hand pulled at him, and soon the window was filled with snarling, hungry faces snapping after him. Then he heard the sound of tearing linen, and panic threatened to overwhelm him. If he couldn't make it to the roof, his only option would be a several-story drop down a rocky rise. That, or be torn apart. Dr. Damico lay on her stomach, her outstretched hand reaching desperately toward him. "Come on!" He heaved himself upward against the broken glass with all his might. Blood from his cuts ran down the side of the wall in thin streams. The sheet tore loose, and he felt the undead pulling at him through the window. He kicked away, resolved to take his chances with the fall, when something caught his wrist. "I've got you." Kelly hung off the roof at her waist, her face red and furrowed as she struggled against Stenson's weight. "Grab her! Pull her!" someone shouted. Kelly's face was beet red under the strain of holding a grown man's weight. "I can't." Dozens of hands reached through the window after Private Stenson. Pallid faces mashed together like a wall of hungry death. They snarled and snapped after the prey that was slipping from their grasp. Stenson kicked and scrabbled up the side of the building. A second civilian reached down to grab him, then a third. Within seconds, he had been pulled safely to the roof. "Damn, you're heavy," Kelly huffed and puffed with her hands on her knees. Thanks. Stenson placed his hand on her shoulder. You saved my ass. Don't mention it. Kelly stood up and arched her back, a look of pain on her face. Every WD in the building is in that back office, Stenson mustered. Good, Kelly replied, getting to her feet. We have to go back down there. Chapter 16. The mounted guns atop the Humvees poured devastation in 360 degrees. A chorus of nightmarish howls rose to a crescendo, and hundreds of shambling dead surged toward the convoy. Children screamed in terror at the sound of gunfire and rampaging undead. Within seconds, the street was filled with thousands of bloodthirsty monsters. Gore exploded around the vehicles as .50 caliber devastation cut through the host in a constant stream of annihilation. Barely a minute passed before the first voice came over the network. I'm low. Me too, another voice answered. Close the hatches, Miguel shouted as the guns went dry. The vehicles plowed forward through the throngs of moaning horrors. The heavy military Humvees rocked violently under the relentless onslaught. They were buried beneath the dead within seconds. I'm pushing through, Carl announced. The military had two protocols for being surrounded by a swarm of endless zombies. They could push through the mass and hope their vehicles endured, or teams could hide inside their impenetrable armored vehicles and wait for rescue. The latter wasn't an option in this case. Aside from having limited rations among the crew, there were nearly a dozen children in each vehicle that would require food and water as well. They wouldn't last a day when the California sun turned their vehicles into ovens. There was also the possibility that a rescue mission might not be mounted at all. Carl pressed on the gas. His 4-ton vehicle plowed forward. Ghouls bounced like rag dolls over and around the car. The chorus of moans grew louder as they drove deeper into the heart of the swarm. Control, Convoy 19 has encountered a Stog. Request air support 3 miles west of... Pam shouted into the communications network. The convoy initially had physics on its side, but Carl could already feel it turning against him. Every cadaver that bounced off the vehicle took a fraction of his momentum away. The powerful engine roared, but the tires began to slip, and his speed dropped. Richards, push me, Carl ordered. What? Richards' voice came over the network, confused. Push me, hurry, before I lose all my momentum. Carl pressed on the gas, but could feel his tires slip. His RPMs were holding precariously in the red. Carl's vehicle jerked forward as the Humvee behind him slammed into his rear. The force of the two vehicles together slowed the loss of momentum, and they pressed on. A gentle buzzing sound rose into a thundering drone above the moans and growls outside. Out of the horde rose a plume of dust and debris. Miguel looked out the window past the faces leering at them. A Super Cobra! Convoy 19, this is Air Zero. Remain on your current heading. Do not stop. Things are going to get worse before they get better. A voice came over the network. A Marine helicopter hovered overhead, pouring streams of Vulcan cannon firepower into the undulating mass. We're going to try to thin things out for you, but there's a lot of WDs down there. Verona, you need to push Richards. I'm getting bogged down again, Carl ordered. With another bang, Carl's car flew forward. The three vehicles pushed together as one, their engines roaring in unison, their tires grinding relentlessly onward onto a street now slick with gore and limbs. Undead howled and clawed at the vehicles as they were crushed beneath the unstoppable armored trucks. Progress slowed to a crawl, but they continued advancing. The Super Cobra above cut huge swaths through the swarm, slowing the onslaught, but an ocean of howling undead came at them like a deluge of claws and fangs. It's starting to clear, Pam shouted. Keep pushing, Carl ordered. You're almost there, 19. Keep it up. The Super Cobra pilot's voice came back over the network. Carl floored the accelerator. His Humvee plowed into a small, clear patch of freedom. We're out! A highway on-ramp ahead, occupied by a handful of ghouls, came into view beneath a tattered black billboard. The sign read, Hope, in white letters next to an image of a glowing crucifix. Some church had, perhaps in the closing days of the apocalypse, wanted to spread an inspirational message. Carl smiled, but his joy was short-lived as he veered up the ramp and onto the highway. Graffiti came into view. Letters added to the sign in blood-red spray paint created the word "Hopeless." Thick red streaks ran down the sign from the paint and pooled at the bottom like a puddle of blood. Carl frowned as he accelerated. Optimism was all too rare in this new world, and destroying a heartwarming message like that seemed wrong. "Oh, shit! Something's wrong!" Richard's voice came over the network. Carl looked in his mirror to see the middle vehicle rolling to a stop, smoke pouring from its engine. He stomped on the brakes, threw his vehicle into reverse, and headed back towards his team. Pam immediately shouted into her headset, "You still up there, Air Zero?" "Still here, 19. What's up?" The pilot's voice came back.
"Gonna need you to lay down some heat on that on-ramp back there. We have a problem," Pam responded. "We have a breakdown."
"On it." The sound of the war machine hovering into position above them was small comfort as the vanguard of the multitude behind them began to stagger up the on-ramp. Miguel swung the Humvee door open as it came to a stop and stepped into a nightmare. Guns and rotors from the Super Cobra drowned out all sound in an oppressive rumble. The undead scattered through the immediate area, turned, and locked eyes on the convoy team. Rotting corpses slithered and slunk from behind broken-down cars and over the concrete median. A nearby ghoul in a biker's jacket and Harley-Davidson t-shirt stumbled toward Miguel. Miguel took aim, fired, and the monster fell. Even the sound of his rifle was barely audible in the roar. He slung his gun over his shoulder, moved to the rear of his vehicle, and unraveled the heavy coiled chains. Sergeant Quinn, Specialist McAfee, and Private Barona emerged from their rear car. They fanned out over the highway, popping off shots into the shambling mass. The helicopter above poured firepower into the on-ramp. Huge arcs of carnage cut through the swarm, but it continued relentlessly up and toward the disabled convoy. Private Richards and Sergeant Ornstein emerged from their broken-down vehicle, firing their weapons. As quickly as they could drop a roaming corpse, 3 more took its place. The host was building by the second. Pam and Carl climbed atop their Hummer. They used their elevated position to cover their compatriots. With careful, precise shots, they picked off the undead that approached the convoy's flanks. The corpses piled up in heaps of 2 and 3, then 4 and 5. A moat of bodies began to build around the convoy. Miguel dragged the 2 chains, one in each hand, toward the disabled vehicle. His work would take mere seconds, but seconds were in short supply. He stepped around a skinny undead woman in a black tank top that read "Pink." The limping corpse reached clumsily for Miguel, then turned in pursuit. Carl took aim, pulled his trigger, and watched a plume of black skull fragments erupt from the monster's cranium. Pam fired at a blood-covered child that scrabbled after Sergeant Ornstein. The skin was torn from its fingers, and dried, bloody crusts of its flesh caked around exposed bone. The monster tumbled lifelessly to the ground, and Pam looked for another target. She aimed at the head of a man in a bathrobe, his abdomen torn open and his intestines dragging on the ground. She put a bullet in his skull. A dead woman in a police uniform followed. Pam fired. Next came an elderly man in overalls, his beard matted thickly with blood. Down. A tattered woman missing one arm stumbled clumsily toward the convoy crewman. Click. Pam's stomach dropped. "Ornstein! Behind you!" She screamed, but her shout was drowned in the tumult. Ornstein was oblivious. Firing shot after shot into the approaching swarm, his attention was focused on the mass working its way toward them. Frantically, Pam punched her communication system. "Ornstein, look out!" She jumped from the top of her Humvee and broke into a sprint. The one-armed woman wrapped herself around Ornstein and dug her teeth into his shoulder. Blood shot from an artery, and Ornstein stumbled backward under the woman's weight. Ornstein twisted out of her grip and shoved her off him before unloading a series of rifle shots into her face. Pam rushed to Ornstein, but he shook his head and waved her away. He fell to one knee as blood poured from his severed artery. Ornstein then dropped his empty rifle and drew his sidearm. A ghoul in ragged blue jeans and a t-shirt stumbled towards him. Ornstein put a pistol shot through the monster's knee. It tumbled into him, and they fell to the ground. Ornstein's attacker was joined by a second, then a third ghoul, and his screams of agony were carried away by the thunder of the helicopter above. "No!" Richard shouted. He rushed over to Pam with his sidearm drawn. He nearly went weak in the knees when he saw the monsters tearing into Ornstein. "No," he mumbled, but the undead were already losing interest in Ornstein and locking onto Pam and Richards with murderous intent. A ring of undead began to press in on Pam and Richards. They backed toward the rear Hummer. A wall of leering faces and outstretched claws reached for them. "Get back in the cars!" Carl screamed. He watched as Sergeant Quinn swung his empty rifle like a club at a mass of walking corpses. Specialist McAfee joined him with his combat knife, stabbing at snarling ghouls. Private Barona had fixed his bayonet to his rifle. He jabbed at the monsters closing around him. The three soldiers were fighting back to back. The horde surrounded them. Suddenly, Private Barona went down under a dog pile of undead. McAfee dove after him, and both of them vanished into the swarm. Quinn realized he was surrounded. He climbed a pile of corpses in hopes of gaining the high ground. He smashed his rifle into undead arms and faces. All the while, he looked back toward the spot where his fellow soldiers had fallen. He was searching, hoping his friends would emerge triumphant. No one did. Quinn lost his footing, stumbled, and fell. He vanished into the mound of corpses. Within seconds, a dozen ravenous ghouls were upon him. Miguel finished the work of securing the lead car to the second, and he turned around to find 10 zombies closing in on him. Cut off from his comrades, he hoisted himself atop the Humvee. Rotting undead claws reached for him while he pounded frantically on the Humvee gun hatch. Miguel kicked and punched the ghouls who climbed after him. Just as it looked as though he would be overtaken, the hatch flung open. Miguel slipped inside, closed it behind him, and the vehicle disappeared beneath a shrieking pile of insane monsters. Richards turned to Pam and nodded at her. "Get inside!" he screamed. Turning back toward the wall of undead that surrounded them, he barreled forward, holding his rifle like a club. "No!" Pam screamed in protest. It was too late, and as quickly as Richards killed a ghoul, 2 more jumped on him. The first bite took a chunk out of his forearm, and the second his thigh. "Go! Get inside! Go!" Richards screamed as he fell. Pam's eyes welled with tears as her comrade was torn apart. Wordlessly, she opened the Humvee, pulled herself into it, and closed the door behind her. The thunder of the helicopter above was muffled by the rain of dozens of fists beating on the vehicle's armored shell. Carl watched as his team was consumed by the onslaught. The Super Cobra had backed away from the on-ramp and moved directly above him. It rotated in position, unleashing a constant stream of destruction into the undead. Their bodies piled high in a ring, and their mangled comrades relentlessly clambered over the heaps. Pam was now in the rear Humvee, and Miguel in the disabled middle. They and the children were safe for the moment. They would have to leave now if there was any hope for survival, and Carl reluctantly slid in through the gun hatch of his own lead vehicle. He sealed the hatch behind him. More walking dead came to press themselves against his windows and hiss hungrily at the living within. The children in the back of Carl's Hummer wept hysterically. Carl bit his lip and closed his eyes for a moment. He was dizzy, conflicted, angry, overwhelmed by the loss of his men. These weren't the first men he had lost, but there was something different this time. He felt like he was leaving something behind, something vital. Shifting the vehicle into gear was a feat of will. "Damn it!" he shouted. "God damn it! God fucking damn it!" Carl opened his eyes, hit the gas, and jolted forward through the mass of bodies that lay before him. "Fuck you, you goddamn motherfuckers!" His engine protested against the weight of the second vehicle dragging behind him. He looked in his rearview mirror. The third Humvee erupted out of the mob to follow his lead. After a few minutes, the mayhem vanished behind them. The wail of the undead faded, and the roar of the helicopter quieted as it ascended. Vacant highway stretched before them, and the convoy was heading home. "God fucking damn it!" he screamed again as he plowed through a handful of undead. "Fuck you!" He swerved and smashed into a rotting cadaver wearing a tattered business suit. "You're clear, Convoy 19. The voice of Air Zero came over the network somberly. "You're clear." "Goddamn motherfucking shit!" Carl screamed, pounding the roof of his vehicle with his fist over and over again. "You're clear." Chapter 17. "The convoys are at their end, Admiral," Dr. Henry Damico stated confidently. He stood on the bridge of the aircraft carrier. The sounds of the command center seemed to fade away as the Admiral's attention focused on him. "It's time to pull our remaining ground forces out, ration the resources we have, and say goodbye to the mainland for a while." Admiral Macmillan set his jaw and nodded in agreement. He received daily reports from San Diego, and Henry's recommendation aligned with the information he had been getting for weeks. Henry could tell the Admiral had been waiting for the moment when he could finally cut the fleet's tether to a mainland overflowing with walking dead and helpless civilian refugees. "I'll order Captain Sheridan to reserve one convoy mission to San Onofre and withdrawal from the docks." "San Onofre?" one of the senators sitting behind the Admiral inquired with a curious tone. Dr. Damico sighed. Whenever he issued a briefing, the civilian leadership aboard the USS Ronald Reagan was included. As was typical, they had neglected to read his last report. He wondered why he bothered wasting the paper, a resource which, like much else, was finite. "We have to evacuate San Onofre and shut the power plant down, Senator." "Won't evacuating the San Onofre plant cut off power to the DDCs?" the senators asked. "Thousands of people in Southern California depend on that energy. We can't just shut the plant down." The Admiral's anger was impossible to hide. Behind clenched teeth, he spoke with quiet rage to the statesman. "Unfortunately, sir, you are correct. The San Diego DDCs and anyone else within several hundred miles will have their power shut off when San Onofre goes offline. This is an eventuality that has been included in your briefings for weeks now. Any suggestion from the civilian leadership as to how to avoid the situation would be most welcome. If you're going to make suggestions, however, could you please bother to read your goddamn reports? Educate yourselves on the finer points of the goddamn situation and provide commentary 2 or 3 weeks prior to the same goddamn day I'm going to be issuing an order." A congressman who clearly missed the Admiral's point and, emboldened by his colleague's interruption, replied, "We could keep the plant running indefinitely and add additional personnel to complement defenses." The other statesmen at the table nodded in agreement. "It's a nuclear power plant. It can provide power basically forever." Leaving the San Onofre plant running was a calculated risk to begin with, Dr. Damico replied, sensing the Admiral's rage boiling over. "I made the recommendation based on our mainland evacuation efforts. Originally, the danger of shutting it down outweighed the danger of keeping it running. Now that we've gotten as many survivors and supplies out of Southern California as possible, however, it's become a liability. Outside the fact that we do not have the ability to safely manage nuclear waste material, there is a high likelihood, indeed a probability, that San Onofre will eventually succumb to a rogue civilian attack or be overwhelmed by WDs." Dr. Damico had taken to using the military acronym lately. "If that happens," the Admiral took over explanation of the situation, his rage diminishing somewhat and the flush fading from his face. "Not only will we lose equipment and personnel vital to reestablishing a land-based infrastructure, but the unmanned plant could melt down. A scram emergency shutdown is the last thing on the minds of civilian engineers and technicians busy defending themselves against throngs of flesh-craving monsters. A systematic shutdown of a nuclear reactor during a security breach is also out of the question. We don't have the military resources to defend the plant against the WDs indefinitely, and the very last thing San Diego needs is an unmanned nuclear power plant meltdown." "But," a congressman attempted to interject. The Admiral continued over the politician.
If we do not shut San Onofre down now, while we have staff in place, every survivor in Southern California currently locked in a life-and-death struggle with the WDs will experience a certain and painful death. They can either lose power or die of radiation poisoning. We've chosen the lesser of two evils. However, if the civilian leadership wishes, we can leave the San Onofre personnel and equipment in place. I will have a helicopter pilot escort you to San Onofre personally, so you can explain to those men and women who volunteered to keep the plant running under extreme circumstances that they will be left behind. You can also tell them that despite their abandonment, they will still need to keep the plant running as long as possible. Upon your return, if you return, the Admiral chuckled menacingly, you can further explain to the civilian and military personnel within this strike group that vital resources needed to reestablish mainland civilization are being used to provide power to a scattered and derelict collection of failing DDCs. Excellent idea, sirs. If only we had had your guidance at the strategy meeting 3 weeks ago. The sarcasm dripped like venom from the Admiral's tongue. We are all lucky to have your foresight and leadership. But, the Senator protested, why do we have to abandon the plant? Are we going somewhere? The Admiral snatched the Senator's brief and jabbed the corner of the folder at the Senator as he barked, I swear to fucking God, I'm keeping this. It's going in my bathroom, where it will see more use when we run out of toilet paper in a couple of months. Dr. Damico could understand Macmillan's frustration, and it was little wonder that the political establishment had led the country and the world to this point. We're running out of food, sirs. We can't stay here. The fleet is already stretched thin trying to feed the battle group, let alone the civilian fleet, which is almost entirely devoid of long-term food stores. Even drinkable water is in short supply. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better, and if they are going to get better at all, we have to establish a mainland base that has area enough to farm. The politicians stared blankly at Dr. Damico. The possibility of running out of food had clearly not occurred to any of them. Now that it had, their slow, dull minds were considering how best to address it. It was difficult to blame them on this point, however. Dr. Damico knew that the vast majority of Americans did not know what it was to miss a meal. The infrastructure that supplied food to every corner of the country had disintegrated months ago, and stockpiles had only just begun to diminish, but those stockpiles were finite. Conflicts over food within the civilian fleet would eventually be inevitable. Haven't you been paying attention to anything that's been going on around here? Admiral Macmillan shouted. The damn Mexicans are hitting us whenever they can, and that's costing us. Rogue civilians are hitting our mainland, and that's costing us. Hell, who knows what China's game plan is? WDs are just one of a shit stack of problems we're facing, and if you dumbasses can't make yourself useful... The Admiral stopped short. He did not want to tempt himself with power. The men and women under his command would follow him to hell and back. After months of listening to the politicians' perpetual incompetence, not one would blink an eye if the Admiral simply abolished the entire civilian leadership. On the eve of his promotion to Secretary of Health and Human Services, Henry and the Admiral shared a scotch and a cigar. Lips loosed by alcohol, the Admiral shared some of his internal struggle with Henry. It would be unbelievably easy simply to slip into a military dictatorship. We're on the cusp of that already, he had said. But I don't want that power. He had paused for a long while, letting Henry contemplate his words. More than that, we have a legacy here. If I succumb to the temptations of power and slip into the mindset of every military dictator in history, that will be the real end of humanity. I will have succeeded in obliterating America in a way that WDs never could. Every leader, civilian or military, who comes after me would carry on my legacy. If that happened, the new America would be nothing more than another wicked regime. It's not enough to survive. America must endure. The Admiral then turned to Henry with a laugh and a smile and slapped him on the shoulder. You think fighting the undead is hard? Try dealing with Congress. It was during that conversation that Henry truly realized how lucky the fleet was to have the Admiral in command.
"Sorry I'm late." The short, balding form of Senator Alan Nostrum waddled onto the bridge. "There was a situation aboard the Sapphire cruise ship and my helicopter was delayed."
He looked up at the gathering and at the Admiral posturing as if he was about to smack someone. Henry Damico was visibly frustrated, the senators and congressmen sitting dumb-faced and confused.
"San Onofre?"
the senator asked.
"They want to shut it down, leave thousands of people without power," one of the congressmen protested.
Nostrum climbed onto his chair and cracked his knuckles.
"Did you read your brief?"
The congressman slowly sat back in his chair, visibly embarrassed.
"Yes,"
he said slowly, hoping his lie would not be tested.
"Admiral, Dr. Damico, please forgive my associate. Without lobbyists to tell them what to do, my colleagues across the aisle don't know what to make of this whole leadership thing."
Nostrum met the gaze of the Admiral.
"Evacuating San Onofre will be fine. It's a shame there isn't an alternative, but hard times call for hard choices."
Silence reigned for a moment. The politicians were visibly frustrated, but they were also helpless. Nostrum had clearly established himself as the alpha among the group, an ambitious and intelligent man who asserted his influence over his colleagues like a chess player moves pawns. Rank-and-file career bureaucrats were unequipped to deal with leadership in a world where impossible decisions and hard facts meant the difference between life and death. Their paralysis made them into Nostrum's puppets, and a fact that met Dr. Damico with a mixture of relief and concern. As much as he appreciated Nostrum in this moment, Henry had never trusted the man. Experience had taught him that politicians, particularly skilled politicians, were always working an angle. "As I was saying, Admiral, it's time to pull out," Dr. Damico concluded. "And if I could ask—" Henry leaned into the Admiral and lowered his voice. "Isn't the Tierra Santa DDC on the way to San Onofre?"
"It certainly is, Doctor. We'll send a convoy there to retrieve some final supplies and personnel from Tierra Santa. I'll make sure Kelly is among those personnel."
The Admiral smiled as he picked up a telephone on the console in front of him and addressed his communications officer.
"Get me Captain Sheridan."
Chapter 18. The city was dead. Carl, Pam, and Miguel drove in silence, passing through the lifeless remnants of San Diego. A highway once congested with traffic was now vacant, the skeletons of abandoned and burnt-out cars littering the shoulder. Military crews had dumped them there for lack of any better place. The sun shone behind the convoy, casting the city in bright yellow light. Office buildings and skyscrapers, left in disrepair for nearly a year in a raging hellhole of a war, stood lifeless. All the windows were busted out. Warnings reading, "Dead within," "Danger, do not enter," and "Infected," were graffitied over government propaganda posters that had previously reassured the public at large that everything was under control. Terrified children sat silently in the backs of the Humvees, watching their abandoned city pass quietly by. They had spent the last several months trapped within a DDC, watching the immediate area deteriorate into an undead wasteland. The totality of the devastation was as awe-inspiring as it was spirit-crushing. The Super Cobra had taken its leave as its ammunition was spent and its fuel was limited. Air Zero had meant the difference between life and death mere moments ago, but now it was an empty metal bird that was helpless to affect events on the ground. As the naval base came into view, even the defenses that encircled its perimeter were silent. An eerie stillness had consumed the city, as if humanity and the undead, for this moment, had called a brief truce. Large yellow and red signs, "Authorized personnel only," and "Trespassers will be shot," welcomed them home. Carl barely recalled the gates opening to allow his team inside, or stepping out of his vehicle to meet Captain Sheridan. Standing face-to-face with the captain, briefing his superior on what had transpired the previous night, was an out-of-body experience. It felt like it was not even him speaking to his commander, but someone else. Pam and Miguel stood by, filling in the holes in Carl's memory.
Exhaustion and grief had finally overwhelmed them, and in this moment they were as lifeless as the monsters who roamed about outside. They reported on the civilian attack that had claimed 7 lives and 2 Humvees. They then recalled Sergeant Keel, Dr. Rosenthal, and conditions within the Spring Valley DDC. Finally, they forced themselves to recount the deadly trip back that had cost 5 more lives. The captain listened, nodded expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the children were escorted out of the convoy vehicles and into medical screening facilities. Captain Sheridan stopped periodically to jot down important details of the debriefing. He never asked any questions, nor did he communicate any disapproval of his convoy's inability to return with the personnel and supplies he had requested. When they were dismissed, Carl wandered into the mess hall for food and coffee. He was exhausted to the point of insomnia. His every step was an act of muscle memory. A cook looked at him with pitying eyes as he filled Carl's plate. Despite his mental fog, Carl couldn't help but notice the emptiness of the enormous room. There was once a time when the cafeteria would have been filled with the din of convoy teams eating, talking, and joking. Now, Carl was the only soul within. He lumbered over to a table, sat down, and sipped his coffee. He pushed his food around his plate absently. He barely noticed Pam and Miguel enter the cafeteria, fill their trays, and sit down across from him. The trio sat in silence, until Miguel spoke. That was a bad one. Miguel had pulled off his gore-covered uniform, and he sat shirtless in boxer shorts. He searched through a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Yeah, Pam replied. She took a drink of coffee and played with the strap on her laptop case. Her uniform was filthy and stained, but she was well beyond caring. Things are bad out there, Carl said, not really expecting a response. In truth, he didn't have anything to say. He had lost 12 men. The sense of responsibility for their lives weighed on his conscience. Miguel dumped out his cigarette pack. Most of its contents were broken, their tobacco spilled out like guts on the table. Only 3 remained intact, and as battered and wrinkled as they were, they could be smoked. These are my lucky cigarettes. I'm going to save these, Miguel mumbled. The door of the mess hall swung open, and the sound of Captain Sheridan's boots on the tile floor filled the room. He made his way to his team, clipboard in hand. As Pam and Miguel moved to salute, Sheridan waved them away. The act of rising and saluting was one that he would not demand of a team that had driven themselves to complete emotional and mental exhaustion. Cap? Pam looked up at Sheridan. Her eyes were heavy with black bags of fatigue. Captain Sheridan looked over the ragtag group for a moment before speaking. I'm consolidating the remnants of 12 and 7 into 19. You're the most experienced, the best crew, so you'll be lead car again. We're going back out there, sir? Carl asked with a tone mixed of equal parts surprise and anger. Your convoy will consist of 5 cars, including you, Sheridan answered. The group looked to each other with destitute expressions on their faces. For months, the teams had been consolidated into one another as losses mounted, and the situation in Southern California deteriorated. This time, however, Pam, Miguel, and Carl were convinced that the military couldn't possibly expect them to dive back into hell. There's nothing out there, Cap, Miguel replied. Our own guys are ready to shoot us. We're lucky we made it back here alive, let alone with our cars, fuel, guns, and ammo. And we ran out of ammo on our way back. Sheridan paused for a moment, judging whether to take a hard line or soft approach with this situation. He knew that his crews were barely holding it together, and chose the latter. Every trip you've made is incredibly important, not just to the people on the ships out there, but to the people trapped in the DDCs. We have to keep the convoys going until we can't. Do you understand? I realize I'm asking a lot of you, but I don't think you know how important you are. You are people's lifeline. When do we leave? Pam brought the coffee to her lips again. Her hands trembled with anxiety as she held the cup. 6 hours. 7 and 12 returned a few hours before you, and the maintenance crews will need some time to get the cars back into fighting shape. Get some rest, Sheridan replied.
"How are the other teams doing, Cap? Do they have it as bad as us?" Miguel asked, hopeful that what they had just experienced was the worst of what they could expect. Sheridan looked at the group for a minute, judging whether or not to answer that question. After everything his soldiers had been through, he figured he owed it to them. "There are no other convoy teams, Private. There are no more cars, no more crews, not even enough ammunition to stock a second convoy. You are all there is. 7 lost half their team and 4 Humvees to a civilian ambush. 12? Most of 12 just disappeared. Separated on the road. Only Car 3 made it back." Pam sighed. 5 cars? Us and 4 other crews? "Soldiers," Captain Sheridan sighed. His military rank gave him authority over his men, but he couldn't help but feel that his office job separated him from his front-line troops in a way he could never overcome. He could bark orders, intimidate, even threaten court-martial, but ultimately the convoy teams followed orders because they chose to. Appealing to their sense of duty was the only way to motivate the men and women under his command. Historically, soldiers fought for their country, for their family, for freedom, or for pay, but that structure had been consumed by the undead. Now military rank was a bygone of a forgotten era. Captain Sheridan, for all his training and experience, was no more than a courier ferrying orders from the fleet to his men and women. "You're the only remaining lifeline anyone in the DDCs has to the fleet. We need you." "We're the last convoy?" Miguel asked, wrapping his head around that notion. "That's right, Sergeant," Sheridan answered. "Convoy 19 is the last." Chapter 19. Kelly Damico held her breath as she unfolded the metal step stool. The screech of metal brackets on metal legs seemed deafening in the silence. After the stool was in position against the battered door, Kelly paused and listened for activity from the ground-floor music store. The gentle shuffling of the undead within the adjacent room was all she heard. A moan or vicious snarl would have alerted her that she had drawn the attention of the undead, but mercifully she had not. Kelly carefully set a clear plastic bin filled with pots, pans, and plates atop the stool. The door latch was splintered to pieces, and it could no longer be secured. If the door was forced open, however, at least she and the group of survivors who resided in the second-floor clinic above would have an alarm of clattering dishware. As long as everyone remained quiet, it would be unlikely that the dull-witted monsters in the neighboring room would notice any activity in the rest of the DDC. As gently as possible, she added to the pile of debris she had placed at the foot of the door: a couple of dumbbells, a small television with a shattered screen, a vacuum cleaner, and a heap of clothes piled almost to the doorknob. The barricade wouldn't prevent the undead from barging through the door if they were determined, but it would slow them and prevent some clumsy ghoul from setting off her alarm by accident. She did not want inadvertently to trigger a frenzy of activity that would place everyone on the second floor in jeopardy. She took a step back and released her breath. The racket of Dr. Thompson's death and Private Stenson's escape had the benefit of drawing every walking corpse within the DDC into the music store. While the undead dominated the ground floor for the moment, they were at least unaware of the living, many of whom were children, just up the stairs. It would take vigilance to keep it that way, but there was no choice. They were trapped. Kelly turned to Private Stenson, who kept watch at the front of the DDC. Most of the windows had been shattered, but the lot was devoid of undead. The fenced enclosure was also still intact. Ghouls were haplessly wandering about beyond the perimeter, their clumsy forms visible through the ruins of French blinds that hung in tatters on the DDC's windows. With cautious and deliberate steps, Kelly and Stenson made their way through the DDC, over the fresh corpses created in the previous night's carnage, and into the storage closet. The DDC sat in absolute ruin. Cots, furniture, and personal effects lay strewn about, covered in gore. The storage closet, however, had remained secure. The food stores within, capable of feeding over 70 refugees, would stretch far longer, feeding a couple dozen men, women, and children. They each grabbed a plastic bin of food and supplies and tiptoed back out into the clinic. The constant baritone moans of ghouls in the next room and outside obscured the sound of their footsteps. They quietly made their way back to the stairwell before Kelly stopped, set her bin down on the floor, and disappeared back into the storage closet. She reemerged with a bucket of wood stain before picking her bin back up and continuing up the stairs at the back of the room. A man keeping watch gestured for them to hurry, and the second they were up and out of the stairwell, a dozen people reassembled the barricade they had thrown together the night before. The barrier was useless, perhaps capable of delaying an undead onslaught by a few seconds. The door behind it was less a door and more a tattered and broken strip of splintered wood, but it was all they had. Relocation was not currently an option. "Okay," Kelly whispered as the families gathered around intently. "We have enough rations for a few days right now if we stretch. I don't want to have to go back downstairs for as long as possible. Keep your food on you at all times. If we have to leave here, we're going to have to do it in a hurry and under uncertain circumstances. Make sure your kids have a couple days' rations in their survival packs, and don't forget to keep your water bottles full. We should only run the bathroom faucet at a trickle. The noise of the pipes might," someone said. "Good idea. And keep your kids quiet. Talking should be fine, but no screaming or loud crying," Kelly continued. "No toilet flushing either. We need to use buckets," Nicole, a blonde-haired woman who had shown some initiative, suggested. "Good thinking. Make sure your kids know. Also, we need to start devising a plan if we have to evacuate. I believe we're safe for the moment, but—" Kelly trailed off. "Divide up the food fairly. I'll be on the roof." Kelly left the families to separate the rations as they saw fit. She was in crisis management mode and had to trust that someone would take charge of rationing. There was plenty of food at the moment, but Kelly had figured it was a good idea to give everyone something to focus on. Without Dr. Thompson, guards, or staff, Kelly had realized that she was not only on her own, but she would also need some of her fellow survivors to step up and take charge. Private Stenson, Nicole, it didn't matter, but she would need someone to rely on. Food rationing seemed like a good first test to identify both natural leaders and anyone who might be a problem. She scooped up the bucket of wood stain and made her way to the roof of the music store. The heat of the midday sun was oppressive, but the fresh air, as fresh as it could be with the reek of decay wafting on the wind, was welcome over the stench of body odor and death festering in the clinic. The crowd of ghouls wandering about outside ignored her while she surveyed the area. As secure a position as the Tierra Santa DDC was, it was also isolated atop its rise. If they had to escape, it would be nearly impossible. There were nearby commercial buildings, abandoned and unsecured, but to get there would require a mad dash through a sea of undead. On the other side of the DDC was a sharp drop into an overgrown lot. A rusty swing set sat in the middle of a ruined city park that was now occupied by roving corpses and abandoned vehicles. Figuring a way to get down would be challenging in and of itself, but once down, where could they go? Downtown San Diego was ruled by the dead, and finding a safe place would be a roll of the dice. The DDC's natural defenses had become the very things that confined them. If they did have to evacuate, very few survivors, if any, would make it. Frustrated, Kelly dipped a rag into the bucket of brown-colored wood stain and began scrawling on the wall of the clinic. The moans of the undead carried through the stillness, and Kelly noticed the absence of other sounds echoing through the city for the first time. The distant gunfire, the rumble of helicopter blades, and the faraway screams that echoed through the streets were things that she had grown accustomed. Now, they were all eerily lacking, and their absence was unsettling. "What's our best-case scenario?" Private Stenson's voice startled Kelly. Kelly turned from her work to see him standing in the doorway. A few hours had passed since he had risked his life to rescue a handful of civilians trapped in the music store offices, and yet he stood ready to help in any capacity he could. He had watched her back while she snuck down to the ground floor for food and supplies, and this 18-year-old kid had shown more presence of thought than many people twice his age. With the staff, guards, and Dr. Thompson all dead, and her husband, Henry, in some far-off naval ship, Private Stenson was the closest thing she had to a friend. Best case. Kelly thought for a few seconds as she considered the question. She hadn't actually considered a best-case scenario until now. She had gotten used to living moment to moment. Best case is if a military convoy swings by and gives us a ride out of here, ideally to the fleet. Private Stenson pondered Kelly's answer as he limped toward her. He absently worked a piece of bloody glass out of his leg. He looked at it before throwing it away, and then he picked up a rag. "You should let me look at that," Kelly offered as she continued her work. As young men were wont to do, Stenson had stubbornly denied any medical attention after his escape from the music store. "I'm fine." Stenson dipped his rag into the wood stain and began helping Kelly thicken the letters she had been scrawling on the brick. "When might a convoy arrive?" "We've been out of contact with the military for weeks now, and they haven't been keeping to the schedule for months. Could be today, could be tomorrow, and could be never," Kelly answered. She no longer had the strength to sugarcoat the situation, and honesty poured out of her. "Convoys have been taking more than giving these days anyway. Food, supplies, and personnel. It's entirely possible a convoy could arrive here, see the situation, and simply turn around and abandon us to our fates. Or maybe they'll get here, take all our food, and leave without us." Private Stenson did not reply. He continued to help stain the wall with one hand, while digging another piece of glass out of his hip with the other. His pants were soiled red with the blood of his effort. They worked in silence, and the stillness of the city overcame them. A million emotions swam together as they considered their predicament of hopelessness, fear, and anger. It had been impossible to forget the apocalypse that threatened to consume them all, but they had slipped into a state of detachment within the DDC, protected and supplied by the military. They had assumed a false sense of security of the horror that was erupting all around was no longer happening to them. They had convinced themselves that the far-off screams and gunfire were mere sounds of the city, not real events happening to real people. Now that their illusions had been shattered and the adrenaline had worn off, it was time to embrace the reality of their dire predicament. Kelly and the private finished their task, stood back from the wall, and assessed their work. "So what's the worst-case scenario?" Stenson asked, sliding an inch-long piece of glass out of his hip and throwing it over the edge of the building. "We're on our own, the convoy will never come, we'll run out of food eventually, or the dead will find us," Kelly stated grimly. Private Stenson nodded with a frown. "Are you an optimist or a pessimist, Dr. D?" Kelly assessed the large letters scrawled in dark brown on the side of the clinic reading, "Alive inside." There must be thousands of signs like this throughout the city, on the sides of office buildings, skyscrapers, and houses. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her cellular phone. She looked at it, hoping she'd see a message from her husband. There wasn't one, only a flashing light that read, "Low battery." "I'm a realist," Kelly replied. Chapter 20. Captain Sheridan entered the stone-silent briefing room. 5 three-man convoy teams stood at attention in unison. "As you were, soldiers," he responded. A mere 6 months ago, this room would have been filled with 60 crewmen who would sit and joke amongst each other, receive mission details, and rush out to man an armada of Humvees and trucks. Back then, the San Diego docks housed all the convoy teams, ferry captains, maintenance crews, and administrative personnel tasked with frontline logistics. Today, the docks were empty, a huge sprawling complex of vacant corridors and silent barracks. Now, there were only 15 crewmen, and only one convoy remained, Convoy 19. When military operations in California began, no one suspected that the convoy teams would endure such staggering casualty rates.
These were the kinds of statistics that would one day share a page with World War II RAF bomber squads and German U-boat crews. Over time, the joking and sharing of adventure stories had been replaced with quiet discussion of past missions or of fellow soldiers who were now either dead or walked among the ranks of the dead. Today, no one spoke, as morale was low, and the soldiers had been pushed to their breaking point. The convoy team sat back down, and the captain stepped behind a podium at the front of the room. The tension was palpable. Briefings like this had been rare in recent months. They had been reserved for only the most complex and dangerous of logistical operations involving dozens of teams. Being summoned to the briefing room had become a bad omen among the soldiers. Captain Sheridan stood quietly for a moment and looked at the men and women under his command. In a year's time, they had gone from inexperienced soldiers, many fresh out of high school, to hardened veterans aged beyond their years. His eyes lingered on Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey. That man had never lost a soldier to desertion, but he had seen more men and women die under his command than any other team leader. This was due in part to the fact that he was the longest active-duty team leader by far. Carl hid the pain, as all commanders do, but Sheridan could sense it. Leaders haunted by their losses shared a silent bond as powerful as it was intangible. If this was not to be the last convoy mission, he would have placed Sergeant First Class Harvey on leave, sending him and the rest of his team to the fleet to heal the scars of the past year. The man had already endured too much. "Today's the day, ladies and gentlemen," he said with a forced smile. He hadn't smiled a genuine smile in months, but he kept as positive an outward demeanor as possible for the sake of morale. His leadership style was not the do-or-die, hard-nosed style of men like Patton. It was rather a softer and more empathetic, yet direct approach that fostered morale like the precious resource it was. Even Patton had deserters who, in this new world, needed to be avoided at all costs. Every soldier who deserted not only took with them precious training and manpower, but vital resources such as ammunition, rations, even vehicles. No one would be served by adding weight to spirits that already struggled under their existing burden. The dour group sat up in their chairs, their interest piqued by the captain's upbeat tone, forced as it was. Their glum looks changed to furrowed brows of curiosity. Nervous leg-shaking ceased, and brooding minds focused on a man who never delivered new orders with a smile. "I have here the details of our next mission. Our very last mission, the mission we've all been waiting for." The captain held up a manila envelope, taunting his team. "We driving to Honolulu, sir? I could use a vacation," someone joked. No one laughed. Captain Sheridan's smile broke into a frown at the thought. He considered telling them the news that Hawaii was no longer under U.S. control, but he thought better of it. "Better. We're going to take a picnic on the beach outside the San Onofre nuclear power plant, so bring your swimsuits. WDs aren't invited." "They tend to be party crashers, sir." Someone else attempted to lighten the mood. For the first time in months, morale lifted. The end was in sight, and the excitement began to build. "Well, actually, this is a boat party. Your orders are to head north, get some personnel and supplies from the Tierra Santa Didi Sea, then head up to San Onofre, where the Howard and Boxer will be waiting offshore. A Chinook helicopter will load you and your cargo onto the ships, and we'll be kissing the mainland goodbye for a little while." Captain Sheridan attempted to make the mission sound as simple as possible. "Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey, Specialist Pam Grace, Sergeant Miguel Ramos. You already know you'll be lead car. Try not to get killed. I'd like to get my picture taken while pinning medals on you before that happens." "Medals?" Miguel asked with a smile. "How about a nice steak dinner instead?" "Sorry, Ramos, you know cows can't swim. I'll see if I can rustle up some frozen ground beef patties, though, and you can have a hamburger." He grinned. 20 minutes, soldiers. Dismissed." Pam smiled as she stood and approached the podium with her 4 fellow communications specialists. Sheridan handed out manila envelopes filled with requisition orders, directions, and satellite photographs. "This really it, sir?" Pam asked, and never shy about communicating her desire to put the convoy runs to an end. "This is it, Specialist," the captain nodded. "And another thing," Sheridan spoke up, addressing the soldiers shuffling out of the briefing room. "As soon as we close the gate behind you, we're abandoning the docks, and the ferries are joining the civilian fleet. This is a one-way trip, soldiers, so make sure you're packed and ready to go." "Thank God," Pam mumbled, as she popped open her envelope and disappeared down the hallway. The laughter and rowdiness trailed out of the briefing room and into the hallway until Captain Sheridan was left with his thoughts. It felt great to deliver good news for a change, but there was bitterness, too. He scooped up his paperwork and ran his fingers along the wrinkled binding of the small black Bible he kept hidden within. "Thank God," he repeated Pam's words as he considered them. He made his way out of the briefing room and past the boisterous soldiers horsing around and packing their belongings. Then he entered the docking bay that housed the remaining convoy vehicles. The first time he entered this room, there had been over 100 Humvees and trucks assembled in an orderly lot and equipped with enough ammunition and supplies to fight a small nation. Now, only 5 battered and dented Hummers remained. Once, several hundred maintenance personnel bustled about, attending to every detail from tire pressure to ammunition supply. Now, the needs of the fleet overshadowed the needs of the convoy teams. The number of vehicles diminished over time, and there were but a handful of mechanics remaining. It was striking how empty the dock looked now. Just the previous day, there was a choreographed ballet of logistics taking place. Only 3 lonely landing craft utility boats patiently awaited the last of their cargo before they would join the rest of the fleet. A civilian ferry sat ready to take on any additional civilian refugees remaining in the docks. It felt good to leave all this behind, but the captain wondered if this was victory, defeat, or something else entirely that his military-trained mind could not fully process. He made his way up the stairs to the command platform that overlooked the docks. He sat down in his chair next to a lone communications officer, an 18 or 19-year-old technician, who likely drew this detail for being the least senior among his team. Sheridan patiently waited for the convoy crews, opened his Bible, and felt the pages. They were thin as tissue paper between his fingers. Carefully, he thumbed to the verse he had been pondering for some time, and read it again. Revelation chapter 14, verse 13. "And I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from now on. Yes, said the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them." He then folded open the papers he used to keep his place, a handwritten list of names of the men and women who had died under his command. The list was long, and the paper was worn from having been folded, opened, and closed hundreds of times. Though they had died under his command, they were not all resting now. Many of them still walked the earth as undead monsters. His meditation was broken by the sound of the barracks door swinging open in the garage. The ruckus shattered the eerie silence, the convoy voices of the team echoing through the cavernous building. The soldiers walked in a single-file line and carried heavy backpacks, bedrolls, and rifles. They dispersed to their vehicles. Moments later, the voices came back over the communication network. "Car 3 ready. Car 1 ready to rock. Car 4 ready. Car 5 standing by. Car 2 ready." Captain Sheridan took a deep breath before giving the order. "Convoy 19. Go." He gave the order for the last time. The gates to the warehouse slid open, and the 5 Humvees jolted forward before disappearing through the door. Moments later, dozens of personnel who had been manning guard towers that protected the docks shuffled inside. They were carrying all manner of heavy machine gun, ammunition, and equipment. "Good luck, 19. See you in the fleet. Stay safe." Sheridan turned off his microphone and looked around his command platform. He felt a reluctance to leave, a sense that he had left something unfinished. He had a feeling that a chapter in his life was now closing, and a nagging fear about what the next chapter would bring.
Two enormous tanks that had flanked the entrance to the warehouse began rolling onto the docks. The awe-inspiring beasts had stood as the implacable defenders of the gates for months, and their withdrawal into the warehouse stirred something within Sheridan. It was as if those monstrosities, who could endure an eternity of relentless dead, were saying to the legions that now controlled North America, "You win this round, but we'll be back." "We'll be back," Sheridan whispered, as he flipped the breaker switches to the command platform and thrust the dock into near twilight. The last of the soldiers meandering through the garage toward the ships became nothing more than a somber procession of faceless shadows. His teenage communications officer slid past him on the stairs and jogged away until he disappeared into a boat. Captain Sheridan paused for a moment, gazing upon San Diego through the closing garage doors. It was a dead city that had cost him too many good men and women. He felt the Bible's textured cover in his hand, slid the list of names out, and placed the paper in his pocket. As San Diego disappeared from his view, he set the book on the arm of his former command chair and placed his hand upon it. He thought of the soldiers he had lost and the soldiers he would yet lose. He thought of the millions of men and women and children of San Diego who now walked among the living dead, their hopes and dreams cut short. He thought of the hardship facing the survivors in the fleet and all around the world. "You stay here. You have work to do," Sheridan whispered. He gave his Bible a gentle pat, sighed, and turned to take his leave of San Diego. Chapter 21. In the post-apocalyptic streets of San Diego, traveling a few miles could take hours. The roads were littered with broken-down and abandoned vehicles. The walking dead roved in packs that could, and often did, fuse together into one writhing mass of flesh-eating undead madness. While the dead tore down man's civilization, Mother Nature was already reclaiming its carcass. Thick tufts of grass sprouted from cracks in the highway. Vines crawled up buildings. Even cars abandoned on the side of the street had rapidly disintegrated into rusted and burnt-out skeletons, their windows shattered and their interiors ripped and moldy. It had taken merely a year for sidewalks to crumble. Heaps of reeking garbage littered the streets. Carl turned down an off-ramp that curled under the highway and through a commercial district. Skyscrapers towered above, casting the convoy in the shadow of an urban jungle. Carl wondered how long the undead would last. Would the men and women who had been killed under his command and risen to join the walking dead still be wandering about 200 years from now? Or would time claim even them? Was a ghoul immortal? The thought of his fellow soldiers roaming the earth for eternity made his stomach turn. It felt like a disservice to their memory that they might still be out there somewhere. "We should burn it all," he mumbled. "What was that?" Specialist Grace looked up from her laptop. "Gunners 3 and 4, clear that alley on the left. Looks like we might have to go through there if we can't get through that mess of cars ahead," Miguel interrupted, anticipating slow progress through a difficult stretch of road. Machine gun fire erupted from the other vehicles, and a small pack of walking dead vanished into a cloud of dust and gore. "How long do you think it'll take for people to realize we're gone?" Someone's voice came over the communications network. Carl recognized the voice but couldn't put a name to it. Normally, he made it a priority to memorize the names of the men under his command immediately. After the last mission, something had changed in him. He had tried to commit the names of each of his men to memory, but he had failed. "Well, anyone who can see the fleet will wake up one day and notice it's gone," Pam replied. "I'd say there's a good chance this road is blocked. We may want to—" "Fuck that mess of cars. We're taking the alley," Carl interrupted. The undead presence was growing rapidly. Previously docile ghouls rose from their resting places to join brethren who turned toward the convoy in anticipation of living flesh. Convenience stores, restaurants, and office buildings stuffed with zombies began to trickle their occupants into the street. The convoy stopped, turned around, and veered up the alley that had been cleared by the gunners. "We good?" Carl asked Pam, wanting to confirm his decision to take the convoy off course. "We're good," she replied as she adjusted the global positioning system. "This is a good call. Take the second right, and that road will take us parallel to the street we were just on." A lone zombie limping on a street corner craned its head toward the convoy and moaned at its approach. The shambling cadaver wore mud and blood-stained robes, and a large sign hung around its neck, reading in bold, Zechariah chapter 14, verse 12. Carl cut the corner so tightly that he bounded up the sidewalk, slammed into the undead prophet, and crushed it beneath his tires. "That'll be too much for a lot of people." He spoke absently as he brought the convoy back onto the road. "What's that?" Pam asked, confused. "Seeing that fleet offshore always gave me some comfort. I take for granted that we all have a ride on those ships waiting for us. A lot of people don't have that luxury, but I'd imagine it's still a source of hope. When it's gone..." Carl trailed off. He could barely imagine waking up for the first time and seeing no trace of the mighty American Navy that had been floating just off the shore for months. The convoy continued in silence. Curious undead emerged from doors and windows to examine the approaching vehicles and stagger after them slowly. Signs on buildings read, "Dead inside," "Danger, do not enter," or simply, "Help." A long series of identical posters plastered along a concrete wall depicted a strong masculine figure with a hard hat and hammer, and read, "We need you to keep working. Don't let them kill the American economy." A trail of undead followed in the convoy's wake. Businessmen, EMTs, police officers, service workers, bus drivers, and school children all formed a motley crew of hungry dead that choked the road behind them. The swarm swelled, and its moans echoed through the streets, summoning more and more with every passing second. "Okay, the Tierra Santa DDC is up on that hill. We can see it from here." Pam craned her neck to look out the passenger side window. "You'll want to cut through that park and wrap around the plateau. The terrain's kind of tricky. One way up, one way down. We're going to have to make this quick." "Okay, gunners," Carl began. "We're approaching the DDC. Keep gunfire to a minimum. There are lots of WDs in the area, and we should avoid attracting too many more if we can." Carl feared that the commotion of their approach had already attracted too many ghouls. If they were lucky, however, they could move quickly into the DDC and get out before the horde behind them caught up. "Control, this is Convoy 19. We have a Stog building in our area and may need air support," Pam started. "Air Zero, you up there?" "Negative, Convoy 19. We are out of fuel. Air support is unavailable. Proceed with caution." A voice came back casually relaying the news that if the convoy were to become trapped, they would be on their own. Carl led the convoy through the park and onto the side street that banked sharply up the hill and into the commercial district. At its heart was the Tierra Santa DDC. The convoy approached the crest of the hill, and the clinic grew closer. It became clear that something was wrong. The former urgent care facility was nestled between a music store and a cafe. It seemed empty, sitting behind a tortured fence reinforced with sandbags. The gun towers flanking the gate were abandoned, and roving figures could be seen through a huge hole smashed into the side of the structure. A handful of zombies lingered outside the fence and lolled their heads lazily toward the approaching vehicles. The mounted guns cut them down immediately. The noise echoed for miles off the San Diego skyscrapers. The clatter would certainly draw more walking dead, and whatever the convoy was going to accomplish here would need to be accomplished quickly. "Where are the guards?" Pam asked, noting the deserted look of the DDC. When approaching a DDC that did not greet the convoy arrival, the crews were to enter on foot, search for supplies and survivors, and then leave. "I really hate walk-ins." Miguel used the term that described their next mission protocol. It was a protocol that every convoy crew loathed, not only because of the extreme danger, but also the moral quandary it presented. These expeditions were notoriously lethal, but what was especially loathsome about walk-ins was that it was up to the convoy leader to decide if the DDC should be abandoned. It was so easy to decide that a DDC looked too dangerous to enter, and such choices had dire consequences for any survivors trapped within. "When was the last time there was contact with the Tierra Santa DDC?" Carl asked. Pam punched up some information on her laptop. Looks like 3 weeks ago, there were over 70 occupants at that time. A few seconds passed, interrupted only by the sound of a mounted gun cutting down another undead corpse that was slowly wandering toward the vehicles. Carl sighed, noting the dark letters scrawled on the second-story wall. Alive inside. There were thousands of messages like that throughout San Diego. For every one that was genuine, there was another that was a trap. What appeared to be pleas for help appealing to the good nature of anyone altruistic enough were actually lures. Many a do-gooder had fallen into the trap and then killed for their supplies. For each ruse, there were a dozen more that were no longer accurate, leftovers from a desperate band of survivors who had long since relocated or been overwhelmed by the undead. In some cases, they were vacant hideouts picked clean of everything of use. In others, lay festering broods of ghouls waiting to spring on anyone who wandered into their midst. "There could be people in there. If we abandon this DDC, they're dead," Carl said over the communications network, appealing to his team. He was the leader. His soldiers would follow him if ordered, but this was their last mission. The communication network was silent for a moment, until Pam answered back. "This is our duty. I say we do it right, just like every mission before this." A few more seconds passed before the rest of the crews agreed. The soldiers knew it was dangerous, but if there was anyone alive within that building, Convoy 19 was their only hope. "Okay, gunners on 4 and 5, guard the convoy. Drivers and comms, stick with them. Keep the perimeter inside the fence clear. Everyone from cars 1, 2, and 3 searches the ground level in their squad. When the bottom level is clear, we hit the second level," Miguel ordered. When it came to anything to do with the Humvees or on the streets of San Diego, Carl was in charge. On foot, Carl gave Miguel free rein. Carl had recognized long ago that being a good driver and good leader did not necessarily mean he was good in tactical situations. Part of the reason he had survived as long as he had was that he was able to recognize the strengths of his team and leverage them. Miguel was a fantastic lead gunner, but beyond that, he was a fearless and quick-thinking sergeant who had led many a successful walk-in. The convoy pulled up slowly to the fence gate, and Carl put his vehicle in park before opening his door and stepping out. "Hand me those bolt cutters." Carl looked back into the vehicle for a moment, and Pam fished around in the back seat before handing him the tool. He looked at the ominous structure in front of him and summoned his courage. A mounted machine gun shattered the silence, and a small group of undead that had been wandering up behind the convoy fell lifelessly to the ground. Carl jumped out of his skin. "Jesus Christ, warn me!" Tense laughter could be heard over the network. "Just keeping you on your toes," Miguel replied. Carl cautiously approached the gate as he scanned the area with his rifle over his shoulder and bolt cutters in hand. He looked at the padlock on the gate, and he could see it had endured the previous months intact. A quick snip with the bolt cutters, however, and the chain that had held the gate closed fell to the ground. Carl dashed back into the safety of his vehicle. Lock was okay. Don't know if that was a good sign or a bad sign. The vehicle slowly rolled into the lot, pulled in front of the clinic, and scanned the area. Stillness made everyone all the more uneasy. The vehicles formed a semicircle with their backs facing the clinic entrance, mounted guns facing into the lot before them. "Everyone ready?" Miguel asked. Cautiously, everyone in vehicles 1, 2, and 3 opened their doors and surveyed the area with their rifles. The gunners in vehicles 4 and 5 remained at their posts, inspecting the area from behind their mounted weapons. The other soldiers fanned out, rifles drawn. Miguel approached the doors of the clinic and peered inside. Ruined blinds obscured his view, but what he could see was in wild disarray. Personal effects and furniture were strewn about, the front glass was broken out, and lifeless bodies lay where they had fallen. Brownish-red stains streaked the floor and walls and were a foreboding sign that things had gone terribly wrong. Miguel gripped the door handle, found it was unlocked, and quietly swung it open. "Go!" Miguel, Carl, Pam, and their 6 compatriots moved into the front room. They were expecting to see a hungry corpse or grateful DDC staff greet them from behind some hideout, Instead, there was nothing. No one. "It's not too late to forget this whole thing," someone whispered. Distant scuffling could be heard from somewhere within the building, and everyone looked around frantically. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass shattered the tension, and the crystal shards tinkled on the parking lot behind them. "Here! We're up here!" a woman's voice screamed with desperation. "Let's make this quick," Carl ordered. The 3 convoy teams found the stairs and bounded up them. "Wait!" Miguel ordered. "It isn't clear! We haven't cleared the ground floor!" The team, heedless of their sergeant's orders and anxious to put this DDC behind them, leapt to the aid of the civilian survivors. Chapter 22. The Chinese would never agree to a joint occupation of Hawaii. Dr. Damico stood in the meeting room addressing a collection of politicians, officers, and ship captains, 24 men and women who now counted among the most powerful people on Earth. Perhaps 100 more listened attentively to the discussion via speakerphone. It had taken almost no time for the meeting to get bogged down with small-picture issues: civilian fleet security, ammunition, water distillation, the Mexicans, and the Chinese. Henry's challenge was to show them the big picture, to make it crystal clear how dire the long-term situation was for the fleet. You have to understand the Chinese position. They have 1.4 billion WDs on their hands. Combined with India and other Southeastern Asian countries, they're looking at an outbreak of over 3 billion walking dead. 3 billion. Think about that number for a moment. Dr. Damico could barely fathom the number himself. Tracy Gowda handed him a manila envelope. Henry opened the report and quoted some statistics. Shanghai, 15 million WDs. Beijing, 10 million WDs. Guangzhou, 9 million walking dead. These are outbreaks as severe, if not more severe, than New York's, outbreaks that make Los Angeles and Chicago look insignificant by comparison. You have to understand, they have no choice. Dr. Damico sat back down, exasperated. He remembered analyzing the Chinese outbreak several months ago and thinking there was simply no hope for East Asia. The only option for anyone in that region of the world would be to evacuate to the Pacific Islands. He had vainly hoped that evacuation would be peaceful. It had not been. Accepting that there was nothing he could do about the violence in the Pacific was almost as difficult as getting the American leadership to stay out of it. Old habits die hard, and a government that was accustomed to meddling in every conflict on Earth could scarcely be expected to sit idle when Hawaii was attacked. Dr. Damico, are you suggesting that we simply abandon Hawaii and leave those American citizens to their fate? Senator Alan Nostrom grumbled condescendingly. He was a dangerous politician who fancied himself the most qualified leader of the civilian government, de facto president of the United States in the absence of a true democratic government. I think that communicates weakness to the rest of the world. He rose to his feet and addressed everyone at the meeting. If we let the Chinese and Mexicans push us around, by God, that will invite the Russians and the Brits and the Germans. Dr. Damico slammed his fist on the table in anger. They had no choice. The room fell silent. Henry possessed a stoic personality, and his outburst of anger took everyone off guard. Doctor, you look like you could use some sleep, Senator Nostrom began. Listen, Senator, Dr. Damico interrupted. He leaned forward in his chair and rubbed his temples as he spoke. The Chinese aren't monsters. They aren't out for conquest. They're desperate. They need to establish land-based infrastructure or they are going to starve. They still have to clear WDs from Hawaii before they can even think about tackling their mainland problems. Do you honestly think they want to go to war with the U.S.? We blockaded Hawaii. We stopped incoming refugees with our guns. The Chinese had a choice. They could either take Hawaii or die in their ships. If we're going to maintain an appearance of strength in the world, we can't allow aggressors to simply snatch up American land, Nostrom answered. We owe it to those boys on the USS Truman. They gave their lives for us. I, for one, do not believe their sacrifice should be in vain." "And you want to what? Go to war with these people, with the civilian fleet at our side? For what? Because you think the rest of the world will think we're weak?" Henry was shaking with fury. "If we go to war over Hawaii, no matter the outcome, everyone in this room and every soldier and civilian in the fleet will be dead." The Admiral interrupted the two men before their argument could continue. "Senator, while I appreciate your position and understand your reluctance to abandon Hawaii, unfortunately the USS Ronald Reagan battle group is not equipped to wage whole-scale naval warfare, coupled with an amphibious assault on Chinese-occupied Hawaii at this time. When we are, I would like, personally, to assure the civilian government that you will have the Navy's full commitment to retake every inch of American soil." "That is satisfactory. For now." Nostrum shot Henry a look of half anger and half admiration before retaking his seat. "I'd like to move on to another topic of discussion. Moving the military and civilian fleet off the coast of Southern California," Admiral McMillan continued. "As of today, the convoy runs have been suspended." A murmur of disbelief washed through the meeting. "What about the civilians trapped in the DDCs?" someone asked over the speakerphone. "We can't just abandon them." "With our current food supply and fuel situation, we can no longer afford to sink resources into the mainland," the Admiral replied. Dr. Damico's mind wandered. The words stuck in his mind. What about the civilians trapped in the DDCs? His wife was in a DDC. The very last convoy mission was, among other things, responsible for retrieving her. Henry couldn't help but wonder if he was abusing his power. Would the fleet be better served utilizing the convoy elsewhere? How many wives and husbands were trapped on land? If they had been lucky enough to know someone powerful in the fleet, would they have had a convoy sent to get them? If he was misusing his position and endangering lives, was he any different from the senator? "Most of the factors that give us the best chance for survival do not lie off the coast of Southern California," the Admiral concluded. The room fell silent, and Dr. Damico looked around. Everyone seemed to be staring at him. Tracy elbowed him in the ribs, and he grimaced in pain, but was thankful for the cue. Oh yes. Dr. Damico cleared his throat. "The Gulf of Mexico." Everyone whispered as they pondered the prospect, and Dr. Damico stood to pass out folders filled with extensive research. He allowed everyone to take a look at what they had been given before continuing. "In summary, the Gulf has the resources we need: oil platforms with existing reserves, onshore refineries, and fisheries. Most importantly, it has access to water-based transportation into the mainland United States via the Mississippi River. Once we've secured the Gulf and established food production, we can mount expeditions into the mainland for supplies and survivors. Additionally, the location should give us the ability to more efficiently defend ourselves from eastward threats." Dr. Damico outlined the key points of his strategy. "Gulf of Mexico, are you trying to get us wiped out by a hurricane?" Nostrum said with a chuckle. "We can avoid hurricanes," Dr. Damico countered. "We can't avoid running out of fuel and food." "Doctor, you mentioned eastward threats. What about the West? Won't Mexico be after the same resources we're after?" a Navy ship's captain asked the astute question. Henry considered his answer carefully before speaking, knowing his next words would be unsettling to many in attendance. "Before I answer that, I should remind everyone here that the military fleet is running low on supplies, and the civilian fleet is in far worse shape. We need to move quickly if we want to avoid the civilian fleet descending into food riots." "Are you the only expert on this subject? I'm not convinced you're being objective. Are there any other scientific minds that can provide a second opinion?" Nostrum interrupted. Dr. Damico ignored the senator and continued, "There are no alternatives here. If we fail, we stand an almost certain chance that nearly every man, woman, and child in this fleet will die. The challenges we're facing are serious, complex, and not just limited to food production and external security. Disease, internal security, crime, social challenges, fuel production, education, labor, and the undead are quickly becoming among the least of our worries. Even the Mexican attacks, futile as they may be, are costing us way too many resources. The world is in complete shambles, and everyone on Earth is doing what they must to survive. Many will not be successful unless we embrace this reality. We need to be willing to cross lines we might never have considered crossing before. "What are you getting at, Doctor?" A congressman sensed the gravity of Dr. Damico's tone. "We have to execute a tactical nuclear strike against the Mexican nation with the goal of obliterating all remaining military threats," Dr. Damico answered gravely. The strategy session exploded into an uproar. Dr. Damico knew that this linchpin of his plan would not go over lightly. The zombie apocalypse sent the world flying out of control, and some countries with nuclear capabilities executed strikes on their enemies. Tragically, some strikes were against their own cities, overrun with the undead. The United States had, thus far, elected not to use nuclear weapons, and many had taken that fact as a point of pride. Nostrum sat grinning at Dr. Damico, a bizarre grin that made Henry uncomfortable. Nostrum then stood to impose his presence on the meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen," the senator spoke over the discussion until it quieted. "Now, Dr. Damico and I certainly have our differences. I have my reservations about the Gulf of Mexico, but I'm prepared to review these reports and make my decision about them with due diligence. But these Mexicans," Alan Nostrum paused for effect, "these Mexicans that have been harassing us for months now. We've lost civilians, soldiers, ships, and these are losses that we cannot sustain much longer. Am I right, Doctor?" Dr. Damico hesitated before he answered. "That's correct, Senator." "We should have nuked these bastards long ago." Nostrum put on an air of gravity. "If 1 or 2 bombs can solve our Mexican problem, I say we push the button. Last night a military ship was sunk. Am I right, Admiral?" "The Chancellorsville, 800 people and 2,000 tons worth of supplies. It was a lucky hit, but it cost us," the Admiral acknowledged. "It was a lucky hit," the senator nodded. "Any one of us, any one of you could have been on that ship, and next time it could be your ship that takes that lucky hit." Debate erupted again, but this time Admiral Macmillan interrupted. Everyone, listen. You have your report, and we have some decisions to make. Go back to your ships, think about this, and we will reconvene in 2 days. Whether we do this or not, we're going to want everyone's input. So please, consider all the details carefully." The meeting adjourned, and the prominent figures shuffled out of the room with a din of discontent. Tracy lingered for a few minutes before wheeling herself out of the room, a box of papers on her lap. Eventually, only the Admiral and Dr. Damico remained. "Ed, you know I wouldn't have made this recommendation if I wasn't certain that it's the only way." Henry used the Admiral's first name to take a personal tone. "I know, Henry, but this isn't a simple choice," the Admiral responded. "If we do this, it's something we're going to have to live with, and it's not going to be easy. It's bad enough we're fighting the WDs, but what does it say about us that we'd consider wiping out an entire country?" "It doesn't matter what it says about us," Dr. Damico answered. "We're close to the brink here, Ed. Really damn close. And not as a country, but as a species. I'm sorry I put you in this position, but I don't see any way around it." "History may paint us as monsters, Henry," Admiral Macmillan replied, solemnly. "That's a legacy that we'll be carving in stone. That when the claws of the living dead gripped our throats and snarled in our face, we turned on each other first. If there is any history to be written at all, it will be because we have done our jobs, Ed," Dr. Damico responded somberly as he looked down at the table, the weight of his burdens growing heavy. "Frankly, I don't care if I'm depicted as Satan himself. So long as we survive this. That's a slippery slope, Henry. Keep that in mind, the Admiral responded. The two men made eye contact, and a chill rose up Dr. Damico's spine. The Admiral was a man who walked that dangerous line every moment of his life. He could have sent a dozen nuclear missiles anywhere on Earth if he had wanted. I'm sending some men over to the USS Boxer to help with cargo. Your wife should be landing there shortly. How'd you like to greet her when she lands? The Admiral suggested, knowing that the doctor badly needed a reprieve from his 24/7 pressure. Henry's eyes lit up. That'd be amazing. Admiral Macmillan stood up and gestured for Dr. Damico to follow. It'll be at least 2 days before this fleet will be ready to go anywhere. Spend that time with your wife while we give everyone here some time to think about things. If you still think hitting Mexico is the only option when you get back here, let me know. I can't promise that'll be my choice, but this vacation will give you a little time to clear your head. Chapter 23. The cracked and broken stairwell door barely hung upon one hinge, its frame splintered. Bloody claw marks on one side implied that things within this DDC had gone badly. A dark-haired woman stood at the top of the stairs, gesturing for the team to hurry. Come on, up here. The soldiers ascended to the second floor quickly, but Miguel hesitated. His sense of caution, the obsessive compulsion that kept him and his convoy alive through walk-ins too numerous to count, forbade him to follow. Instead, he surveyed the derelict DDC, ruined furniture, shattered windows, and blood-covered walls. His eyes fell upon an odd collection of objects, a pile of clothes heaped around a step stool sitting against a door. Metal pans sat on a clear plastic tray atop the stool. Come on, Pam called after Miguel. Reluctantly, Miguel followed his comrades up the stairs and into a hallway where a group of people greeted them with cries of relief. 24 survivors, most of them children, stood huddled together as a desperate ragtag group. A lone DDC private was not yet willing fully to embrace the possibility of rescue. He leaned against a wall, watching the convoy team suspiciously. Are you? Pam produced her requisition list. Dr. Thompson. Whoever had inserted the black and white identification photos in her file had failed to label them. The dark-haired woman gave orders to the people around her. Everyone, start filling your packs with food and supplies, whatever you can carry. Private Stenson, start dumping all the medical provisions you can into boxes, please. Then she addressed Pam's question. I'm Dr. Kelly Damico. Unfortunately, Dr. Thompson is dead, so I'm in charge. I want you to know that I personally cleared everyone in this room. At this point, anyone who can needs to take an armful of supplies. If you could assist us, we could begin the evacuation immediately. She gestured to boxes that were stashed in various corners of nooks throughout the DDC. I'm Private Stenson. The young soldier stepped forward, nodded, and gave a half-hearted salute to Carl before limping off to collect supplies. Soldiers and civilians fanned out and began grabbing boxes. Pam scanned her requisition orders and continued talking to Kelly. What happened to Dr. Thompson? She eyed her list carefully, and Pam saw that Dr. Thompson and Dr. Damico were the only two skill assets on the list, a politically correct term for people who were of value to the fleet. Everything else on the list consisted of medical supplies and food. The 24 others, even the lone soldier, the military had not intended on taking them as refugees. Pam inched her way to Carl, showed him her list, and shook her head. Carl frowned. The thought of leaving 24 innocents, nearly half of them children, behind was banished from his mind instantly. Fuck the list, he sighed. Tear it up. Okay, kids, line up on me. Kelly squatted down as the children got in line in front of her. She began systematically to check each to ensure they were ready for the journey ahead. She filled Pam in on what had transpired. Last night we were compromised. Before we knew what had happened, everyone started. Kelly's eyes began to stream with tears.
She turned a young boy around and checked his superhero backpack for a change of clothes, antiseptic, and some non-perishable food. Dr. Thompson used himself as bait to pull all the ghouls into the connecting music store. He drew them off us. We'd be dead without him. A truck punched a hole in the side of the building, Private Stenson said dryly. We were overrun. How did you clear the building? Miguel asked, examining the stairwell door. The look on his face read that he was amazed that it was still hanging on the frame. A metallic crash of pans came from somewhere downstairs, and everyone looked around, confused. Kelly went wide-eyed and pale at the sound. We didn't clear the building. Private Stenson sighed, set his box of supplies down, and picked up his rifle. We thought with all that gunfire that you had cleared it. Where are the dead now? Pam asked. Her heart thumped in her chest, and Pam realized that in the group's haste to get into the clinic and back out, they had made some assumptions about the security of the DDC. Oh my God, didn't you clear the ground floor? What the hell was all that gunfire? Kelly rushed the children over to an adjoining office that overlooked the front lot. In here, she yelled, as she upended a cot, stripped the bedsheet, and began tying them together. Private Stenson followed, but he stopped to take up position just inside the office door, fix a bayonet to his rifle, and wait. That gunfire was us just getting here, lady, Miguel growled. He dropped the box he had picked up, drew his rifle, and knelt down at the top of the stairwell. A chorus of gut-wrenching moans from the foot of the stairs echoed up to the second level, and someone screamed. Miguel took aim, and he began pouring shots from his M16 down the staircase. Shit! Another soldier yelled, dropped the box he was carrying, and joined Miguel. Jesus Christ! Another soldier shouted, and all 9 crewmen who had entered the building rushed to defend the second floor. Pam took her place next to her comrades, and she swallowed hard when she saw the solidly packed crowd of undead crawling up the stairs. Their hungry eyes were fixed on prey. It became instantly apparent that the rate at which the soldiers could deliver headshots was far slower than the rate at which the undead wall advanced. For each shot that felled a bloodthirsty ghoul, 2 more writhed and wriggled over its corpse to take its place. Bullets cut through grasping claws that felt no pain and thudded into torsos that had no beating heart. The headshots needed to bring down the undead were never easy, even for a trained professional. The undulating mass of cold flesh and broken teeth that crawled over itself up the stairwell to devour the living was unstoppable. Pam emptied her clip, threw her rifle over her shoulder, and rushed into the office that overlooked the front lot. In here, she shouted. We can't get out that way. Kelly secured her bedsheet rope to a desk and flung it out the window. It was only a 1-story drop, doable in a pinch, but it would hurt, possibly injure, and there were children who could not be left behind. Go, she yelled. A father hoisted his young daughter onto the ad hoc rope and began to lower her to the ground. Kelly grabbed more linen and began crafting a second rope. In one synchronous motion, Carl, Miguel, and the other soldiers broke away from their position in the hallway and rushed into the office. One soldier grabbed the stairwell door and slammed it shut, but a split second later, the crash of weight against the other side sent it exploding into slivers. 2 snarling ghouls burst into the hallway and dove after the soldier. He tripped, rolled onto his back, and roared in anger as he emptied his rifle into the relentless horde. In the blink of an eye, he was swept beneath the voracious onslaught. Carl whirled. Every muscle in his body wanted to send him charging headlong into the fray to pull out his man, but he stopped himself. Damn it, he growled, slamming the office door and leaning against it to keep it closed. God damn it! Gunners, 4 and 5, Miguel shouted through the communications network to the crews outside. I need you to pull the Hummers away from the building. Get on the heavy guns and pour everything you have into the ground floor. We will be exiting from the window on the second floor directly above your target, so watch your fire. Brace the door, Carl shouted. Thud after thud slammed against the only thing that separated everyone from a gruesome death, the door to the office.
The soldiers and DDC survivors struggled to hold the door from swinging open as wailing and moans from the other side incited the swarm into frenzy. Private Stenson looked out the broken office window. He scanned the area with his rifle and watched the first two DDC refugees, the father and daughter, proceed cautiously through the parking lot toward the Humvees. The middle-aged man held the petite girl's hand tightly, but also gently. A flailing ghoul burst through the front door of the DDC with a screech, and it ran at full speed after them. Calmly, Private Stenson took aim, exhaled, and fired. The monster fell, and red-black gore pooled on the ground. A second monster came charging out of the DDC, and Private Stenson fired. It also fell, and Stenson took position to cover the civilian escape. A loud splintering sound filled the room, and several gray arms stretched through a crack in the door to thrash wildly at whatever was within reach. "Keep it closed," Carl ordered. The soldiers redoubled their efforts, and the heavy door shut with a snap and a sickening splatter of dark and half-congealed blood. Rotting, severed limbs thudded to the floor. Just then, the sound of heavy machine gun fire from the Humvees added itself to the moans, snarls, cries, and screams. The force shook the entire building, and the noise was deafening. "I need you to hold on to this rope very tightly, okay?" Kelly addressed a teary-eyed child, who nodded in understanding. Nearly paralyzed by fear, the young boy gripped the bedsheet. Kelly hoisted him out the window and began to lower him. "When you get to the ground, run. Run to the soldiers in the trucks, okay? Don't stop for anything. Just run." The 5-vehicle convoy was pouring everything it had into the first floor. Tracers zipped past the escaping civilians and into the monsters that pursued them. Beyond the fenced-in area, a sea of shambling dead, drawn by the commotion, was approaching. Some followed their brethren into the DDC via the hole in the music store, while others gathered at the worn and tortured fence. Minute by minute, their numbers were growing. Miguel braced his back against the splintering door. He glanced over his shoulder, and his eyes caught the motion of the office drywall giving way to the hammering fists of the voracious dead. He slowly slid one hand down to his sidearm and shouted, "We're losing it!" Carl grunted and tried to keep himself pressed against the door while simultaneously reloading his rifle. "We aren't going to hold much longer." Kelly glanced up from lowering children to the ground and looked at the survivors. Some comforted the children, while others struggled against the door with the soldiers. "Everyone, you gotta climb down with a kid on your back or jump. Go now!" Private Stenson watched a mother descend to the lot with a child on her back. Suddenly, 2 clumsy zombies staggered from the front doors of the DDC and snarled. The woman took one look and hit the ground running, keeping the child on her back. Stenson quickly dispatched the pursuing ghouls. More and more zombies were wandering into the parking lot from the DDC. Most were mowed down by heavy machine gun fire from the convoy, but a few survived. Walking or crawling, many pulverized and bullet-ridden bodies continued their pursuit of the living. So long as their brains were intact, they would not relent. A fetid hand burst through the drywall next to the door, reached up, and gripped Miguel by the arm. Miguel screamed and fought against its grip. Pam pushed herself up from holding the door, pinned the arm against the wall with her boot, and fired her rifle into the elbow until the limb was severed and useless. "We got trouble," a voice came over the communications system. Pam looked out into the lot, and she noted that one of the Humvees was no longer firing into the ground floor. Instead, it unleashed devastation on the huge mob of dead gathered at the perimeter fence and threatening to bring it down. The fence already shook violently as sheer body weight began to accumulate against it. The crews on the ground were picking off as many as they could, but the hordes were growing. Escape routes were rapidly disappearing behind walls of mindless flesh-eaters. If the fence were to fail, the convoy, the DDC, and everyone inside would vanish in a violent frenzy of bloody death. Miguel struggled to stand while keeping his weight against the door. He drew his pistol, and he fired into undead limbs that broke through the drywall. He was hoping to shatter bone and sever tendons. "They're breaking through!" Kelly fought against the terror, screaming at her to run, and she helped a woman out the window. Almost all the children were on the ground now, and a handful of civilian adults remained. A hissing corpse pushed through a weak spot in the wall. It slithered onto the pile of struggling soldiers, gripped someone by the arm, and bit down. A spray of blood erupted from the screaming man. Another soldier lunged to help his comrade. In one fleeting instant, chaos exploded. The door splintered open, and soldiers fell to the ground. Howling undead clawed after anyone within reach, trampling and tripping over bodies in an all-consuming madness. An endless wall of death vomited into the office, and everyone, soldier and civilian, was in the fight of their life. Snarling, hungry ghouls were met with combat boots, knives, and fists. "Jump!" Pam screamed at the remaining civilians. She pried a ghoul off Carl, threw it out of the window, and pulled him out of the dog pile. Carl got to his feet and joined Pam in helping whomever they could. "Go, go, go!" Miguel yelled. He thrust his combat knife through the jaw and into the skull of a zombie before rolling out of the melee. As the room filled with ravenous dead, anyone who was not trapped swallowed their fear and leapt from the second-story window to the blacktop below. Private Stenson turned from covering the civilians on the ground and plunged his bayonet into the head of a ghoul that was feasting upon a civilian woman. He turned to Kelly Damico and nodded toward the Humvees. "Go," he urged, as he drove the butt of his rifle into the skull of a zombie crawling towards her. Kelly nodded, accepting the fact that there was nothing more she could do here. She climbed out the window, lowered herself to the ground, and dashed toward an open Humvee door. Miguel joined Pam and Carl in trying to pull civilians and fellow soldiers from the fray. "It's time to go," he yelled. But the notion seemed as futile as it was obvious. Those that could escape were already hurling themselves toward the vehicles. Those who could not lay dead and dying. Carl seemed oblivious to Miguel. "Go! Get up! Get to the convoy!" He screamed at a soldier lying on the ground. The dead soldier stared up at Carl with lifeless eyes, its torso a mangled wet mess from the chest down. "Go! Jump! Run!" Carl fired into a ghoul feasting on another soldier pinned in a corner. The man was already dead, and the first twitches of reanimation were overtaking him. Miguel and Pam grabbed Carl by the arm and pulled him back. "Sergeant Carl Harvey, we have to go, now!" Pam shouted. Carl staggered backward in their grip. His legs looked wobbly, and for a second, Pam thought Carl was going to pass out. There was something strange in Carl. He was exhausted from the struggle, but more than that, he was losing his resolve. Not his resolve to fight the undead, but his resolve to retreat in the face of insurmountable odds and count himself among those that could escape. "They're dead!" Pam screamed. "We need you! Come on! We have to jump!" Carl paused, considering his options. "Now!" Miguel bellowed. Okay, Carl nodded reluctantly. Pam, Miguel, and Carl turned to face the mayhem outside and took a deep breath as they summoned the courage to drop to the parking lot. With outstretched claws at their backs, the three soldiers hurled themselves to the ground. Pam landed hard with the sound of cracking bone. Her mind raced in terror as she waited for the pain to hit her. What had snapped? Where was she hurt? Could she still run? "Fuck!" Miguel screamed as he rolled onto his back, gripping his lower leg. His face grimaced in a mask of agony. Pam and Carl looked at each other with the realization that the sound they heard hadn't come from either of them. As undead began to rain down from the second-story window, Carl and Pam hoisted Miguel to his feet between them. Each held a pistol in their free hand, and they fired while backpedaling with their comrade in tow. Chapter 24. Shit! Carl lost his grip on Miguel's collar and fell backward. Ghouls poured from the shattered window onto the pavement below. In their mindless pursuit of the living, they
They followed their prey to the ground, their clumsy bodies hitting the blacktop awkwardly. They fell to the earth with sickening splats or crunches, ignored their injuries, and crawled toward their nearest victim. The zombies were relentless, despite floppy broken limbs and twisted torsos. Soldiers, civilians, and dead tumbled together in a pile of chaos consisting of guns, knives, teeth, and claws. Pam, fueled by adrenaline, continued pulling Miguel with one arm while firing her sidearm wildly with the other. Miguel kicked a pursuing ghoul away with his good leg. He reloaded his rifle and, sighting an approaching zombie, grit his teeth through the pain and fired. The back of the monster's head erupted in a gout of black gore, and it tumbled to its knees. "Help me! Please! Please!" A civilian lay on the ground, screaming. Pinned beneath a rotting and writhing corpse, she was unable to free herself before 2, then 3, then 5 ghouls joined in tearing bloody chunks from her body. A soldier who had just jumped to the ground barely regained his footing before 2 ghouls tumbled on top of him, knocking him back down. He twisted around and attempted to scramble away, but a rotten hand caught his leg. Carl rolled to his feet and gripped his fellow soldier by the shoulder, pulling with all his might. "I've got you." The soldier screamed in agony as the zombie pulled itself up his leg to sink its teeth into his thigh. He screamed in a mix of rage and pain, fumbled for his sidearm, and emptied his entire clip into the thrashing mass of undead. He popped in a new clip and placed the barrel in his mouth. "No!" Carl ordered. It was too late. With a pull of the trigger, the soldier collapsed. Carl let the man slip from his grip, and he backed away. A handful of undead began chewing on the man's legs. "God damn it!" Carl turned toward his convoy to come face to face with a half-dozen snarling undead. "Carl!" Pam screamed, as she continued pulling Miguel along the ground. Miguel and Pam unloaded their weapons at the growing swarm that surrounded Carl. Heads exploded and bodies thudded to the ground, but there were too many. As zombies were closing in all around him, Carl held his rifle like a club. He was trapped, and taking some monsters with him before he went down was all he could ask for. "Come on," he taunted. "Come and get me." The sound of a dozen consecutive pops from above coincided with each of Carl's attackers falling to their knees before collapsing face first onto the pavement. Carl looked up in confusion, and his eyes found a young soldier who stood perched in the corner of the second-story office window. Most of the undead that surrounded the soldier were preoccupied with consuming fresh victims. The rest had their attention focused on the escaping soldiers and civilians. "Stenson!" Kelly Damico screamed from the convoy. "Get her out of here!" Stenson shouted at Carl. He stood, slammed the butt of his gun into the face of a walking corpse, and changed the magazine of his rifle. Some of the nearby ghouls began to turn their attention towards the private. "Stenson! Come on!" Kelly screamed. A sergeant yanked her inside his vehicle and slammed the door. 2 walking corpses reached for the space she had just occupied, but they only stumbled into the car window to leer at her menacingly. Carl jogged over to Miguel and Pam, gripped Miguel under his arm, and hauled him to his feet. "We need to go." Pam holstered her sidearm and wrapped Miguel's other arm over her shoulder. She shouted into the communications network, "We need a driver in every car." The soldiers had retreated to their vehicles. 4 mounted guns were now splitting fire between the zombies accumulating on the fence and the zombies pouring out of the DDC. The mass of bodies pressing against the fence was immense, and over 1,000 hissing faces howled at the convoy as portions of the fence began to collapse. The vanguard of undead scrambled over the battered obstacle toward the vehicles. "It's giving way!" someone screamed. The chain links stretched like a fishnet, and the struts shrieked as they were pressed to the breaking point. A civilian woman helped Miguel into the lead Humvee, and Pam dove inside behind him. Carl ran to the driver's side, opened the door, and was about to get in when he stopped. He glanced around, oblivious to the impending danger,
as if he was searching for something. "Let's go!" Pam screamed through the communications network. A series of gunshots rang out from within the vehicle, and Carl turned to see Miguel pointing his rifle out the driver's door. Carl turned back around in a daze to see 3 corpses crumpled on the ground behind him. "Wake up, Carl!" Miguel shot his commanding officer an angry look. He never had to raise his voice at Carl. Carl was the type of leader he admired, the type of leader whose focus and caution had saved his life more times than he could count. Something had changed, though. Carl seemed distant, or a step or two behind real time. "Carl, get in!" Tortured metal screamed over the dissonance of rampaging undead, and a huge section of the fence tumbled over. It was followed in quick succession by another and another. An ocean of undead poured toward the convoy. Carl took one last look at the second-story office window where several of his men lay dead. The young soldier, Private Stenson, who had remained behind to cover their escape, was nowhere to be seen. Carl took a deep breath, nodded silently, stepped inside the vehicle, and closed the door. "Let me in, please! Let me in!" A woman cradled her bleeding arm that had been mauled by several bite marks. She banged on the passenger side window. Carl locked the doors and shifted the vehicle into reverse. The woman stumbled forward, tears streaming down her face. "Help her!" a child in the back yelled. Carl ignored the plea, revved the engine, and brought the convoy to face the mass of approaching dead. The bitten woman was engulfed by the lead pack of ghouls. They then slammed against the Humvee windows and leered at the living within. They pounded on the armored trucks with angry fists. Civilians screamed, and machine gunners closed the top hatches to make the vehicles impregnable. Carl sighed as he spoke. I'm pushing through. If I get stuck, someone pushes from behind." "No!" Pam's face took on a look of terror. She pointed to a narrow alley behind them that was between the DDC and the adjacent building. "Go that way!" The memory of their last desperate push through a swarm of undead was all too fresh in her memory. If a vehicle broke down this time, there was no help, no air support, no recovery team, no reinforcements. They would be on their own, and that would be a death sentence. "Okay, disregard that last order. Follow me." Carl floored the gas, and the vehicle zoomed forward. It smashed into packs of ghouls as it went. He had full faith in Pam, and he also had no wish to relive the bloody mayhem of the previous night. It had cost too many lives. He jerked the wheel sharply to make a U-turn, and plowed up and over a sandbag fortification. The tires squealed, and the Humvee plowed through more undead. He led the convoy back around to face the alley. He stopped the truck for a moment. "It's going to be a tight fit," Carl said to the other drivers. "Buckle up," Pam added. The Humvee roared forward. With 2 simultaneous bangs and a shower of sparks, the right and left mirrors were shaved off. Garbage cans and lingering undead alike were crushed beneath the armored vehicle's bulk as it built speed. "Where does this go?" Carl asked, noting that the chain-link fence at the end of the alley was looming larger and larger as he approached. Pam didn't answer, but she bit her bottom lip. "Specialist?" Carl asked with a growl. As the vehicle reached the end of the alley, Carl got his answer. The Humvee crashed through a rusted metal fence and over a ledge that overlooked a small city park. The engine howled, and the vehicle hurtled through the air. Civilians screamed in terror as they felt themselves in free fall. The drop was nearly 2 stories, and the landing was hard. The 3-ton vehicle loaded with passengers slammed into the ground with a bang before skidding forward and taking out a child's swing set. Miguel groaned in pain as he held his leg, and Carl glanced in his center mirror. "Keep moving when you hit the ground. We don't want to land on top of each other," Carl said through the communications network. He continued to press on the gas, and he plowed forward through the playground. "Hit the ground?" A questioning voice came back over the network. 4 more Humvees, one after another, shot from the ledge into the park below. They drove forward before sliding to a halt. Dust settled, and the crews sat silently for a moment, collecting their wits. Their endurance was taxed, and their adrenaline was wearing thin. The cacophony of the undead hordes atop the hill echoed through the San Diego streets. The handful of undead that had pursued them through the alley slowly trickled over the edge and tumbled to the ground. Pam opened her laptop and began typing. She pretended to be oblivious to the stare of disbelief that Carl and Miguel had fixed on her. "Unprofessional, Specialist Grace, very unprofessional." Carl spoke over the communications network to let everyone else in the convoy know that it was not his idea to take the escape route through the alley. "San Onofre is, that way." Pam awkwardly pointed behind her and up a side road that sat perpendicular to the alley that had just ejected the military vehicles. "Hey, Pam, can we get a warning next time you decide to take the convoy base jumping?" Someone from another vehicle joked over the network. "Seriously." Carl shook his head and sighed as he pulled the convoy onto the road and began driving in the direction Pam had indicated. "At least we didn't have to drive through that mess of WDs," Pam shrugged. Chapter 25. Dr. Henry Damico set his small suitcase at his feet and sighed. He was not a materialistic person, but in packing for his trip, he realized that all the clothes he owned, indeed all his worldly possessions, were now stuffed neatly into what amounted to a carry-on bag. Had he considered he would never see his home again, he would have packed for something more than a weekend trip. It seemed absurd to yearn for the small luxury of being able to choose from more than 3 outfits. Already, the threads were starting to fray, and the knees of his pants and elbows of his shirt were almost worn through. How long do clothes really last? Were people with the skill to make textiles a critical need he had overlooked? There were people out there with only the clothes on their back. How long could the fabric of 30-some thousand people last in ocean air? His mind wandered as he gazed out over the aircraft carrier's landing deck. Helicopters of varying shapes and sizes sat next to fighter jets that, Henry noted, were not as numerous as when he had first arrived on board the USS Ronald Reagan. A group of soldiers and sailors slowly loaded cargo onto a Chinook helicopter that would eventually transport Henry and a dozen other men to the USS Boxer, an amphibious warfare ship that had been largely converted into a floating refugee center. The cool sea breeze felt good, and the fresh air made Henry realize how much he had gotten used to the dank smell of mildew and body odor below deck. When he returned, Henry decided, he would have to make a point of getting more fresh air. The sound of rotors preceded a green Iroquois helicopter's arrival. It landed on the carrier deck, and 6 Marines poured out, carrying 2 stretchers. They rushed toward Henry with alarming urgency. A Marine medic held 2 IVs in the air as they went. A man dressed in civilian clothes chased after them. His shirt was drenched in blood, and his face bore a look of anguish. The Marines rushed past Henry, and one of the soldiers broke off to intercept the civilian man before he made his way into the ship. "They're in good hands, sir. Docs will have them stitched up in no time. Are you okay?" Henry could see, as the civilian man came closer, that his face was broken and bruised, and there was a deep gash in his right arm. Instinctually, he took a step forward to help, and, if necessary, inspect the man for bites. The Marines seemed to have things under control, however, and Henry forced himself to stay out of the situation. The Marine removed some gauze from his backpack and began wrapping the civilian's lacerated arm. The 2 men began to move in Henry's direction. As the Marine worked, he looked up and acknowledged Henry, but continued tending to the civilian's wound. "Okay, I'm going to take care of this quick so that you don't bleed all over sickbay, and then you can see your kids." Henry allowed silence to linger for a few minutes before speaking. "What happened?" "There's a riot aboard the Sapphire cruise ship," the Marine answered nonchalantly. "They stabbed my kids," the civilian man continued. I tried. The man broke down into tears and was unable to continue. "Come on, let's see your kids," the Marine offered. The man's sobs persisted, echoing up in the steel corridor as the two men disappeared below deck.
"That's a damn shame." A familiar voice startled Henry.
He wheeled to face Senator Alan Nostrum. The overweight, balding man clutched a brown suitcase and frowned at Henry. Henry did not enjoy being startled, but he managed to calm his rising anger before responding in an even tone.
"Yep. Damn shame."
The senator held Henry's gaze. He was a good deal shorter than the doctor was, but the senator carried himself with the presence of a much larger man.
"The captain of the Sapphire's been begging the admiral for a security detail for over a month. Those Marines were just over there inspecting the situation. Lucky they were there, else that man and his kids would be dead."
Henry considered asking Nostrum how he knew about the Sapphire, but he arrived at the answer almost as soon as the question entered his mind. Nostrum was a politician with a knack for building networks of contacts. While Henry was busily solving the world's problems, Alan was cultivating his power base.
"Good thing, I guess," Henry replied, wary of the predator in his midst. "There are going to be a lot more riots. There are not enough soldiers to spread around. We're going to lose a lot more ships, civilian and military, before we make it to the Gulf."
Nostrum continued in his smooth New England accent.
"A lot of people. We'll have to consolidate the civilian fleet into the larger vessels to maintain security. It's all in my report," Henry replied.
"I read your report," Nostrum answered. He moved to the doorway and peered out at the soldiers loading the Chinook helicopter.
"You have a forward-thinking mind, Henry. That's good."
Henry was reminded of the patronizing tone he had endured while working in the Department of Health and Human Services as an analyst. He had almost forgotten about it. He had learned to ignore it, but after months of being the man in charge, the sting came back all at once. He struggled to keep his anger in check.
"You can call me Doctor, Senator. Dr. Damico."
"Then what will I call your wife when I meet her?" He smiled a toothy smile.
"I can't call you both Dr. Damico. That must be so confusing at cocktail parties."
"What do you want?" Henry asked impatiently.
"Me? Nothing.
I'm just waiting for my ride," Nostrum responded in a tone that feigned hurt feelings.
"You're going to the Boxer?"
A sense of sadness washed over Henry. He had hoped to spend a couple of days alone with his wife, and the thought of having to keep an eye out for a nosy senator was not appealing.
"The Boxer? No, I'm getting dropped off on the Horizon Pacific container ship. The captain has had his underwear in a bunch since we pulled an eminent domain on him and started distributing his cargo of food to the fleet. I'm going to see if I can smooth things over."
Henry set his jaw and nodded in reluctant approval. The resources on many ships had been commandeered by the military for a variety of purposes: foodstuffs, supplies, fuel. The captains of those vessels had become entitled astonishingly quickly. There were no active ports in which to dock, and the corporations that owned the freight were defunct or dead. In their minds, they were the de facto owners of their cargo. They imagined themselves, in part, as new wealthy nobility who had inherited their fortunes by default. Small ocean-born feudal societies had already begun to spring up, complete with courts comprised of the ship's crews and protected by mercenaries or civilians willing to pledge fealty as knights. However, the military had stepped in to inform those captains that not only were they not the 21st century kings they fancied themselves to be, but they would also have a permanent military presence on board for security and distribution of goods. Once the illusion was shattered, those ships' captains and crews had been thrust into a rocky relationship with the military. If not for the ever-present threat of the Walking Dead, the Mexican military, and marauding pirates, many ships may have likely attempted to abandon the fleet. Henry turned away from the senator and stared out over the tarmac. The world was becoming a very strange place, and men like Nostrum had a knack for navigating it. It was frustrating to see someone thrive amidst the chaos for which they were in part responsible. "What do you want?" Nostrum repeated Henry's question back to him. Henry hesitated before answering. He had been operating on autopilot for so long, he hadn't really considered the question. "I want to see my wife." "Of course. But what do you want?" Nostrum stressed the word, indicating that his question was meant to be much broader than the answer Henry had given him. Henry wondered if he should answer. Was Nostrum looking for leverage? Was he probing for information he could later use against Henry? He decided to give an answer that was both honest and something Nostrum already knew. "I want to get as many people to the Gulf of Mexico as possible, reestablish land-based civilization, and take back North America." Nostrum chuckled. "That's a good answer, Henry. A lot of people, they'd answer that they want the undead to go away or their loved ones to come back. Everyone wants those things, but that's not going to happen. You want real things, attainable things. That makes your dreams more than fantasy. You can achieve your dreams. That's healthy. My dreams would be much easier to achieve if incompetent politicians would get out of my way and let me do my job," Henry answered bitterly. "What do you want? To float here until we're overrun or run out of food and supplies? To go to war with the Chinese and get us all killed?" "Sirs," a young sailor barely in his 20s had approached them. "We're going to be taking off soon." "Oh, look." Nostrum picked up his suitcase and gingerly stepped toward the helicopter. "My ride's here." Henry glared at the senator, but he picked up his own suitcase and followed. The two men got into their seats and buckled in. The rotors roared louder and louder until the ungainly helicopter, piled high with boxes and bags, took off. From the air, the fleet looked unlike anything Henry had ever seen. Destroyers and cruisers patrolled a wide perimeter. Large groupings of civilian vessels were huddled together like floating neighborhoods. Smaller yachts and fishing boats sat next to larger cruise ships. Further inside the perimeter sat the container ships and supply frigates that were vital to the fleet's survival. At the center of it all sat the USS Ronald Reagan supercarrier, looming like a mighty giant over its domain. The view was impressive, but there were other, more ominous sights as well. Here and there, undead floundered helplessly about in the ocean waves. Abandoned and capsized vessels dotted the sea, their broken and half-submerged carcasses floating aimlessly through the military perimeter. Oil fires of sunken ships, gasoline slicks, garbage bags, and human filth, the sum of the waste that 30,000 people can produce, covered the ocean like a watery garbage dump. The fleet truly was a floating city, with a complete lack of plumbing or trash collection, and the blue water carried a brown and green tint. As quickly as it had taken to the air, the helicopter landed on the deck of the Horizon Pacific container ship. Henry sat patiently while the Marines and sailors unloaded cargo. Nostrum unbuckled himself from his seat and stepped onto the deck. A heavy-set man with a gray beard approached the Chinook. He had his arms wrapped around two attractive young women in bikinis, and he wore a gaudy gold ring on every finger. With a red-faced, toothy smile, he extended a hand in greeting. "Senator," the man said with the rough voice of a lifelong sailor, "it's good to see you again. You didn't have to bring the squaddies, though. I would have sent an escort to get you." Henry had heard the derogatory term squaddies before, but not in a long time. Ever since the military became the difference between life and the undead, they commanded a level of respect among the civilian population that was unassailable. It took a special kind of degenerate to insult the Navy in private, let alone in their presence. "Captain." Nostrum took the man's hand, nodded, and seemed about to continue speaking, when the boisterous man shoved one of his women toward a soldier who had just set down a large, sealed black box. "Come on, boys. Stay a while. We got beer, food, women," the man chuckled. The soldier caught the woman. Her face was expressionless, almost sad, as she ran her hand up the inside of the Marine's thigh. The soldier released her, pushed her gently away, shook his head, and returned to his work. "Men?" The captain grinned.
I know about you Navy boys.
Captain, I'll meet you on the bridge momentarily, Nostrum interrupted as he watched the woman the captain had pushed scurry away between containers. I need a moment with Dr. Damico.
Huh? Dr. Damico?
The captain turned his attention to Henry, who sat quietly in the helicopter.
Well, nice to finally meet the Admiral's butt boy. Here.
He shoved the other woman toward the helicopter.
Have a blowjob and stop taking my loot.
The woman began to climb into the helicopter with Henry. Now that she was closer to him, he could see the unmistakable outline of bruises on her face and arms. Makeup had been caked on to cover the abuse, but in the bright sunlight, it was plain to see. Henry made eye contact with her and shook his head. "Get out," he ordered. A feeling, part pity, part anger, and part helplessness, washed over him. He slowly shifted his gaze to meet the captain's as the woman climbed back out of the aircraft. The captain's grin vanished from his face as he met Henry's icy stare. "This is my loot, Captain. You're just watching it for me. Do not abuse that privilege." Henry was almost surprised at the words coming out of him. For the first time, he felt the intoxication of power and how it could be seductive. He was both horrified and excited by the sensation. "There are plenty of people who can do your job. Just give me a reason to replace you." Nostrum broke in. "Captain, I'll see you in a moment, please." The captain gaped for a moment, unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner on his own ship. He was about to protest, but thought better of it, wordlessly turned on his heels, and walked away. Nostrum walked back over to Henry and leaned in. "The fleet is not a place for high ideals, Henry. People know your name, and you can't expect them to understand what you do. There's no in-between for you. People love you or hate you. He," Nostrum nodded in the direction of the captain, "hates you, and he has more power to spread that hate than you know. You do not want him as an enemy." "It sounds like he's already made me his enemy," Henry replied. "We have to tolerate men like him? I could have the Admiral—" "What? Kick him off his ship? Execute him? Banish him for being a womanizing asshole? For taking advantage of his position?" Nostrum interrupted. "Listen to yourself." Henry was about to argue back, but Nostrum's words rang in his ear. For taking advantage of his position, the rebuke had touched on a sore spot. "You're a smart man, Henry, but you don't know a damn thing about what's going on out here. This isn't Camelot, and there isn't room for any white knights. Go to the Boxer, go see your wife, and let me do my job," Nostrum continued. "When you get back, you'll have your Gulf of Mexico." Henry cocked his head, curiously. "I'll give you the Gulf, but when I need a favor from you, you're going to deliver." Nostrum stepped away from the helicopter and smiled. "Deal?" Chapter 26. Private Stenson took a running jump, and he reached up to catch the top edge of the second-story clinic. A swarm of zombies burst onto the ground-floor roof of the music store behind him. He pulled himself up with a grunt, and he dragged his body onto the ledge. Dozens of howling monsters reached after him in frustration as he crawled, exhausted, onto the elevated clinic roof. Well out of reach of the angry horde, Stenson rolled onto his back and gazed up at the blue sky. Every part of him wanted to rest, to stay there and let exhaustion have its way with him. Sleep-deprived and pushed to his physical limits, he let fatigue win for a moment. While the bright California sun warmed his weary body, the clamor of the undead swarm seemed to fade into the wind. When he felt he had rested enough, Stenson crawled over to the front of the clinic. He leaned against a ventilation shaft and looked out over the lot. Thousands of undead were packed into the blacktop. They were moaning, staring blankly off into space, and wandering aimlessly. The gun towers that had once guarded the DDC resembled old stilt houses that rose from a rolling ocean of gray undead.
The fence that had surrounded the DDC lay in twisted ruin. "What are you going to do with that, Private?" The first real conversation he'd had with the Tierra Santa DDC sergeant rang in his memory. "That's my magic bullet, sir," he had replied with a smile. The sergeant had asked for a daily inventory of all the ammunition in the DDC, and every day Private Stenson had reported all the ammunition he carried on him, including a single Beretta pistol clip containing a single 9mm round. The number stood out in the reports, and eventually the sergeant had gotten around to asking him about it. The sergeant smiled and nodded. "Sometimes things get so fucked up that all you have are bullets." "Just making sure I have the bullet I need if things get too fucked up, sir," Stenson replied. Since that day, other soldiers had taken to carrying magic bullets. Some had them on necklaces, others had them on keychains or even bandoliers, but only a handful understood what a magic bullet was. They kept them in special clips that were separate from their combat ammunition. Stenson closed his eyes and sighed as he rolled up a pant leg to examine his wound. During the morning's escape from the quiet room and subsequent climb to the music store roof, he had felt the sharp pinch of jaws closing around his ankle. It was barely hard enough to hurt, barely hard enough to break the skin, but it was hard enough. It had only taken a few hours for the tiny gash to spread black spider veins up his leg and numb his foot. Now, his entire lower leg was the same gray-green pallid rubber of necrotic flesh. He had kept the wound secret all day. Doomed as he was, he could still help, and there was no use in scaring everyone. He sighed, fished a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. After he had covered the convoy's escape, he had fought his way out of the clinic office through a rampaging onslaught of ghouls, without being bitten. He had shot and stabbed his way through a long hallway crawling with undead, without so much as a scratch. Finally, he had made it to the music store roof and then to the clinic roof, untouched. All that was for naught, however, given the ankle bite he had already received. It felt so unfair that his fate would be determined by such a small thing, a split second where he was a little too slow, and some random ghoul had been just fast enough. Reaching into his right pocket, he felt for the hard metal clip where he kept his magic bullet. His other hand reached for his sidearm, popped the empty clip out, and replaced it with the new one. After giving his sidearm to Liam in the quiet room, his first order of business had been to acquire a replacement. It made him cringe to loot the corpses of his comrades, but there had been no other choice. He then proceeded to spend all his ammunition on the defense of the convoy's escape. Now, only his magic bullet remained. He took another long drag from his cigarette before tossing the butt into the undead ocean below and lighting another one. A million doubts ran through his head. What if he hadn't been bitten? He hadn't actually seen the zombie bite him, he reflected. What if he was just in some sort of shock? What if he was sleep-deprived and making a dumb decision? What if the wound he thought was a bite was merely another gash from slamming into the broken window? What if there was a cure in the fleet? If he just waited long enough, maybe his immune system could fight off the infection. Stenson closed his eyes and pushed the doubts away. He forced himself to alter his perspective. He was lucky. A lot of people, soldiers and civilians, didn't have magic bullets. Billions of people all over the world were doomed to walk the earth as monsters. He didn't have to be, and for that, he was grateful. He had given all he had and succeeded in saving civilian lives, children's lives. Few people were so lucky. Sometimes things get so fucked up that all you have are bullets, he growled. With little hesitation, he brought his arm up and placed the barrel of the gun against his temple. Chapter 27. Sound off, Carl ordered through the communications network. When a mere 7 voices, including Pam and Miguel's, came back, Carl felt heartbroken. Every fiber in his body wanted to turn the entire convoy around, to pull those he'd left behind, dead or alive,
out from the hell the convoy had just escaped. He had lost so many men and women under his command that it felt unfair that even more had given their lives on this last mission. The commander in him knew the futility of turning back and risking even more lives. The world wasn't fair, and jeopardizing those who had made it through wouldn't change that. You're going to want to take Highway 805 to 5. We'll pass Miramar to the east, but the system says the Miramar stog is concentrated south and east. Pam had a map pulled up on her laptop and was working out the best route to San Onofre. San Diego itself was a deadly labyrinth of horrors, but traveling northward past Marine Corps Air Station Miramar would require more care than usual. When DDCs began running out of space and had been forced to turn away latecomers months ago, military bases like Miramar were inundated by refugees from every corner of California. Thousands of campers, tents, trailers, and mobile homes cropped up overnight with the belief that mere proximity to the military would provide some measure of protection. That assumption could not have been further from reality, and as quickly as a ghoul claimed its first victim, infection spread through the camps like wildfire. A colossal swarm of man-eating carnage rose up to consume not only the refugee communities, but also the military bases they surrounded. All over the country, bases were either utterly abandoned or completely overrun. Miramar was the latter. Carl nodded and punched the link on his communications network. In about 10 minutes, we're going to be passing Miramar on our right. I need gunners to hold their fire until we're clear. Hold on. Let me... Miguel tried to pull himself to stand in his gun mount, but he fell back into his seat, gripping his leg in agony. Let me take a look at that. Do you have a first aid kit? A blonde-haired woman sitting in the back of the Humvee asked. A young boy clung to her in terror, but she hugged him in reassurance. I'm not going anywhere, honey. I'm just going to help the soldier who helped us. Miguel hesitated, but pulled up his pant leg, reached under his seat, and retrieved the first aid kit. His calf was swollen, and it had an odd misshapen bulge to it. With the adrenaline gone from his system, the pain was beginning to take hold. I'm Nicole, the woman said, as she crawled into position to take a look at Miguel's leg. This is my son, Vince. She gestured to the boy. I'm no Dr. D, but I think I recognize a broken leg when I see one. What's your name? Miguel grimaced as Nicole examined his injury. I'm Sergeant Miguel Ramos. Thanks. Miguel was not used to having anyone attend to him. Mommy? What's that? Vince asked. A distant and barely intelligible voice began to echo over the sound of the vehicles. Okay, gunners, hold your fire, Carl ordered. Highway 805 sat at the base of a rise that obscured Miramar, while the highway itself was littered with the broken-down vehicle graveyard and wandering dead that was typical of all San Diego's outbound highways. The adjacent hillside was relatively clear. Atop the peak of the rise stood a battered fence where dozens of mindless undead gathered on either side. Some were turning in impotent pursuit, while others were corralled by the chain links of the military base they had overrun. They watched the convoy pass with blank stares, or lazily rolled their heads back and moaned. A 30-foot pole stood every couple of 100 yards along the fence. Mounted atop the poles were loudspeakers blasting out a recording on an endless loop. The convoy team and their passengers sat silently, while the monotone male voice calmly spoke. Keep out. Danger. This is an infected zone. Do not enter. Keep out. Danger. This is an infected zone. Do not enter. No entran. Peligro. Esta es una zona infectada. No entran. Peligro. Esta es una zona infectada. What isn't an infected zone anymore? Miguel grumbled, as Nicole wrapped his leg in a splint with a length of tape. That message has been running for months. It wasn't until after Miramar was overrun that things got really bad. Whoever made that message probably thought he was doing San Diego a favor, Pam replied. How many desperate people got it into their heads that all they had to do is make it to Miramar and the U.S. military would take care of them? Hearing that message might have been heartbreaking, but it probably saved lives. A few minutes passed, and the repeating message began to fade into the distance. Highway 805 merged into Highway 5, and the convoy continued to make its way through and around the human wreckage of the zombie apocalypse. A burnt-out gas station still displayed prices for regular unleaded fuel at $242.99 a gallon. Earthen graves, crowned by plain white crosses, dotted the hillside by the hundreds. The words, "Do not open, dead inside," were scrawled on the back of a tractor-trailer in large red letters. One empty and blood-stained truck sported a large sign on its tailgate that read, "Girls, Girls, Girls, $20. Right next to it sat another gore-covered truck with a sign mounted atop the cab that read, "Canned vegetables, $70. Canned soup, $50. Canned pet food, $30. The living dead slowly wandered amongst it all, their mangled forms meandering between vehicles. Heads turned to acknowledge the military convoy that passed through their midst. Hollow moans passed through cracked and bloody lips as they stumbled forward in pursuit. "Specialist Grace?" a voice came over the network. "What is it?" Pam responded. "We have a Dr. Kelly Damico in our car that's asking to talk to the commanding officer," the voice came back. Pam looked over to Carl, who kept his eyes on the road but nodded back to her. "This is Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey. What can I do for you, ma'am?" Kelly's voice came back over the network. "We need to be screened. We've all had contact with WDs, and we need to make sure everyone's checked out before we're admitted into any secure areas." Carl thought for a second before answering. The request was simple enough. Every soldier and civilian in the convoy had been in a life-and-death struggle with the walking dead. If any one of them were knowingly concealing a bite or unknowingly bitten, entire ships could be in danger. He glanced at Miguel and the blonde woman, Nicole, in his rearview mirror, and thought about Miguel's leg. Was his leg broken, or was he bitten? What would happen to him if he had been bitten? He considered the consequences for his wounded comrade. "Yes, ma'am, I will call ahead and make sure a screening facility is set up before anyone is transported to the fleet," Carl answered. "Specialist Grace, call ahead to San Onofre and have them set up a screening area. We need everyone checked out." Pam did as she was ordered, and the vehicles continued in silence. Minds began to wander. Was it possible to be bitten and not know it? Was that scratch actually a bite? Was the infection transmitted in ways other than bites? Was that bruise a sign of infection? After all this time, after all their sacrifice, would some of them be denied transport to the fleet? "So how you going to prove that isn't a bite, Miguel?" Pam awkwardly tried to break the tension, but she realized how bad the joke was as soon as she heard herself say it. "That's not funny," Carl replied with a scowl. "I'm sure people who aren't infected get turned away all the time because of injuries that look like bites. Your leg is just broken, right, Miguel?" "I mean, I heard it break. It sounded like a break." "It's a break," Miguel grumbled. "It sounded like a break," Carl mumbled. "I won't let you get left behind." Pam looked at Carl and back to Miguel. Awkward silence passed until Pam punched a button on her headset. "San Onofre, this is Convoy 19, approaching from about a mile south. 5 vehicles, 8 crew, and a dozen or so civilians." "Copy, Convoy 19. We've been expecting you. The south gates will be open. We're kind of short-handed, and we could use some strong backs." "I can help," Nicole answered immediately. Pam furrowed her brow in confusion. Civilians, as a general rule, were content to sit back and watch military personnel do the grunt work. "Sure thing, San Onofre. We have some people who can lend a hand." Dome-like cooling towers loomed into view as the Humvees approached the power plant. A helicopter had just taken off, and it was heading toward a large gray military ship just offshore. A second helicopter was returning from the same direction. Along the perimeter of the power plant there was another tall razor wire fence reinforced by sandbags and protected by watchtowers. The undead gathered in gangs. There was very little gunfire around the perimeter. However, the entrance was another story. The vehicles made their way toward the gates, where 2 10-man teams of Marines stood in formation, and fired their rifles at the ghouls wandering about the immediate area. Hundreds of bodies lay about the ground in crumpled heaps already, and the soldiers were adding more with every shot. Mortar teams within the compound were raining death into dense swarms. The roadside resembled a crater-marked moonscape inhabited by shattered corpses, pulling themselves along on mangled limbs. The Marines broke formation, followed on foot, and closed the gates as soon as the convoy was inside. No sooner had they retreated than the screeching forms of hungry dead pressed themselves en masse against the fence. "Look!" Pam pointed out the window as the convoy pulled to a stop in front of a small office building. The rolling hills of the California coast stretched south, north, and east as far as the eye could see. Endless ranks of walking dead shambled about in loose packs. Slowly and implacably, they converged on one point, the San Onofre power plant and the activity within. "Sergeant First Class Harvey?" A uniformed man with the insignia of a lieutenant commander approached the lead Humvee. His hair was disheveled, and the pits of his arms were stained with sweat. Carl stepped out from his driver's seat and saluted. "Yes, sir." The man appeared anxious and nervously chewed his bottom lip. He kept his eyes fixated on the wailing ghouls massing on the fence as he spoke to Carl. "I'm Lieutenant Commander Holt. I need you and your drivers to pull your vehicles over to the Building 2 loading dock so we can load them up with supplies." He pointed to an area bustling with activity. 20 or so civilians and soldiers milled about, stacking boxes and bags of equipment. Chinook helicopters will then deliver them to the USS Boxer. I need some of your men to help with Building 1. Holt gestured to a smaller building connected to the cooling towers that appeared to be set up as a living area with clotheslines, lawn chairs, and a fire pit outside the main entrance. "The screening center you requested is over there." He gestured to a sad-looking area sectioned off by police tape and shower curtains. "Understood?" "Yes, sir," Carl responded, but the lieutenant commander had already turned on his heels and made his way back toward the power plant. "Why aren't they clearing the fence?" Miguel asked, as he limped out from the back of the vehicle. "They're out of ammo," Pam realized. "Whatever ammo they have, they need to defend the plant if the fence fails." "What do you mean, if the fence fails?" a civilian man asked. "All right." Carl ignored the civilian's question and exercised his tone of authority. "Dr. Kelly Damico." Kelly stepped forward. "Get screening. Miguel, go with her and get patched up." Carl nodded toward the makeshift screening area. "Pam and I are going to supervise things at Building 2. Everyone else head to Building 1 and see what you can do to help." Kelly Damico and the soldiers instantly broke off to do as they were ordered. The civilians meandered about, unsure of what to do with themselves. Carl sighed. "Everyone, make yourself useful. The sooner we load up, the sooner we get the hell out of here. Go!" Chapter 28. Nicole sat in the back of the Humvee. She hugged her son Vince while they both watched the soldiers and the other civilians outside. The leader, Sergeant Carl Harvey, barked out a few orders before climbing back into the driver's seat of the Hummer. "What can we do to help?" Nicole asked Carl. She watched Kelly Damico make her way over to a designated medical area. Soldiers and civilians were already trickling toward the screening facility from all over the power plant. No one wanted to be forced to forfeit their ticket to the fleet because of a technicality. "We're loading everything into helicopters and Humvees for transit to the fleet. If you want to help, get screened and head to Building 1. And keep an eye on your kid. Make sure he's out of the way." Carl pulled the vehicle up to the loading dock. Nicole nodded. She stepped out of the Hummer and into the hot afternoon sun and looked around. A large helicopter was taking off from a nearby landing pad. Its ungainly shape seemed unfit for air travel, yet it rose into the air, heavy with food and supplies. Another smaller helicopter approached the landing pad from over the ocean, and a dozen or so sweaty soldiers already stood, arms filled with supplies, awaiting its arrival. The convoy crews broke from their vehicles immediately, and they wandered off to help in whatever capacity they could. "Mommy, look," Vince said, pointing to the exterior fence. Zombies were dense around the perimeter, and a squad of Marines scrambled about and shouted at one another. "Get that red SUV from the lot and park it up against Section 33 to reinforce it." "Yes, sir." One of the Marines broke from the group at a sprint. "Grab some 2x4s and buttress Section 6. "Yes, sir." 3 more Marines ran off. "Section 20 and 21 are really thick with WDs. Thin it with bayonets." "Yes, sir." A half-dozen Marines fixed knives to the barrels of their rifles before jogging away. Beneath all the shouting, the helicopters and the hiss of the reactor cooling towers, the ever-present moan of the undead rumbled and rolled like a gathering storm. "These soldiers are keeping us safe, sweetie," Nicole reassured her son. "They're going to make sure the monsters don't get in here." Vince didn't respond. "This is a reminder," a female voice came over a speaker system. "Before transit to the fleet, you must be screened by a medical professional at the south wall. Thank you." "Should we go see Dr. D, Mommy?" Vince asked innocently. "Let me see your hand real quick, honey." During the frenzied escape from the Tierra Santa DDC, she had lost track of Vince for one heart-stopping moment. When the dead had broken past the soldiers, every parent had battled courageously to slow their advance. It had been a bloody fight that had cost lives, but it had also bought precious seconds for the children to escape. She had found her son bawling helplessly amidst the confusion, scooped him up, and fought her way to the convoy. It wasn't until they were safely inside the Humvee that she had seen the cut on Vince's hand. The cut looked nasty, and she had quietly instructed her son to keep it concealed. Even though it was a harmless scratch, there was a good chance he would not be cleared for transport to the fleet by Dr. Damico. On the cusp of salvation, she was not about to tell her son that they would not be joining the fleet. "You weren't bitten, right, sweetie? It was just some broken glass?" Vince hesitated for a moment. He knew to stay away from the undead. Nicole had drummed it into him over and over again that above all else, he could not get bit. If she had done one job on this earth in the past year, it had been to ensure that he could survive in this world with or without her. That meant staying safely away from ghouls. Vince frowned, tears welling in his eyes. "I got cut, Mommy." "It almost looks like a bite," Nicole mumbled to herself. The jagged cut would need a bandage and antiseptic, maybe even stitches. Vince's face twisted in grief, and tears streaked down his cheeks. "I'm not bit! I'm not bit!" he pleaded through shudders. Nicole scooped him up and hugged him tightly. "I know, honey, I know. Mommy was just thinking out loud." She looked at her son and wiped the tears from his face. "Can you keep your hand tucked inside your sleeve for Mommy?" Vince nodded. Nicole rocked her son gently and turned to look at the screening facility. She could see Dr. Damico within, ordering men 10 at a time to line up behind a curtain and strip. "Okay, stay close to Mommy and keep your hand hidden, okay?" Vince nodded again. Nicole set her son down and looked around, thoughtfully. Building 1, a good distance from the screening area, was bustling with activity. Men and women moved back and forth between buildings 1 and 2. She guided Vince toward building 1, keeping a safe distance between herself and Kelly Damico. As she approached, she passed some convoy soldiers who were smoking casually in a circle. "They're gonna just leave him here?" one of the soldiers said angrily. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he drank deeply from a canteen. "That's bullshit. That could be any one of us," another soldier grumbled. Nicole froze in her tracks, her worst fears being confirmed. She wanted to speak, but felt awkward about intruding on the conversation. "What happened?" she eventually mustered. The first soldier turned and looked at her, almost perturbed at the intrusion. But a third soldier answered. "One of our guys, Private Wenzel, isn't cleared, but it isn't that bad." He looked around at his comrades and attempted to take on a tone of reassurance. "He's hurt. His injury probably isn't a bite, but they can't take any chances with the fleet. So he's going to remain here." "Yeah, that's real safe," one of the soldiers interrupted, gesturing to the swarm of ghouls raging wildly outside the fence, a mere 100 feet away from where they stood. Their numbers seemed to grow with every passing moment. The Marines guarding the perimeter were working as quickly as they could to thin their number or reinforce weak areas in the fence. As soon as we leave here, this whole place will be crawling with WDs. He's going to remain here in a secure area on top of one of the office buildings. They're setting up tents and a living area for anyone who isn't cleared. They'll transport them to the fleet in a few days via helicopter, if they haven't turned. Nice. So some poor bastard gets a hangnail and now he's stuck on a roof with a dozen infected? The sarcastic soldier interrupted. Fine, you can bunk with Private Wenzel while we're on ship. At least I'll have a warning when he tries to chew your dick off. The two soldiers began to argue. Nicole and her son continued past the group as the soldiers began shouting back and forth. The argument was intensifying, and she had all the information she needed. Vince would not be allowed to join the fleet, and the two of them, after all this time stranded in the DDC, would be abandoned atop a building with potentially infected strangers. That would not do. As Nicole approached Building 2, a heavy-set older man in a sweat-stained button-down groaned as he stepped into the nearly unbearable heat. He added a box to a stack sitting just outside the entryway and shielded his eyes from the intense sun. He huffed and puffed for a few seconds, resting against a brick wall. He watched while a Marine in the distance systematically punched his bayonet through the fence and into the skulls of leering ghouls. "Need a hand?" Nicole asked as she approached the heavy-set man. The man continued watching the Marine, but nodded. "These can go out to the landing pad." He gestured to the stack of boxes. "Or the Humvees, whatever. The faster we make space, the more junk we can move out of here." "I'm on it," Nicole said, noting the black ink on the man's hand. "Jesus, they're angry today," the man answered back. "Who?" Nicole asked. "The ghouls. It's almost like they know we're leaving. Almost like they know this will be their last chance to come after us." Soldiers and civilians continued to bustle in and out of Building 1. "It is." Nicole forced a smile. "Damn right," he nodded. "Make sure and get your ticket out of here." He held his ink-stained hand up, smiled, and then turned to look at Vince. "If you help your mom, little man, you can go on a boat ride. Does that sound cool?" Vince nodded shyly, and the man smiled once more before disappearing back into the building. Nicole looked through the supplies for a few brief moments before she found what she was looking for. She grabbed a stack of linens, tossed them on top of a couple crates, and began to carry the boxes across the parking lot toward Building 2. "Whoa, that's heavy. You need a hand with that?" a voice called. Nicole craned her neck around the boxes and saw a soldier moving toward her. He, too, sported a large black ink mark on his hand and seemed intent on taking the boxes she carried off her hands. "No!" she shouted, and turned the boxes away from the soldier. "I mean, I have these. There are some really heavy ones by the door, though. I can't get those," Nicole answered. She looked around at people's hands and noted the number of ink stains were already at about 1 in 5. Kelly Damico was using ink to mark the people she had cleared for transport to the fleet, and she was working very efficiently. Too efficiently. Soon, more than half the people here would be cleared. Shortly after that, anyone without a mark would conspicuously stick out among those that did have a mark, and be urged to be screened immediately so everyone could leave as quickly as possible. The soldier nodded and walked past her. She continued toward Building 2, her eyes focused on the group of Humvees that sat in a neat row, their trunks open and partially filled with cargo. "Honey, I need you to climb into the back of that truck and give Mommy a hand," Nicole ordered her son in a hushed voice. The back of the vehicle was half full with supplies already and would be stacked to the roof before long. "Okay," Vince said excitedly as he ran to the back of the Humvee. Nicole followed her son and set the boxes on the tailgate. She wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced around, waiting for an opportunity.
A helicopter took off from the landing pad, and another was approaching. Soldiers and civilians, boxes in hand, gathered round to load the aircraft as soon as it landed. There wasn't going to be a better opportunity than now, so Nicole made her move.
Go, climb in. Go!
Vince scrambled into the back of the truck, eager to help his mother. Nicole climbed into the vehicle and quickly pulled the boxes in behind her. She curled into a tight ball next to her son. In the next motion, she flung linen over herself and Vince and sat as motionless as possible.
Vince, I need you to listen to Mommy very, very carefully, Nicole whispered. This isn't a game. You need to sit absolutely still. Do you understand me?
My hand hurts, and I don't feel good, Vince replied.
I'm sorry, honey. Mommy will take care of your hand later, okay? Just please stay absolutely quiet. Take a nap if you need to.
She tried to communicate the seriousness of the situation to her son. Vince nodded. Minutes felt like hours, and the brutal heat of the California sun began to turn the vehicle into an oven. Soldiers packed more supplies into the Humvee, shoving boxes into every spare inch until it was full. They closed the doors and trunk, and what little fresh air Nicole and Vince had from outside was now denied them. The sun beat down on the roof relentlessly, and the heat became nearly unbearable, but mother and son remained absolutely still. They sat for hours. Nicole's legs cramped painfully, and Vince, already drenched in sweat, wet himself. But they did not move. The sun eventually set, and mercifully, the interior of the vehicle began to cool. Vince awoke from a nap and rubbed his hand tenderly.
My hand hurts, Mommy, he whispered. It really hurts.
Nicole slid her hand under the seat slowly and felt around for the first aid kit.
You're such a good little boy, you know that? You're being so strong for Mommy. Mommy is so proud of you.
Vince smiled. Nicole pulled antiseptic, gauze, and tape from the kit.
Let me see your hand.
Chapter 29. Carl fished a cigarette out of his pocket, placed it between his lips, and took a deep drag. He had found a secluded area next to a dumpster by the loading dock. The red and orange light of the setting sun cast long black shadows. The ships waiting offshore were silhouettes atop the shimmering yellow ocean. It had been a very long day. He had been operating on nicotine and caffeine since leaving the San Diego Naval Base. Carl dug a chocolate bar out of his front jacket pocket, and he stared at the gray-brown bag for a few moments. Exhaustion had taken his appetite, however, so he thrust the candy back into his pocket. Building 2 was nearly empty. Everything, even the vending machine contents, had been hauled out to the Humvees or helicopters for transit to the fleet. Now, civilians were being loaded up with food rations, clothes, and other living essentials from Building 1. The sound of a car banging up against the interior of the fence got Carl's attention. About 100 feet away, a few young Marines scrambled out of an old Ford Contour. The Marines started propping wooden beams against the fence to aid the car and acting as a buttress. While they worked, they would periodically stab ghouls through the fence with their bayonets. Civilian vehicles and wooden beams had been put in place every 30 or 40 feet. The dead snarled on the other side, their numbers swelling into a host of inevitability. Despite the Marines' effort to reinforce it, Carl knew that the fence would eventually give way. Carl imagined the fence collapsing and a sea of death washing into San Onofre like a tsunami. Ghouls would swarm in, and the living would be helpless to hold back the tide of claws and teeth. His legs burned. His arms and shoulders hurt. His head and back ached. He had reached his limits, and there was a part of him deep down that just wanted to sit where he was and take whatever came. He leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground. Driving and death had been his life for a year, and now his job was over. Until this moment, the idea that he might make it out of convoy duty alive hadn't even occurred to him. He had seen so many men and women slaughtered, shot by civilians, ripped apart by ghouls,
or killed in accidents. He had assumed that sooner or later he would be among them. It filled Carl with a deep sense of regret that 7 more men had died under his command today, and he hadn't been among them. Carl rubbed his eyes. Tears had snuck up on him, and he could not make them stop now that they had come. Guilt and anger overwhelmed Sergeant First Class Harvey, and his chest convulsed with sobs. "Carl?" Pam's voice startled him. He wiped his face and turned away from her as he took a drag of his cigarette. "What's up?" Pam sat down on the ground next to Carl and placed a hand on his shoulder. It was an odd gesture. As close as they had become over the past year, there was rarely any physical contact, short of an occasional high five or fist bump. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just taking a smoke break. Building 2 is empty and I just wanted a quick rest before I started helping with Building 1. Carl attempted to will away his tears, stood up, and offered his friend and comrade a hand. "You ready to get the hell out of here?" Carl asked, with a forced smile. Pam took his hand and got to her feet. "No, I mean, are you okay?" She looked into Carl's eyes, concern on her face. "At the Tierra Santa DDC, when we were leaving, things just seemed off." Carl paused for a few seconds, and he fought against the anguish rising in him. There was no use hiding it. Carl doubled over, sat back against the wall, covered his face with his hands, and began to weep. Pam rubbed Carl's back, trying to offer whatever comfort she could. Her commanding officer's outpour of emotion was almost enough to bring her to tears. Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey was the kind of man whom she would happily follow into the gates of hell. He had cultivated an image of invincibility that was almost superhero-like. Seeing Carl's hidden side, the side that endured silently in pain, was difficult. "I can't remember their names," Carl gasped. "I can't either," Pam confessed. "I was their commander. They trusted me. I was supposed to keep them safe," Carl sobbed. "You did a good job, Carl. You did a better job than everyone else. There's a reason you're the last convoy commander. You got us here alive because you're the best. Those missions saved thousands of lives. You did that." Pam tried to console Carl. "You saved thousands of lives. You're a hero." Carl shook his head. "I don't even know how many men and women I lost. I'm no hero. Not by a long shot." "There are a dozen kids from the Tierra Santa DDC who would disagree, and 24 or more from the Spring Valley DDC, she retorted. "You've saved families and brought doctors to the fleet, transported food. You sound like a hero to me." Carl wiped his face, took a final drag of his cigarette, and flicked the butt onto the pavement. He rolled Pam's words over in his mind, and his breathing calmed. He wiped his face and resumed his normal, cool demeanor. The price was too high. "Look, it's all over now. We did everything we could." Pam pointed at a Chinook helicopter that hovered over the parked convoy vehicles. Soldiers were securing straps around one of the Humvees and hooking it to a winch. A few moments passed, and the soldiers hooked the winch to a line hanging from the helicopter. They stepped away from their work and watched as the Hummer rose into the air and flew out over the ocean under the power of the aircraft. "No more missions. We did a good job and saved a lot of lives." Carl watched his vehicle disappear into the distance. "It's going to be strange," Carl composed himself. Only the redness around his eyes betrayed his emotional outburst. "Yeah," Pam conceded. "It will be strange, but it will be a good strange." "Let's check on Miguel and finish helping with Building 1. Carl wiped his eyes one final time. Pam nodded, and the two of them began walking around the loading dock toward the screening facility. Neither of them had been screened as of yet, and now seemed as good a time as any to take care of that. A crowd of civilians was already gathered around the landing pad, hoping for a place on the next helicopter. Soon the military personnel guarding the power plant would follow, and San Onofre and all the rest of North America would belong to the living dead. "San Onofre is now entering cold shutdown." A woman's voice came over the speaker system. We will be relying on backup generators until the facility is vacated." As the nuclear power plant began to shut down, the cooling towers vented a column of steam into the atmosphere. The purple sky faded to black as the sun vanished beneath the horizon, and the oppressive heat that had dominated the day began to abate. Carl imagined the lights of San Diego's skyscrapers going out, and the panic that it would bring. Thousands of trapped survivors would find themselves, for the first time, cast in total darkness. "It's going to be a dark night," Pam frowned. Chapter 30. "I'm sorry I couldn't look at this earlier," Kelly said, as she examined Miguel's leg. Miguel had lain on his back for the majority of the afternoon, waiting patiently for her attention. As the lone doctor in the entire facility, the only assistance Kelly had was a nervous Marine security guard and a teenage Army combat medic. The Marine sentry was distracted by the growing mass of undead along the outer fence. The combat medic, Private Heimbach, hadn't even completed his training. He was better suited as a courier, running around San Onofre looking for something Kelly needed: gauze, antibiotics, and crutches.
"No, problem."
Miguel grit his teeth through the pain as Kelly unwrapped the bandages from his improvised splint.
"Is everyone checked out?"
"Almost," Kelly nodded, and a saddening thought entered her mind. She hadn't seen Nicole or her son during the screening. She couldn't remember seeing them escape from the DDC, but she certainly would remember seeing them killed. She sighed. How many people had simply disappeared? How many friends, mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters were simply swallowed up by the undead legions, only to rise as just another faceless monster? "How we doing, soldier? You patched up and ready to sip martinis on some cruise ship?" Carl said loudly as he approached with Pam. Miguel turned to see his friends. "Just my luck." He gestured toward his broken leg. "I finally get a vacation and this happens." "We need to be screened." Carl held up his hand. It was devoid of the black ink mark that would indicate Kelly had examined them for bites and infection. Kelly nodded. "Give me 1 second." Kelly felt around Miguel's lower leg, and he grimaced in pain. "This is going to hurt a little."
"Okay."
Miguel took a deep breath. Kelly squeezed hard on Miguel's leg until she felt the bones realign. He bit down hard on his shirt sleeve and gripped the edges of his cot until his knuckles turned white. "Private Heimbach," Kelly addressed the young combat medic, "wrap this up and put a cast around it." Making a cast was not demanding, and the green combat medic would have minimal chance of messing it up. "Okay, step behind the curtain, please." She instructed Pam to go first. Pam stepped into the private screening area and began taking her clothes off. "So, what happens if I don't clear?" she said nervously. "I've cleared everyone except for 3 people so far." Kelly hesitated, considering those she had not cleared. "We have a place for them to wait, and in a couple of days they'll be transported to the fleet." "So if I don't clear, I get to wait around with 3 people who may be infected," Pam murmured. "You're clear," Kelly said casually after a few moments of examining Pam. "You can get dressed now. If you hadn't cleared, you would be waiting with 4 people." Kelly spoke with reluctance, but decided it was better to be transparent. "I was unable to clear one of your team. He probably isn't bitten, but we can't take the chance. There's also an engineer from San Onofre and a little girl from the DDC. Her dad is staying with her until she turns." Breaking the news to the young girl's father was among the most difficult things Kelly had ever done. The man's eyes had welled with tears as she explained to him what to expect and how to take precautions after the girl turned. "There's a camp set up on the roof of this building." Pam dressed herself, while she dwelled on the soldier from her team that had not been cleared. She stepped out from behind the curtain and looked at Carl. He had heard Kelly, and his grief was masked beneath a veneer of optimism. The idea that he might lose yet another man under his command was a heavy burden that he hid too well. Kelly used a black permanent marker on Pam's hand to signify that Pam had passed the screening, She now had access to the fleet. "You're up?" She motioned for Carl to step behind the curtain. Carl undressed, and Kelly inspected him for injury. Kelly was satisfied he had not been bitten after a brief inspection. "You can get dressed." "Control room, this is a Code Orange. Code Orange." Lieutenant Commander Holt shouted into a walkie-talkie. He ran from Building 1 past the screening facility and toward the entrance of Building 2 with an entourage of soldiers. Without a word, the Marine security guard that had been assigned to the screening facility burst into a sprint to join his commanding officer. "What's a Code Orange?" Kelly asked Private Heimbach. "The outer fence has been breached." He stood up, nervously. "We should get to Building 2. Miguel struggled to his feet with the help of 2 improvised crutches, a coat rack sawed to the proper length, and 2 canes duct-taped together. "Just so you all know, I'm tripping one of you if they come after us." His still-wet cast dripped a milky white puddle on the ground. A female voice came over the PA system. "All personnel, please make your way to Building 2 immediately and follow the directions to the roof. The outer fence has failed. I repeat, all personnel, please." Gasps and screams could be heard around the power plant as people reacted to the news. Everyone in the vicinity began to rush toward Building 2. "Why is there no gunfire?" Carl asked as Kelly quickly inked his hand. "We have standing orders to save the last of our ammunition to defend the rooftops," Private Heimbach answered. They began to follow the movement towards Building 2. Carl punched the button for his communications network. "Convoy 19 personnel, please make your way to Building 2 immediately." "Will do, sir. On our way," a voice came back. "We have some older folks we need to move, and it's taking some time. Much of the convoy team has been helping with supplies from Building 1. The silhouettes of the undead outside the fence seemed endless. Behind leering forms pressed up against the chain links, the horde disappeared into the blackness of the night. Here and there, the unmistakable clang of a fence post snapping and clattering to the ground echoed through the darkness. San Onofre's lights cast a dim orange halo of illumination, but in the shadows beyond, there lurked monsters. Inside Building 2 was a well-lit hallway. Large arrows were spray-painted on the floors and walls, and they directed refugees to the roof. 2 Marines knelt just inside the main entryway. They scanned the perimeter with their rifles as people rushed past. "Can we do anything to help?" Carl asked the sentries. "Just get to the roof, sir. Everything is under control," one of the Marines stated dryly. He flipped his night vision goggles from his helmet to his eyes and back again. He repeated the gesture twice, took aim with his rifle, and pressed a button on his shoulder radio. "WD's inside the fence approaching west side entrance." "Copy that," a voice came back. "WD's approaching east side entrance as well. Hold your position." Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the other side of the building. "Who wants to give me a piggyback ride?" Miguel tried to cut the tension. "Let's go." Carl nodded and spoke into his command network again. "Convoy 19 personnel, get to the roof of Building 2, ASAP. WDs have breached the outer fence, and this place will be crawling with them." "We're coming, sir," a voice replied. "Time is of the essence." Carl swam through his thoughts to pair a name with a voice, but failed. "Soldier." Private Heimbach and Carl came to Miguel's aid, and they followed the arrows to the roof. By the time they got to the stairwell, it was vacant. The sound of fleeing footsteps echoed down to them from above. "Go, go, go!" someone shouted from the hallway. A second later, the stairwell door was flung open, and a handful of Marines rushed in. "C4," someone ordered. Another soldier began fixing small gray balls to the bottom of the ground floor staircase. "This is gonna hurt," Carl warned Miguel. "Yep, go." Miguel took a deep breath. Carl and Private Heimbach began frantically rushing up the stairs, carrying Miguel. Kelly followed hastily. Pam carried Miguel's crutches at the rear. They thrust open the door to the roof to be greeted by a grim-looking Lieutenant Commander Holt. A dozen Marines sat on the edge of the roof, firing at the ground below. A large crowd of civilians fought with each other over seats in a helicopter that was sitting on the rooftop landing pad. An armed soldier stood between the panicked mob and the helicopter. "Please remain calm. Everyone will get their turn. We're safe up here. Just board the transports in an orderly manner, and we'll have everyone out of here in no time." The lights of a second helicopter were already approaching from a distance, but many in the crowd continued pushing and shoving for a spot. Carl, Miguel, Pam, and Kelly rushed over to the edge of the roof to look out into the darkness. The vanguard of the undead hordes had begun to surround the building. Sporadic gunfire would ring out, but the effort was futile. An endless wall of ghouls swarmed around the building. "Shit, look!" Miguel gasped under his breath. A dozen people burst from Building 1 and ran frantically toward Building 2. Undead began converging on them from all directions, and soldiers from the roof of Building 2 did their best to cover them as they moved. Carl fell to his knees. Shit. 4 convoy crew members led the charge from Building 1. 2 had young children on their backs as they ran firing their weapons. They were spending the last of their ammunition to buy precious seconds. "Everyone, down!" Holt shouted as he crouched. All the Marines did as ordered. Screams and panic erupted from the civilians who followed suit. "No!" Carl realized what was happening. "Go back!" he shouted at the group on the ground. "Go back!" He fumbled for the button to his communications network. "Go back!" A large explosion rocked the building, and a plume of smoke and dust erupted from the stairwell. The shock wave shattered windows, and civilians screamed in terror. "Shit!" Pam yelled. "Go back!" She added her voice to Carl's. More voices took up their plea. "Go back! Go back!" they shouted, realizing the stairwell had been destroyed, and there was no way to reach the roof. With sinking hope, Carl stared at his men, just over 3/4 of the way across the parking lot, slow, stop, and turned back toward Building 1. They drew their rifles and spent the last of their ammunition firing wildly into the swarm of oncoming ghouls. Carl watched the legion of undead converge on the small band of survivors from every direction. "No, goddammit! No!" Carl drew his pistol and emptied his clip into the sea of death. The scream of the first victim rang through the power plant. An old woman had barely made it halfway to Building 2 before turning back around. A ghoul tackled her, and 4 more were on top of her before she could plead for help. A second person tripped and disappeared beneath a pile of undead. A convoy soldier's rifle ran dry, and he was trying to club one zombie away when another slammed into him from behind and knocked him to the ground. Kelly could not watch the tragic scene that played out, so she turned her gaze towards Carl. His eyes, locked on the scene, read of absolute disbelief. His soldiers were slumped in defeat. "No," he gasped. Gunfire from the roof ceased as the screams from the ground fell silent. The only sounds now were the rolling din of undead and the hum of distant helicopter blades. "We're safe for the time being. The stairwell is collapsed. Save your ammo," Holt shouted to his men. He walked over to Carl and put a hand on the convoy leader's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. Kelly felt for the cellular phone she kept in her pocket. She flipped it open, looked at the blank screen, and hurled it into the night in anger. She wanted so badly to talk to her husband. Her soul was bruised, and seeing Carl's face was too much to bear. She sunk to the ground, trembling. She had seen a lot of horror in the past year, but the sight of the strong soldier's tears was something that would be burned into her memory. Hours passed, and helicopters took to the air with load after load of civilians and soldiers. No one spoke. The notion on everyone's mind was unspeakable, and on the verge of salvation, yet more people had lost their lives. Eventually all that remained was the convoy team, a handful of Marines, and Kelly. "We're up." Pam offered Kelly her hand. Kelly stood up and began walking toward the helicopter. She took her seat and buckled in. The aircraft rose into the air, and Kelly looked out over the eastern horizon. A surreal sense of sorrow overcame her. The lights of civilization had always made for a bright and beautiful California night, but now there was only darkness. With the demise of the San Onofre nuclear power plant, all of Southern California was now cloaked in blackness. As the helicopter made its way over the ocean, the lights of the USS Boxer came into view. A crowd of hopeful civilians rung the landing pad, and Kelly Damico unclamped her seatbelt once the aircraft had landed. She stepped onto the ship and looked around, the weight of her thoughts dulling the commotion around her. Suddenly, someone burst through the crowd and ran towards her. A moment of panic passed before she recognized the man she had not seen in almost a year. Henry Damico. Kelly met her husband's embrace, and her eyes welled with tears as she kissed him passionately. The two figures stood framed in the lights of the landing pad. The crowd slowly became fixated on the Damicos and their loving embrace. Silence first fell over the ship. Then the quiet sound of applause rose, until the entire deck was roaring with clapping and cheering. Everyone in the fleet had endured loss and said goodbye to someone they would never see again. Reunions were rare, but their meaning was not lost. As bad as things were, there was still hope. Chapter 31. 5 military Hummers secured with ratchet clamps sat on the port side of the USS Boxer. Their battered armor bore the scars of a year of service. A rear passenger door of one of the Humvees quietly swung open, and Nicole stepped onto the ship. The cool night felt amazing. "Come on, honey," Nicole whispered to her son. Vince had been good. He'd endured a full day of roasting inside the vehicle and remaining quiet as he had been instructed. "Mommy, I don't feel good." Vince slid out of the vehicle and onto the deck of the ship. "Come on, sweetie, I'll get you something to drink." Nicole picked up her son and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. His skin felt cold and clammy, and she could tell he was feeling lethargic. He needed food, water, and a good night's sleep. If he was still not feeling well tomorrow, she'd look for a doctor to check him out. She gently closed the Humvee door and looked around for a civilian group to blend into. A large crowd was moving across the flight deck from the helicopter landing pad, and she began to head in their direction. It would be a simple matter to act as if she belonged. Any hiccups could be explained away. "I'm here, aren't I? Of course I was screened. I washed the ink off as soon as I arrived. I didn't think I needed it anymore." She crafted her story in her mind as she walked. "My son's hand? He cut it on some glass. He's fine. They checked everyone at San Onofre. He was cleared just like everyone else. Do you think we'd be here if a doctor hadn't cleared us?" Suddenly her heart stopped in her chest, and a chill of terror ran up her spine. Nicole turned sharply and began walking in the opposite direction. Dr. Kelly Damico, no more than 10 feet away from her, walked hand in hand with a dark-haired man. Nicole cursed herself for not being smart enough to anticipate the possibility that she might run into Kelly Damico. Kelly would recognize her, realize that she and Vince had not been screened, and would know they should not have access to the fleet. "Excuse me, miss? Miss?" a voice called after her. Nicole's mind raced. She wanted to take her son, hide, and hope Kelly would forget all about her, but she was caught. There was nothing she could do but pray she and Vince would not be sent back to the mainland. Panic washed over her as she turned around to face Kelly. A young woman in a Navy uniform stood before her, smiling. "Miss, can I help you to housing?" Nicole stood speechless. The civilian crowd had begun to disappear into the flight tower, and Kelly was nowhere to be seen. "Are you okay, miss?" the Navy woman asked. "Housing?" Nicole mustered meekly. "Follow me, miss." The cadet smiled, turned, and walked toward the flight tower. Nicole trailed behind, Vince in hand, scanning the area for any sign of Kelly. Nicole was a civilian, and civilians went wherever this Navy woman was taking her. She would have to keep alert for Dr. Kelly Damico. They entered the flight tower and descended several sets of stairs. They continued through a hallway that led to a huge storage bay. Nicole could scarcely believe a ship could have a room so enormous. A long fence adorned with thousands of car air fresheners stretched the entire length of the ship. Behind the fence were countless office cubicles, their tops covered by tarps, their entrances covered with sheets. Several hundred men, women, and children milled about within. The scent of synthetic strawberries and mint failed to subdue the stench of body odor mixed with mildew. A group of women were hanging laundry from a clothesline strung between cubes. Half a dozen children ran around through aisles playing tag. A man in a blue jumpsuit wheeled a large gray garbage bin toward the exit. Two elderly couples sat at a table playing dominoes, smiling and joking with one another. A group of teenage boys stood together, flirting with a group of teenage girls. Nicole struggled to put the scene into words. "It's normal," she mumbled. "What's that?" her Navy escort asked. Nicole shifted the weight of Vince in her arms. "Is this normal?" She paused to scan the enormous storage bay for any sign of Kelly Damico. The woman smiled back. "This?" She gestured to a crudely painted sign that hung over the chain-linked gate that read, "Cube City." "The new normal, maybe, but yeah, I guess so. Stand in line here and you'll be processed." She gestured towards a series of checkpoints along the gate. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No." Nicole continued to look around in disbelief. "Thank you." "No problem, ma'am. Welcome to the USS Boxer." The woman smiled again, bowed her head slightly, and disappeared back into the crowd. Nicole took her place at the end of the line and brushed her son's hair back. "How are you doing, sweetie?" "I feel icky," Vince replied weakly. "You want me to keep holding you?" Nicole asked. Vince nodded. "You want some water? Something to eat?" Nicole kissed her son on the forehead. "No." Vince buried his face in her shoulder. "Oh, sweetie, let's get you to bed." Nicole rocked her son gently. He had been sick a handful of times in his life, but she imagined dehydration and hunger coupled with the insanity of the previous couple of days had taken their toll on him. He'd be fine after a little bed rest, a change of clothes, and something to eat. Watching the children laugh and play within Cube City made her smile. It had been nearly a year since she saw her son play like a normal little boy. The thought of giving her son a sense of normalcy nearly brought tears to her eyes. He could heal the scars of the past few months and meet some children his age. In a day or two, he'd be making friends and having fun. It would take some time to shake off the nightmares, but maybe they'd start to feel safe, eventually. Her mind wondered at the possibilities. Life would never be the same as it had been, but she and Vince were among the very few lucky ones. "Name?" a voice interrupted her musings. A heavy-set woman with a clipboard looked up at Nicole with tired eyes. There was a mentholated gel on her upper lip, which served to mask the smell of the storage bay. Nicole had been so lost in thought that her arrival at the front of the line took her by surprise. "Nicole Shemp," she answered. "Do you have any training in any of the following areas? Agriculture, auto repair, construction, education?" The woman rattled off a long list of skills, of which Nicole had none. Before the zombie apocalypse, she had been an actuary at an investment bank. She could navigate financial risk as well as anyone she had ever known, and she had been compensated nicely for that ability. That skill was obsolete now. Mechanics and nurses, farmers and soldiers, these were the people the fleet needed. There wasn't any finance, there wasn't any commerce, and there weren't any stocks, bonds, or mutual funds. For the first time in her life, she realized that she was unskilled. A decade of experience in finance had left her unprepared for this new world. The woman reached into a box by her feet and pulled out a circular white button. It looked like something someone might wear to express a clever saying or their allegiance to a political party. She frowned as she filled out a name tag, snapped it into the pin, and handed it to Nicole. Nicole looked around at the other inhabitants of Cube City. Some had green, red, or blue pins. A few wore yellow or orange pins, but the vast majority of the pins were white. "This is your ID. You need to keep this on you at all times. What's this boy's name? Is he your son?"
"Vince Shemp. Yes, he's my son. What do the colored pins mean?"
"Let's get through processing and you can ask anyone inside anything you want to know. How old is your son? Does your son have any special needs, allergies?" The woman spouted off another litany of questions, picked up another white pin, and handed it to Nicole. "Is your son sick?" the woman finally asked, noting Vince's complete lethargy.
"Sick? No, he's just tired," Nicole responded. "Last night the DDC we were in was overrun and—"
"You're in section WCU-12, Cube 26, the woman interrupted. She had clearly heard her share of harrowing stories from San Diego and had no interest in hearing another one. "Breakfast rations will be distributed tomorrow at 6 a.m. Next." She dismissed Nicole and immediately began processing the man next in line. Nicole thought for a minute about probing for more information about her new home. She decided instead it was best just to put Vince down for the night. She could learn more about Cube City tomorrow. She turned and began to look for her section when she was frozen by the sound of a familiar voice.
"How long does he have to stay out there?"
Sergeant Miguel Ramos asked. Nicole attempted to pinpoint Miguel.
"I heard 48 hours. If he doesn't turn,"
Specialist Pamela Grace's voice responded. Directly behind her in the line to the left stood 3 members of the convoy team that had rescued her from the DDC. The soldiers were disheveled and appeared worn out. Miguel leaned on crutches, his leg in a cast. At the front of the group stood Sergeant Carl Harvey, surveying the scene, silently. His gaze passed over her, as if she was just another vaguely familiar civilian. Nicole darted away from them. She knew the convoy team may not even recognize her, but there was no reason to press her luck any further.
"Mommy? I...
Vince shuddered in her arms.
"Shh, sweetie, shh. I'll have you to bed soon. You want down?"
Nicole rocked her son gently as she walked. Vince shook his head no, as he clung to her tightly. Nicole walked past one sign after another until she found WCU-12, Women and Children Under 12. Inside were several dozen women of varying ages and a small handful of young children. The female guard who stood at the gate looked at her pin, nodded, and gestured for her to enter. She stepped inside and began walking down the aisle of cubes, looking for number 26. An elderly woman in a torn and sweat-stained T-shirt sat in a camping chair. She was sucking on a cigarette and watching Nicole intently. Another woman wore a faded blue robe and sat on a bucket, sewing a shirt. A third woman in jeans and a sports bra was doing push-ups just outside her cube. A baby cooed on a blanket in front of her. No one greeted Nicole.
"Another blank,"
the old woman spat in a raspy voice before taking a deep drag of her cigarette. Nicole ignored the comment. It sounded negative, but whatever it meant could be found out later. With numerous eyes on her, Nicole moved quickly toward her cube number. She was uncomfortable. Vince had no toys, no books, and no clean underwear. They were destitute, and their survival depended entirely on the charity of the military. Vince was now limp in her arms. She kissed the side of his head and curled up with him on the cot. She would keep him warm with her body heat, and first thing tomorrow she would go hunting for blankets, and maybe a doctor. Cube City was their new home, and she would have to begin the task of making it a comfortable place for her son. She would have to find a way to contribute, but for now, she would rest. Vince groaned and wiggled restlessly as she held him.
"Shh, honey. Go to sleep,"
Nicole soothed her son. She smiled to herself. She had made it, for herself, for her son, and they were safe now. They could start a new life free from the living dead. The insanity of the previous few months was finally over. She could sleep in peace, knowing she and Vince were safe. Her son in her arms, Nicole drifted into the deep sleep of total exhaustion. She awoke to the sensation of Vince nuzzling her shoulder and a sharp pain in her neck. Confused, Nicole pulled away and called out for Vince. A gurgling sound left her lips. Terror gripped her as she reached up to her neck and felt the warm wetness of blood. Nicole pushed herself up from the cot, but she fell back down. She realized she couldn't breathe. Her head was spinning and her strength was vanishing. "Vince?" She tried to call out again, but a bloody sputter was all that passed her lips. She rolled helplessly over onto her back. Her eyes darted about in terror until they focused on a dark shape looming over her. Silhouetted in the dim lights of Cube City, Vince looked down at his mother, wickedly. He gulped down a wet, red rag of flesh. His empty eyes locked intently on her, and his teeth shone through a wicked, blood-stained smile. Nicole screamed, a quiet, burbling scream that went unheard above the din of Cube City. Chapter 32. The tired-looking Navy clerk frowned. "There's no more room in W. You'll have to bunk in WCU 12. Pam stared back blankly at the wrinkled old man. He spoke in a manner that assumed she knew what he was talking about. Military personnel had a bad habit of creating their own language, and Pam needed clarification. "W? Oh, are you married? Is your husband here? We have room in MC." The man began to flip through a box of 3x5 cards. "I'm not married." Pam was confused. "Then you'll have to stay in WCU 12, Cube 41. The man handed her a red pin and glanced at the person standing behind her in line. "Next." Pam looked at the red pin with her name on it, and she attached it to her chest. The USS Boxer had no stations for non-Navy military personnel, and the convoy team had been assigned temporary living quarters within Cube City. Pam had been the last to register, and Carl and Miguel had already shuffled off to their assigned cubes. She hefted her backpack over one shoulder with a sigh, and then she began to look for her housings. The enormous improvised refugee camp was sectioned off by fences that were held in place by dumbbells and sandbags. Large signs designated gender-specific neighborhoods. Before long, Pam's sign, WCU 12, came into view. "I hate kids," Pam mumbled with a frown. She didn't have a motherly bone in her body. She vastly preferred laptops and logistics to diapers and crying. She marched into the area, avoiding eye contact with any women she encountered. Pam eventually found her cube, secured her equipment, and re-emerged into Cube City. It was late, but Pam knew she would be unable to sleep without a basic knowledge of the area. More importantly, she wanted to know where her friends were. "Excuse me," a meek voice called after her. Pam turned, and a young woman, no more than 17, stood breastfeeding an infant under a blanket. "You're from the convoys?" The girl looked at Pam hopefully as she spoke. Pam nodded. "I was. Why?" "I was wondering if you knew anything about the Spring Valley DDC?" "I was at Spring Valley 2 days ago." Pam let the words slip out of her mouth, slowly. The moment they passed her lips, she realized it would have been better for her simply to lie and say she didn't know anything about Spring Valley. A smile washed over the girl's face for a second, but then it vanished. "My boyfriend's there. How was it there? Are they safe?" The DDC was secure. "I'm sure he's fine," Pam lied, and began walking away. Armed military personnel guarded the gates which connected the segregated living quarters. Refugees could freely pass between sections, but signs were clearly posted all about the area. "No males" hung every 10 feet within the female areas. Large text was painted in red letters on the storage bay wall in clear view of all the inhabitants. "Assault will result in eviction. Robbery will result in eviction. Damaging the ship or interfering with the crew will result in eviction." The term eviction, Pam knew, was essentially a death sentence. Is the military going back soon?" We aren't married, but we qualify for Section MC. The girl pattered behind Pam as she walked. Civilians had a bad habit of assuming every soldier was in the loop on everything the military was doing. If you were in uniform, particularly a woman in uniform, civilians assumed every military commander in Southern California was part of your personal gossip circle. In this case, Pam did know, but she didn't see any point in completely crushing the girl's hopes. I don't know. I'm sorry. Pam approached the gate to Section W, Women. The soldier on duty nodded at her silently as she passed. The girl who tailed her slowed to a stop, reluctant to leave her designated area. The women's section was much like the WCU 12 section. Clothes hung from clotheslines. Dishes sat neatly stacked on a table next to a cube marked kitchen. In the middle of the aisle was a long row of potted plants. The withered forms of tomatoes, beans, carrots, and even corn fought for sustenance in the constant dull fluorescent light of the storage bay. A woman in her 20s or early 30s sat cross-legged on the ground, cleaning a pistol. Pam walked out of Section W and into a section marked simply C, Children. Half a dozen women sat calmly reading or playing solitaire next to a table completely covered in baby monitors. In the back of the area, against the storage bay wall, was a huge montage of children's pictures. As she passed, a sign came into view. I'm looking for a home. Navy personnel can direct you to adoption services. The Spring Valley DDC and the children that had been rescued sprang into Pam's mind. She wondered if any of them had ended up here. There had been so many convoys, so many civilian resources transported in the past year. It was almost inevitable that some of the people living here had been transported by Convoy 19. The section marked MC, Married Couples, was quiet. An elderly couple held hands as they walked through the aisle. They smiled at Pam, and the old man gave her a salute. She saluted back and grinned. It was always nice when old veterans of an all-male military showed their respect to women in uniform. Along the wall to her right was a set of shelves marked Library. Roughly 100 tattered and worn books sat piled in disarray. Section MCU 12, Men and Children under 12, had a large semicircle of chairs set up around the back wall. While most of the chairs were unoccupied, a handful of men and boys sat around a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit who was giving a quiet lecture. The Lord has chosen you, my brothers. You are the chosen ones. It is you who will shepherd mankind forward into an era of unprecedented prosperity with his hand on your shoulders. Bullshit! A man in a stained white undershirt grunted and stood up. God didn't send this plague. William, this is my time. I scheduled my time a week ago. The man in the front of the group motioned to a chalkboard that depicted a schedule. All manner of topics were listed. Bullet making, 9 a.m., undead behavior studies, 10 a.m., sports talk, 11 a.m., book club, 1 p.m. Pam hadn't even realized it was just after midnight, and the item on the list for that time was Bible study. Miss? The arguing men stopped their banter and bowed their heads as she passed. Gentlemen, Pam returned the gesture. As she left the area, she could hear the two men resuming their argument. The devil brought this plague, one yelled. No, God's testing us, the other yelled back. Your mom's testing us, now shut up and let us sleep, someone from a nearby cube shouted. Pam giggled. She guessed that someone made the mistake of assuming a religious discussion would be quiet enough to schedule for late in the evening. She doubted that mistake would be made a second time. Finally, Pam found the section she was looking for. M. This was clearly one of the largest sections, and she struggled to remember Carl and Miguel's cube number. She eventually found it after a few minutes of wandering through the area. Anyone home? Pam knocked on the side of the cube, lifted the sheet that served as the door, and peered inside. Like all the other cubes, Carl and Miguel's was covered by a blue plastic tarp and lit by the gentle yellow light of the ship's storage bay. Come in. Carl greeted her, and then resumed looking at his accommodations with frustration. The small office cubicle hadn't been designed for living quarters. It was cramped for one person, let alone two. "I hope Private Wenzel is okay." Miguel groaned as he lifted his broken leg onto his cot and tried to prop himself up on his backpack. The cot was too short for a full-grown adult, and Miguel struggled to find a comfortable position. "Yeah, if he isn't bit, he'll be okay. If he is—" Carl spoke somberly as he sat on his cot and rubbed his eyes. "Another one bites the dust, I suppose." Pam and Miguel shared a look. Carl seemed distant. "Hey, you talked to Cap?" Pam looked around for a place to sit. Seeing that Miguel was occupying his entire cot and Carl was trying to organize his things, she eventually settled on the floor opposite the door. Carl leaned his rifle against a corner, stared at it for a second, and then picked it back up. "You think our stuff is safe here?" "I think so," Pam answered optimistically. Now that the question had been asked, she wondered if it had been wise to leave her things in her cube. Carl popped the clip of his rifle out and then back in. "This is my last clip. I picked it up on deck when we arrived. I couldn't stand carrying around an empty rifle." He noted to no one in particular. "Yeah, I talked to Cap. Don't get too comfortable. We're heading over to the Reagan in a couple of days. They don't really know what to do with us yet. Captain Sheridan is going to try to keep us together, but he couldn't make any promises. Said we should be ready for a welcome ceremony, though. Cap says we should try to enjoy the downtime while it lasts." Miguel squirmed in his cot.
"I hope we've got more space on the Reagan than we do here. This is way too small."
He popped a pack of cigarettes from his front pocket and carefully extracted the contents. He held 3 cigarettes out to his friend and smiled. "My lucky cigs. They aren't a cigar, but now seems as good a time as any." Pam did not smoke, but took a cigarette to indulge her friends. Carl hesitated. It seemed to him that smoking Miguel's lucky cigarette signified a finality he was not yet able to embrace. Reluctantly, Carl reached out and slid a cigarette from Miguel's grasp, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. Pam took the lighter from Carl and lit her cigarette. She took a drag and coughed. "Damn! Lucky?" Miguel took the lighter from Pam, lit his cigarette, and inhaled before handing the lighter back to Carl. "Lucky." A moment of quiet reflection passed between the soldiers.
"Did any of you see if Private Wenzel got bit?"
Pam eventually broke the silence. She had lost plenty of fellow soldiers this past year, but this was the first living person she had to look in the eye as he was left behind. He had seemed unconcerned, resolved that he had not been bitten, and the entire issue would be sorted out after a couple of days.
"Nope, I didn't even know he was hurt," Miguel answered. "The DDC was hairy, though."
"Too hairy," Carl mumbled. "And that little girl rode in car 3 all the way to San Onofre. I didn't know she was hurt either." Carl trailed off, lost in thought. Right now, one of the little girls the convoy had rescued was living the last few moments of her life on a San Onofre rooftop with her father.
"Yeah, what were there? 4, if you count that dad who wasn't bit," Pam continued.
Carl tried to get comfortable in his own cot. "Cap's in contact with Private Wenzel. He'll be fine. I guess we'll find out for sure in a day or so." "It doesn't even take that long most of the time." Miguel blew out a big puff of smoke. The 3 soldiers sat speechless for a few moments, thinking and taking in the enormity of the past year. It felt strange to see the civilians in Cube City conducting themselves as if the world weren't being devoured by the living dead. Without cars, roads, caffeine, or undead, the 3 friends struggled to find things to talk about. The sense of being relatively safe placed them paradoxically on edge.
"I know they're mindless, but I feel like this is some crazy undead trick. Like we made it all the way through only to walk into a trap. I feel uneasy," Miguel admitted. "Is that weird?"
"I feel the same way."
Pam took one final drag from her cigarette before offering it to Carl.
"There's a library in Section MC, first thing tomorrow. I'm going to read a book. Try to relax. I can't remember the last time I read a book."
"I'm going to the mess hall to find a cook and get myself a steak." Miguel closed his eyes, and a dreamy expression came over his face. "I'd give my right arm for a steak." "Ghouls run all the cow ranches now. I'm sure they'd take you up on that offer," Pam joked. "I'm not sure what to do." Carl held a cigarette in each hand and took turns inhaling from them. "I guess I'm going to clean my rifle and sit around doing nothing." "A little bit of doing nothing is a damn good thing." Pam smiled, hoping her commanding officer could take some time and unload the emotional burden he'd been bearing. The three friends talked for a bit until sleep began to nag at them. Miguel drifted into slumber, and Carl started to drowse, so Pam stood up and took her leave. Pam made her way back towards her quarters through the corridors between cubes, wondering how many of these people could thank the convoys for being here. She wondered, after some time spent in cramped cubes adjacent to strangers, if they would thank them at all. Clearly there were already problems with assault. What other social problems would take root? Thievery, organized crime, lack of education, lack of opportunity? "Better than being in San Diego," Pam muttered quietly as she remembered the sight of the San Onofre power plant shutting down. To her horror, an all-too-familiar moan echoed back at her. She froze in her tracks. Was it her imagination? A sound of the ship she was unfamiliar with? Someone making noise in his or her sleep? A few seconds passed before she discovered where the sound had come from. Her eyes locked onto the white sheet of Cube 26. Chapter 33. Pam stepped quietly toward Cubicle 26. She reached down to her sidearm, and a sickening sense of vulnerability washed over her. She suddenly realized that she had left her weapons in her cube before visiting Carl and Miguel. There's no need to carry a weapon, she had thought. The ships were safe. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the sheet covering the cube's entrance. She then slowly lifted it to glance inside. The interior of the cubicle was dark, but the storage bay lights cast the silhouette of a kneeling figure through the blue translucent tarp. "Hello?" Pam asked. She hoped that her imagination wasn't getting the better of her. She told herself the noise that she had heard was not what she feared it might be. The kneeling form let out a piercing moan and began to amble toward her. "WD!" Pam yelled. She dropped the sheet and took several steps back. A chorus of screams erupted all around her. Hundreds of men and women who had been soundly sleeping within the cubes all around her awoke in terror. Their nightmares were realized, and panic spread like wildfire. Pam glanced around frantically, trying to remember her cube number. She dashed down the aisle to retrieve her weapons. A young woman emerged from Cube 25, which was directly across the walkway from 26. She was wide-eyed with fear, and stood in a daze just outside the cube's entrance. A crying little girl in pajamas hid behind the woman, clutching a teddy bear. They stood together watching a clumsy woman with a matted mop of blonde hair stagger out of Cube 26. The woman's vacant eyes locked upon prey, and the zombie rose to its feet. A waterfall of gore drenched the front of its shirt. The young mother screamed in terror. With an inhuman growl, the ghoul dove to tackle the woman. Bodies tumbled backward into her Cube 25, and the linen door of the improvised living space tangled around the violent struggle. In seconds, the white sheet became soaked in blood. The little girl scrambled away from the carnage in horror. She stood dumbfounded in the aisle for a moment, unable to tear herself away from her mother. Terror overtook her as another moan from within Cube 26 rose up behind her. She slowly turned to face a young boy with shredded lips and a gore-stained maw. The boy stared back at her with lifeless eyes. The little girl let loose a high-pitched wail as the ravenous child ghoul wrapped its arms around her, sunk its teeth into her neck, and dragged her, screaming, into the darkness. Mayhem consumed Cube City. Men, women, and children emerged from their living quarters to dart toward the exits. Navy security guards ran through the aisles against the traffic of panicked civilians.
A crowd formed at an interior gate just as 2 guards were closing it. One attempted to hold it shut against the tide of panic, while the other fumbled with a steel padlock. "Let us out!" a woman screamed. "We can't. We'll lose the whole—" one of the soldiers pleaded. A gunshot cut him off. The guard with the lock dropped to his knees. A dark red stain spread over the front of his uniform. The gate burst open, and the guard who had held it closed caught an elbow to the face before being knocked to the ground and trampled. 3 more guards stood just outside the main gate, aiming their rifles at the oncoming swarm of terrified civilians. Hundreds of people were screaming and shouting at each other as they pressed through the aisles toward the exit. A Navy clerk rushed over to a phone on one wall, picked it up, and looked back fearfully at Cube City, while she reported the situation to security. More gunshots rang out, some from the civilians, some from the Navy Guard. The armed guards looked at one another with uncertainty and fear. If they tried to hold back the stampede, they would be overwhelmed. The outer fence shook violently and bulged outward as the weight of hundreds of people fought to escape. Pam had reached her cube where she collected her sidearm rifle and laptop. She quickly checked the clips and gathered her courage. There was no telling how many ghouls were lurking about through Cube City, and she was out of her element. She was trapped on this strange ship. Stepping back into the aisle, Pam stumbled over a body that had been trampled to death. She regained her footing and backed away as the corpse rolled its head with reanimation. The cadaver of a young man blinked its eyes and locked on the commotion of the mob. With floppy, broken arms, the shattered heap drug itself away from Pam and toward the compacted mass of panicked people. Pam drew her rifle and took aim. Suddenly, a small child, a boy no more than 4 years old, darted into her line of fire. She took her finger off the trigger. "Damn it!" she cursed. More gunshots rang out, and someone else screamed. The outer fence toppled over. There was a torrent of more gunfire, and Pam crouched down. The newly animated shattered corpse flopped along, leaving a trail of blood as it went. With a gurgling moan, the fleshy blob reached toward the nearest prey. The civilians at the back of the mob turned to see the monstrosity crawling after them, and another chorus of screams rolled through Cube City. Some people panicked and redoubled their press against the mob. A few simply dove atop the mass and began crawling over fellow civilians. Others realized they were trapped, and they darted back into Cube City in desperation. "Pam!" Miguel's voice called out. "Miguel!" Pam yelled back. She quickly poked her head up above the cubes to spot Miguel, struggling on crutches, to make his way down an aisle toward her. Carl followed behind, rifle at the ready. A woman in a nightgown lumbered out of a cubicle near Pam. The experienced convoy team immediately recognized her slow and stiff undead motions. Carl fired, and additional gunshots rang out from all directions. A few Navy guards, as well as some terrified and confused civilians, had spotted the undead creature and joined the fray. The zombie's head erupted in a torrent of brains and gore. Loud cracks of stray bullets sang off the walls of the storage bay. A terrified teenage boy, running shirtless through an aisle, was taken in the back by a ricochet. He jerked violently and tumbled out of view. A bullet thudded into a cubicle wall near Pam's head, and the convoy team ducked down. The entire storage bay had become a deadly gauntlet of random gunfire as civilians and guards let fly. "This can't be our luck." Miguel crawled towards Pam with crutches in one hand, rifle in the other. He took a seated position on the ground next to her and began scanning the vicinity for ghouls with his rifle. "This cannot possibly be our luck." The storage bay was filled with a cacophony of moans, screams, and gunfire. Confusion and mayhem favored the dead, and with every passing moment, their numbers were growing. Gunfire had already begun echoing throughout the rest of the ship. The infection had in mere minutes begun to consume the Titanic military vessel. "What's the plan?" Pam watched a ghoul stumble out from an aisle between cubes, a Navy guard in a blood-soaked uniform. It locked eyes with Pam and lurched mindlessly toward her. Pam took aim at the creature's head and pulled the trigger. The walking corpse's head snapped back, and it tumbled lifelessly to the ground. "We have to get off this boat," Carl stated.
"Let me talk to Cap,"
Pam replied. She sat next to Miguel, her back against a cubicle, and popped open her laptop. Mind-bendingly slow seconds passed as the computer booted up and connected to the ship's combat network. She slid on her headset and resumed the role of a military specialist. A little boy and little girl wandered into the aisle, their bare feet pattering on the cold steel ground. Carl examined them through his scope and held up his hand, indicating to Miguel and Pam that they were living children. The kids turned and began calmly walking toward the soldiers. A blood-drenched civilian staggered into view and clumsily grabbed after the kids. "Hey!" Carl shouted, and the monster turned and snarled at him. The creature's head erupted with a spray of blood before it fell backwards against a cube. Tears streaked down the children's faces as they continued toward the convoy team. Carl and Miguel looked at each other as the kids approached. The little girl, the slightly older of the two, whispered,
"If we can't find Daddy, we're supposed to find soldiers."
Miguel sighed as he took the children's hands.
"I wish I had known before I joined up that daycare provider was part of the job description of a United States soldier."
"Control, this is Private Grace aboard the Boxer. We have a WD outbreak. Please advise."
Pam spoke calmly into her headset. Instantly, an answer came back. "Quarantine is now in effect for the Boxer, Specialist Grace. We will be unable to send—"
"Give me that."
The familiar voice of Captain Sheridan interrupted the speaker on the other end of the line. "Specialist Grace, who's with you? What's the situation?"
"It's me, Sergeant Ramos, and Sergeant First Class Harvey. The situation is pretty screwed, sir."
Pam noted the two children as she looked around at her friends.
"Things have gotten bad pretty quickly."
Gunfire and shouting came from somewhere else in the storage bay, but a peculiar calm began to take hold. The majority of civilians had managed to force their way into the rest of the ship, leaving the infected cube city behind. But many carried the infection with them to every deck.
"Specialist Grace, put Officer Harvey on," Captain Sheridan ordered.
"Yes, sir." Pam handed the headset to Carl and stood to scan their surroundings. "This is Officer Harvey." Carl nodded as he listened to his orders. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir." The little girl walked over to Pam.
"Can you help me find Daddy?"
Pam looked back to Miguel and shook her head in disbelief.
"The more things change, the more they stay the same."
Carl handed the headset back to Pam. "Okay. There's a VIP on board. We have to get him, make our way to the Humvees on deck, and a helicopter will take us to the Reagan."
"Do we know where this guy is?"
Miguel asked as he pulled himself to his feet with his crutches. "Deck 3, officers' quarters, room 4. We ready to do this?" Carl glanced down at the children. "You stick close to us no matter what. Understand?" The children nodded. Miguel and Pam got to their feet, and they began scanning the area for living dead. Growls indicated that they had been spotted, but a few well-placed gunshots put an end to any immediate threat. "Follow me," Carl ordered. Chapter 34. For the first time in too many months, Dr. Henry Damico held his wife. Their warm bodies pressed together, and they both realized how deeply each had missed the other's touch. The stress of the decisions they had been required to make, the pressure from the military, the threat from the living dead, for a moment, it was all washed away. The gray officers' quarters Henry had been assigned were cold and dingy, but in this moment, his world was warm and small. "I love you." Kelly nestled into her husband's chest. "I love you too," Henry replied, as he gently hugged Kelly. For a long while they lay in silence, reveling in each other's presence. They had so much to talk about, so much to catch up on, but all they could think about was how grateful they were to be together. "Is the rest of the world as bad as San Diego?" Kelly eventually broke the silence. Henry weighed his response carefully before speaking. His wife had seen the horror of a dense population center overrun with the undead firsthand, and it served no purpose to shelter her from the truth. Before they had been separated by their duties, they had shared one another's counsel on important issues. There was a part of Henry that needed Kelly's help to bear the burdens he had endured in directing the fleet. Kelly was brilliant, and she had often helped to guide him during his time in the Department of Health and Human Services. Now that he was head of that department, he valued the input of his wife that much more. It's worse. Kelly nodded in understanding, her dark hair brushing gently against Henry's neck. What's the plan? The fleet is most likely the human race's only hope. We need to get to the Gulf of Mexico. There hasn't been any substantial contact with any Caribbean islands in months, and there's a good chance they are overrun with the undead. We can raid them for food resources or clear them and build civilian settlements while we set up oil refining capability using the rigs on the Gulf Coast. Eventually, we establish a base of operations on the American mainland. It would be somewhere in Florida, or ideally Louisiana, where we could launch expeditions up the Mississippi River, but Henry hesitated. There's some resistance to that plan in the government. If it doesn't fly, I'll have to think of something else. Why? Kelly asked. She could feel the tension in Henry's body as he spoke, and she felt her husband struggling with something. There are a lot of good reasons. A large part of the fleet won't even make it to the Gulf. Once we're there, we'll have to figure out how to transform a population that consists largely of business people, lawyers, bankers, service workers, and retailers into farmers, oil refiners, carpenters, and mechanics. We haven't even begun to see the tip of the iceberg in terms of social challenges. Petty crime, organized crime, orphans, PTSD. God, Kelly, the list goes on and on. I don't even know where to start. Henry's mind drifted out of the nirvana of the moment and back into the challenges he had been wrestling with for months. I'm not even sure this plan will work, and I have to sit in meetings defending it from the assholes that got us in this fucked-up situation in the first place. I mean, Henry rubbed his temples. What if I'm wrong? Kelly hugged her husband. What if you're right? She tried to reassure him. If I'm right. Henry sat up on the bed and put his feet on the cold metal floor. The sheet fell away from his naked back, and his bare skin looked to Kelly as if it had aged 20 years. Then we have to hit Mexico with nuclear weapons. Their military will dog us at every turn. We have to wipe them off the map if we're going to be safe. Henry sighed as he voiced his darkest fears. We're going to kill a lot of innocent people for the crime of living under a shitty government. Kelly sat up next to her husband, put her arm around him, and rested her head against his shoulder. Henry slipped his arm around his wife's waist. Damn. If that's a reason to die, then our head should be the first on the chopping block. The world's a really shitty place these days. Kelly kissed his shoulder and looked up at him. Is this our only option for survival? Henry was silent for a moment. Yes, he eventually answered. Then I want to live. And so does everyone else in this fleet, Kelly continued. We get to live because we have the power to live. Maybe that's barbaric. Maybe that's heartless. But there are thousands of people in the fleet who would scorch every inch of the earth if it meant the people they cared about would survive. I want you to live. If this fleet is truly our only hope, then we have to protect it. We have to protect humanity. I love you so much, Henry replied after a minute. This is a really shitty situation. I love you too. Kelly hugged her husband again. It is what it is. We'll get through it. The blaring sound of a ship's alarm shattered the quietness of the cabin. Kelly and Henry looked at each other with confusion and disappointment. What is it? Kelly asked. I don't know. Maybe Mexico launched another attack, Henry suggested, as he sat up on the bed and began putting his pants on. Or? Kelly could read her husband well, and his body language suggested that he was worried about something else. The echo of gunfire from somewhere within the ship answered her question. Henry locked eyes with Kelly, his gaze a mask of dread. The ship's infected.
What? How?
Kelly asked as she pulled her shirt over her head and slid on her pants.
What do we do?
The idea of being trapped in the bowels of a labyrinthine boat while the undead consumed the living outside seemed a very real and a very terrifying possibility. The sound of booted footsteps moving quickly through the corridor outside punctuated the gravity of the situation. Shouts and gunfire rang through the ship, and periodically a scream would signify that someone, somewhere, had joined the ranks of the living dead. Henry considered their predicament. We're in quarantine. The military won't send help. If the crew can't get the situation under control, we'll be sunk.
What? Why?
Kelly asked. Her head began to spin. She had fought against all odds to get herself and as many civilians as possible to the fleet. Now that they were here, the salvation they had all waited for could now be their doom. They can't help us. If they try, they risk infecting other ships. Henry shuddered at the thought. He and his wife were now doomed to the very policy he had created. He knew that, in theory, bulkheads and portholes would seal and protect a ship from taking on so much water that it sunk. But the living dead were an entirely different, much more insidious type of flood. Soldiers could not be counted upon to kill or abandon their infected friends. Civilians would be dishonest about being bitten, and they would spread the infection to others once they succumbed. Uninfected would panic and kill innocent people, who would rise up to consume anyone they encountered. The interior of an infected ship was a hellish nightmare. We're on our own. We have to help. Kelly slipped her shoes on. She opened the door to their room to be confronted by a horrifying sight. A gore-covered ghoul, a shirtless and gray-skinned young man clad in boxer shorts, crouched over a body just outside the door. Its victim was a sailor who lay lifeless on the ground with his throat ripped out. Hollow eyes locked onto Kelly. An unearthly moan joined Kelly's terror-stricken scream. With a snarl, the monster lunged. Kelly swung the heavy metal door closed. The blood-drenched corpse was caught full in the chest and pinned within the doorway. It screeched in hunger and flailed wildly with one arm. With the other, it fought to push the door back open. Kelly kept her weight against the door. She struggled to keep the beast from gripping hold of her and dragging her into its dripping red maw. The ghoul was stronger than she was, and it forced itself further into the room. Henry drove his shoulder into the door to keep their attacker pinned. "Get back!" he screamed. The thrashing zombie caught his wife's hair, and it yanked her to within inches of its snapping fangs. Henry sent one powerful elbow after another into the monster's head. He was slowly turning the creature's orbital bone to pulp, but the ghoul ignored its injury. It pulled at Kelly's hair, snapping, snarling, and spraying viscera in its wild cannibalistic rage. Kelly grunted as she ripped a hunk of her hair free and tumbled backward. The zombie made one final swipe at her before fixing its ruined gaze on Henry and redoubling its attack. Inch by inch, it wriggled and writhed its way into the cabin. Frantically, Kelly looked around for a weapon to aid her husband. The sound of a second hollow moan from the other side of the door signaled the reanimation of the dead sailor who lay beyond. The door shuddered violently as the weight of a second body pressed against it. Henry locked his legs against the ground and pressed his shoulder against the door. A bloody arm snaked into the room and wormed about for purchase. It eventually found Henry and latched onto his thigh. The first ghoul grabbed Henry by the collar, and it dragged him toward its gaping maw. Henry caught the monster by the neck with one arm to hold its snarling teeth at bay. It was a battle of pure muscle, and Henry was losing. Kelly stood helpless. Her mind flashed back to the Tierra Santa DDC. There, soldiers had struggled against an onslaught of undead, and failed. The door was their only defense, and if the monsters forced themselves in, there was nowhere to run.
Her eyes had gone over every inch of the bare room 100 times in 5 seconds, assessing the utility of every object within. Resolved that there was nothing lethal, she grabbed the pillow from the bed and drove it into the face of the zombie that was snapping at her husband. With the pillow protecting her and Henry from the infectious bite of the beast, she smashed her fists and elbows into its head, relentlessly, shoving it out of the room with every blow. "Get away, you fucker! Get away!" The first ghoul loosed its grip on Henry's neck and wriggled about helplessly as Kelly pounded it, her hands and elbows bruised and bloodied from the effort. Kelly thrust the first ghoul out of the cabin with one final shove, and then added her weight to her husband's, driving the door closed. The sailor's arm that had wormed through was pinned as it flailed about. With their weight pressed firmly against the metal portal, Henry began to ease off the door slightly before slamming back into it. Kelly began to perform the same motion in synchrony with her husband. The door bounced repeatedly against the ghoul's limb until they heard a stomach-turning snap. A growing puddle of blood oozed down the wall and onto the floor. The arm lost mobility as muscles were crushed beyond function. Any living creature would have ceased its attack, but ghouls felt no pain, and the arm continued to claw after them, feebly. Finally, the metal door closed with a wet slosh of blood. The severed limb fell lifeless to the ground in a puddle of black and red gore. Henry turned the lock, and he and Kelly slunk to the ground to catch their breath. Safe for the moment, but they were still trapped by their attackers. "What the hell do we do?" Kelly asked. Henry shook his head slowly. He and his wife were smart people. He had never once felt the discomforting sensation of facing a crisis that they were unable to resolve. They were problem solvers. Individually, their intellects were formidable enough, but together they were unassailable. Yet here they sat, trapped in an officer's cabin aboard a ship infested with undead. They were on a timer that would eventually run out and see them sunk. I don't know. Kelly sighed. If we wait, maybe they will get distracted by something and we can run to the landing deck. There have to be life rafts. Henry nodded. Rationally, he knew that there was a long way between their quarters and the landing deck. There wasn't much chance they'd make it without weapons. Even if they did, the deck would most likely be infested with undead soldiers, sailors, and civilians who'd had the same plan before succumbing.
These amphibian assault vessels have an open bay below deck.
If we can get there, we might find a raft. Or maybe swim. Do you know where that is? I don't think it's a good idea to go deeper into this ship if we don't know where we're going, Kelly countered. Henry nodded and said, "Then all we can do is wait." Chapter 35. "Don't look at it, Roger. Look at me." Miguel held the eye of the young boy as they passed another corpse in a pool of gore. The back half of its skull was hewn away, and a bloody axe lay on the ground next to the lifeless body. The wall and floor were drenched in blood. The fact that the axe had been discarded indicated that whoever had killed this woman was likely now wandering about the ship as one of the living dead. Going was slow, and Miguel's broken leg did not speed their process. Ascending the stairwell to Deck 3 had been time-consuming and painful, but they were making progress. The ship's corridor was long and narrow, but the maps on the walls indicated they were approaching Dr. Henry and Kelly Damico's quarters. Roger and his older sister, Renee, had behaved. They had stayed silent, stifling screams of terror whenever a ghoul wandered into their midst. They had held Miguel's crutches when he needed to use his hands. The notion that their missing father was most likely dead seemed lost on them. They calmly accompanied the convoy team, confident that they would eventually be reunited with him. Carl, at the lead, had run out of ammunition during their last encounter. He crouched down to pick up the bloody axe while keeping his eyes focused on the junction ahead. Pam had been able to conserve some of her rifle ammo. She scanned the area behind them. Occasionally, a corpse would wander into the hallway, moan,
and then dropped dead with a well-placed shot. The sound of shooting was thunderous, but the echoes of distant combat indicated that struggles were taking place in every corner of the vessel. This would draw the attention of the undead. Though the living was losing their fight to save the USS Boxer, they would not go quietly. "Hide!" Carl whispered harshly as he pressed himself up against the wall. He attempted to hide behind some vertical pipes. Pam and the children pressed themselves against the opposite wall and behind a gray steel crossbeam. Miguel looked around helplessly for a moment before dropping to his stomach and lying motionless behind the dead woman on the ground. Carl looked down the hallway toward an intersection about 10 feet in front of them. A group of over a dozen men and women lumbered slowly through the junction from the left. Their clothing ranged from pajamas to blue jeans to uniforms, but one thing was consistent. They moved with the slow gait of the walking dead. Their eyes stared blankly forward as they limped down the hallway perpendicular to the convoy team. Ragged bite marks, bullet holes, and missing limbs dripped with blood and left a slick red trail behind them as they went. A little girl, no more than 10, followed at the back of the procession. She stopped in the intersection and cocked her head awkwardly. She turned down the hallway, revealing the missing flesh over the left half of her face and the severed arm below the elbow. Her one good eye fixated on something, and she stumbled towards the group. As she moved to within a foot of Carl, he brought the axe down hard on her head with a sickening thud and a wet splatter. Roger and Renee buried their faces in Pam's leg and sobbed. Carl brought the axe down again for good measure, and he paused for a moment to ensure he had not drawn the attention of the undead procession. "Come on," Carl ordered. Miguel struggled to his feet, and the group continued forward until they arrived at the intersection. Several closed doors down the long hallway to the right indicated that they had found the officers' quarters. Carl watched the wandering pack of ghouls turn right down an adjoining corridor that ran parallel to the one they had come from. There were now no undead in sight. A stairwell at the far end of the hall would connect them to the landing deck where they could make their escape. Quietly, Carl stepped up to the first door within the hall and knocked. "What are you doing?" Pam asked, noting the number on the portal indicated that this was not the officers' quarters they were looking for. "I'll be goddamned if these VIPs are the only ones with a ticket off this boat," Carl replied. "There may be people hiding in here who think help is coming. We're it. We're their only chance." "WDs," Miguel warned, as he hobbled on crutches into the corridor with Carl. The children and Pam followed as a mass of shadows shuffled quietly into the other end of the corridor they had just vacated. They were clumsy and slow, but they would eventually arrive at the junction. If Carl, Pam, Miguel, and the children were still here, they would be noticed. There was no time to waste. A young man in a sailor's uniform opened the door Carl had knocked on. He poked his head into the hallway and looked around. Carl put a finger against his lips to signal the need for quiet, and he motioned with his head for the sailor to move. The young sailor turned back inside and addressed some people out of view. "Everyone, shh!" The door opened, and 3 adults and 2 children followed behind him as he stepped into the corridor. "Pam, get this group to the stairwell and guard that junction." Carl gestured toward the stairwell. "Miguel, knock on the rest of these doors." Pam and the 2 children hurried to the stairs at the end of the hallway with the other civilians behind them. A dim yellow light flickered within the shaft, illuminating gore-covered walls, but no bodies. Miguel swung himself on crutches toward the next door in the hall. He knocked, waiting patiently for a few moments before knocking again. He confirmed no answer was coming and moved to the next. Carl stood with his back to the group. He gripped his axe like a baseball bat, awaiting the first ghoul to turn the corner into their passage. The pack behind them would soon fill the corridor. Carl's axe and a handful of Pam's bullets were all that stood between the civilians and a wandering horde of hungry corpses. The unmistakable groan of the unhallowed signaled that their group had been noticed. Miguel moved to the next door and knocked. It cracked open, and a blood-covered woman stared back at him with discerning blue eyes. "Go, go!" he hissed. The woman and an old man dashed up the hall towards Pam. Pam stood anxiously in the stairwell's portal, aiming her rifle down the perpendicular hallway. "Come on! Come on! Come on!" she growled quietly. "They're coming!" Thunk. The sound of Carl's axe connecting with a skull caught Miguel's attention. A bloody corpse fell to the ground in front of Carl, and he began to backpedal toward Miguel. A press of ghouls filled the hallway in front of him, moaned with hunger, and fixed on their fresh prey with maniacal stares. The vanguard stumbled and fell over the body on the ground, but they merely crawled over one another. Gunfire rang out from Pam's position. She knelt, aiming down the adjacent corridor. Come on, WDs, you're going to get cut off!" Another pack closed on Miguel and Carl from behind. The window for the two men's escape was closing rapidly. Miguel arrived at Officers' Quarters 4. The gore-stained door did not bode well for the cabin's inhabitants, but he knocked anyway. He anxiously looked back to where Carl backpedaled toward him in front of a growing swarm of undead. He then cast his glance up the other, where Pam was quickly spending the last of her ammo. His heart thumped with realization. If Pam's position were to be overrun, he and Carl would be trapped between two converging packs of undead. The door to Officers' Quarters 4 cracked open, and Kelly and Henry Damico cautiously peered out. "Run!" Miguel turned and swiftly hobbled toward Pam and the civilians. Thunk. Carl's axe made contact with another zombie, and a second body fell headless to the ground. "We're quarantined." Henry and his wife stepped into the hall. "There's no place to go. We've got to try to get this ship under control." "You're a VIP, Doc. Someone high up wants you alive, and we're going to make sure you stay that way," Miguel replied through labored breaths. The effort of moving quickly on crutches was wearing on him. "You're our only ticket off this boat." "Run!" Pam shouted. Henry and Kelly rushed up to Miguel and started to help him down the hallway. "No, go! You can't stay here! Go!" Miguel rejected their attempt to help him. Henry and Kelly understood. Without them, the military would not rescue anyone else. If they were caught, everyone was doomed. They reluctantly left Miguel and rushed towards Pam. Henry arrived at Pam's position and looked down the corridor she was defending. His countenance became one of horror. Holy shit. Kelly pulled her husband into the stairwell and pleaded with Carl and Miguel. "Hurry!" "I'm almost out." Pam slung her rifle around her back, drew her sidearm, and resumed firing. The young sailor stepped into the hallway next to Pam after getting Henry and Kelly safely behind him. Holding a long, bloody knife, he confronted the approaching swarm with resolution. In seconds, the last of Pam's ammunition was spent. She took her rifle back out and held it like a battering ram. She and the sailor stood in the junction, prepared to defend it with their lives. Carl turned from defending the corridor behind him, broke into a run, and in one motion scooped Miguel up over his shoulder. Miguel twisted around onto his stomach and drew his combat knife. "God damn, that's a lot of ghouls," Miguel gasped. The undead pack behind them was closing. Their numbers seemed to crowd the hallway into a single writhing mass of hunger. Suddenly something hit Carl hard in the side, and Miguel's world twisted into a tornado of gray metal, red blood, and terrifying screams. He was overcome by a sensation of weightlessness before hitting the hard metal floor with a bone-jarring thud. The wind was knocked from his lungs, a sharp pain throbbed in his head, and a light show of stars clouded his vision. A single thought ran through Miguel's mind as unconsciousness took him. This is it. I'm dead. Miguel felt the weight of writhing bodies on top of him, hands gripping his arms, and the hard scrape of metal against his back as he was dragged violently across the ground. A commotion of grunts, shouts, and yells filled Miguel's mind until he fixated on one constant sound. It was familiar, yet strange in tone. He opened his eyes and pushed the dizziness from his mind.
No, 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 no!
Pam repeated over and over again in a shrill, panicked pitch. She stood over Miguel with her back towards him, thrusting the butt of her rifle into the horde of raging undead in the doorway. Gore smattered in all directions as her rifle came away with a spray of viscera. Tangled gray arms reached through the portal, bruised and bent at unnatural angles. Miguel regained his senses and realized that he was in the stairwell. He was surrounded by a dozen screaming and terrified civilians. As he regained his bearings, he looked around for Carl.
"Get to the Humvees," Carl shouted. "Go! Go! Get to the Hummers!"
Miguel's friend and commanding officer lay on his back in the junction outside the portal. Carl was fighting madly for his life. He held his axe by the head and used the hilt to fend off a dozen grasping claws and snarling maws. Miguel struggled to his knees, his head throbbing with every beat of his heart. Weak and disoriented, he lunged to Carl's defense with his knife in hand.
"No, no, no!"
Pam continued to scream, tears streaking down her cheeks as she crashed the butt of her rifle into the eye socket of a ghoul.
"Go!
Run!" Carl's pleas grew more frantic and panicked. There was desperation in Carl's voice that Miguel had never heard in his friend before.
"Go now! Go now, please!"
Miguel stabbed a zombie through the eye socket and reached into the melee to grip Carl by the collar. He was beginning to pull him to safety when Miguel noticed Carl's wounds. 4 or 5 vicious bites were hemorrhaging blood from Carl's legs, abdomen, and arms. Miguel's heart dropped, and he slackened his grip on Carl's collar. His strength pooling red on the floor beneath him, Carl was fighting against the monsters to buy time for Pam, Miguel, and the civilians.
"Go! Please go! Leave me! Please, go now!"
he screamed, madly. Miguel heard himself shout an order to the civilians behind him.
"Go! Go!"
He backed away from Carl's struggle, gripped Pam by the shoulder, and yanked her toward the stairs.
"Leave me! Run!"
Carl's orders rang through the stairwell over the moans and snarls of the raging undead. Miguel looked down at his friend as he began to ascend the stairs. Beyond the pain and fury in Carl's eyes, there was something else. A resolve, a refusal to lose another person under his command. He was prepared to die here, to keep the undead from pursuing his friends, but he could not keep up the struggle forever.
"Carl!"
Pam sobbed as she turned away from her commander.
"Carl!"
Miguel fought back tears as he pulled himself up the stairs on his back. His eyes locked on his friend. Carl was fighting like a wild beast. He was buried under a writhing swarm of undead in a growing puddle of his own blood.
"Go! Get to the Humvees! Get out of here! Go!"
Carl gasped. Chapter 36.
"Help him!"
Pam ordered. A couple of civilians supported Miguel by the shoulders, and they helped him to ascend the stairs. Carl's shouting from below had ceased. It was replaced by screams and gunfire from the open portal leading to the flight deck above.
"And you stay next to me!"
Pam grabbed Henry by the arm and led the group up the stairs. Bright white ship lights cast long black shadows on the enormous deck. Sporadic muzzle flashes cut through the darkness. The accompanying noise echoed for miles. Cries of the injured and dying joined the chorus of moans that carried over the cool ocean air. Near the front of the ship, 2 blood-covered Marines stood atop a jet fighter. They protected a family of 4 that was huddled in terror on the plane's wing. 24 walking corpses reached for them hungrily as they sat just out of reach. Occasionally, one would manage to climb atop the plane, only to be knocked off the aircraft by the Marines. They tumbled to the ground with a thud before regaining their feet and resuming their attack. Henry thought of the story of Sisyphus, damned forever to roll a boulder up a hill. Just like the boulder, the zombies were repeatedly cast down from the summit. While the undead could play this game for eternity, however, The Marines could not. They, and the family they protected, would eventually be overwhelmed. At the rear of the flight deck, a collection of over a dozen civilians sat huddled inside a semicircular barricade. Munitions carts, clothes, guns, and chairs formed a makeshift and waist-high perimeter around the group. Its rear faced the empty blackness of the ocean beyond the aft edge of the ship. It was assailed by a raving mob of howling monsters. A handful of soldiers and civilians fought with blades and clubs to defend those behind them. Bodies that fell became part of the barricade. Countless bodies littered the deck. Some moaned mindlessly. Others cried in anguish at the pain of their mortal wounds. But most lay still. A naval officer sat lazily against a nearby wall. He cast a lethargic gaze on the group as they emerged from the ship. If not for the pool of blood beneath him and the gruesome wound on his leg, he would have appeared drunk. Several bodies sat piled around him, and he pointed his pistol clumsily at Pam, unsure if she were friend or foe. He looked at her for a few seconds, smiled an awkward smile, and lowered his weapon. He rested his head against the wall. He was guarding the door, attempting to prevent any more ghouls from reaching the flight deck. His effort had cost him, but he continued doing his duty even though his life was coming to an end. "Get to the Hummers!" Miguel shouted, gesturing to the vehicles that were strapped to the port side of the ship. The ragtag group dashed across the deck toward the Humvees. Pam flung open a passenger side door and began flinging the cargo on the deck. "Everyone, start unloading!" Miguel noticed a handful of ghouls breaking off from the fighter jet and beginning to wander curiously toward them. Is the Navy really going to break quarantine? Henry was dumbfounded. He helped Miguel to the driver's side of the vehicle. "For me?" "Hurry, get inside!" Pam threw Renee and Roger into the back seat. When there looked to be enough space, the civilians piled into the Humvee with Kelly and Henry. Miguel slid into the driver's seat, and Pam slammed the passenger front door. Snarling undead faces instantly pressed up against the windows. With a sigh of relief, Pam slid out her laptop and put on her headset. "Control, this is Convoy 19. We have the VIPs in Car 4. Get us the hell out of here." "Copy that, Convoy 19. Air transport inbound," a voice came back. Kelly watched as a large group of ghouls poured onto the landing deck from the flight tower. The wounded soldier who had been guarding the exit fired his pistol 3 more times before turning the gun on himself. Kelly averted her eyes to watch the Marines fighting atop the fighter jet. "Oh my God." Henry gave voice to Kelly's thoughts as they watched one of the soldiers lose his footing, slip, and tumble into the ravenous hordes below. The monsters descended upon him like a pack of wild dogs. The lone Marine who remained drew his pistol, took careful aim at his comrade below, and fired. "We can't leave these people," Kelly exclaimed. The sound of an approaching helicopter rose in the distance. 2 bright searchlights hovered in the blackness beyond the living nightmare of the USS Boxer. Miguel nodded. "They're going to pick up this car and carry us to the Reagan. Everyone else is on their own." "Start up the car," Kelly instructed. Miguel looked back at her, confused. "Start up the fucking car," Kelly repeated. "Draw the ghouls away from the other 4 Hummers. Get the people on that jet and behind that barricade and whoever else you can. We'll empty the rest of the cars and load everyone up." "They won't take us," Pam replied. "They only want Dr. Damico. The rest of us are just tag-alongs." "They'll take us," Henry shot back, his gaze meeting his wife's confidently. "I'm not going anywhere until these vehicles are full." Miguel looked at Pam, and Pam looked at Miguel. "Fuck it." Miguel started up the vehicle and turned on the headlights. "This is for Carl." "For Carl," Pam nodded. "What's going on down there? Why is that vehicle running?" Captain Sheridan's voice came through the communications network. He was, no doubt, looking on from the Chinook helicopter above and assessing the situation. Pam responded to Captain Sheridan. "Change of plans, sir. Stand by."
Let me do one quick pass to pull the WDs away from the Hummers. I'll drop you off on the return trip.
Miguel buckled himself in. The Humvee lurched forward, slammed into a walking corpse, and crushed it beneath its bulk. The vehicle's tires squealed as it sped around in a tight loop, taking out ghouls as it went. He repeated the maneuver again, taking out even more undead. After a third rotation, the immediate area was clear. Miguel pulled the vehicle back up to where the remaining Humvees were parked. The doors flung open, and Kelly jumped out. Henry moved to follow when Pam grabbed him by the arm.
No, you stay with Miguel.
Pam then stepped out of the vehicle.
Henry hesitated. Everything in him wanted to stay with his wife, to help her unload the remaining vehicles and usher other survivors to safety. But he forced himself to stop and heed Pam's order. Without him, no one was getting off this ship. If anything happened to him, everyone, including his wife, would be doomed.
I'll be okay.
Kelly looked lovingly into her husband's eyes.
Stay here, Henry.
Henry nodded, fearfully.
Here. Pam flung off her headset and handed her laptop to Henry.
Keep command in the loop.
Miguel floored the gas before Henry could even close the Humvee door. He slammed into another wandering zombie before aligning the vehicle with the mob that surrounded the fighter jet. Henry kept his gaze locked on Kelly as she turned toward the task of emptying the other Humvees with Pam.
"What the fuck are you up to?" Captain Sheridan's voice boomed over the communications network.
"Pull over. Now!"
This is Dr. Henry Damico," Henry answered. "We're going to try to save some people."
Miguel pulled his vehicle up to the wing of the fighter jet and rolled the window down a crack.
"Come on, we're getting out of here."
"We can't take anyone except you and the VIPs. We can't risk infection spreading to the Reagan," Captain Sheridan shouted impotently. "Put Officer Harvey on."
"Officer Harvey's dead," Henry answered. Henry cast a furtive glance at Miguel as the last of the survivors jumped atop the Humvee. Captain Sheridan did not respond, and silence fell over the network.
"Captain, you've got doctors aboard the Reagan, right?" Henry mustered his most authoritative tone. Captain Sheridan, still shocked by the news of Carl's demise, took a few moments before he answered, "Yes." Miguel returned to Kelly and Pam with his civilian cargo, dropped them off, and peeled away toward the aft barricade. He swerved into wandering corpses as he drove, and their bodies thudded off the front of the vehicle. The undead packs were dense, but nowhere near as dense as the writhing walls of flesh-eating corpses that roamed San Diego. This vehicle had survived much worse. "Have the DDC doctors ready to screen the Humvee occupants as they land on the Reagan flight deck. I'll help, but I am not going anywhere until every last Humvee is loaded up with as many survivors as possible and taken off this ship." Henry hoped his hypocrisy would be forgiven in the court of martial law. He had ordered that infected ships be quarantined, mandated that countless soldiers and civilians be sentenced to death because it was too risky to help them. Now, because he was important, because the military needed him to continue doing his job, he had the power to break that mandate at will. Is this how it starts? He wondered, thinking back to the letter written by the former Secretary of Health and Human Services. That letter had so plainly illustrated the incompetence and corruption of leadership. "No, sir, there are protocols in place to protect the fleet. No exceptions," Sheridan answered back. "Now pull over." "You made exceptions for me," Henry replied. The communication system was silent, and for a moment, Henry was struck by the terrifying possibility that he had overplayed his hand. He worried that he, his wife, and everyone aboard the Boxer would be abandoned after all. A few seconds passed, and the helicopter slowly hovered into place above the lead Humvee that was loaded with civilians. The Chinook was outfitted with a mounted machine gun, and it began to cover the area. A long hook descended to the deck from the aircraft and lifted the vehicle into the air. "Thanks, Captain." Henry nodded gratefully.
Miguel and Henry made one trip after another across the deck of the USS Boxer. They gathered civilians and soldiers from the barricade, and they returned them to the Humvees. When additional survivors emerged from the nightmarish innards of the Boxer, they retrieved them. When a fresh pack of raging ghouls burst from the flight tower, they ran it down. One by one, the Humvees were filled with Marines, sailors, men, women, and children. They had fought their way through hell for one final chance at survival. Against all odds, they had made it. By the time Miguel's Humvee was all that remained, the sky shone faintly red with dawn. The deck was piled high with corpses and stained red with gore. A soul-crushing stillness had come over the vessel. The dead and the living dead had destroyed each other, leaving only an empty, floating ghost ship. Kelly and Pam, filthy and exhausted, slipped quietly into the protection of the armored vehicle as they watched their helicopter ride approach. Henry slid his arm around his wife, and she rested her head on his shoulder.
"Think Cap's still going to want to give us a medal after this?"
Pam asked Miguel.
"It's just a medal," Miguel answered. "We saved a lot of lives."
"I wish Carl could have been here," Pam muttered.
"So do I."
Miguel stared blankly at the flight tower exit. Carl's animated corpse had not emerged. He had looked for it. There had been a part of him that imagined Carl emerging victoriously from the Boxer, wounded, but alive. He knew that it was impossible, and that all he could have hoped for was the opportunity to put Carl to rest. That opportunity never came. The vehicle groaned as it rose into the air under the power of the helicopter. The Boxer, and the hell that had engulfed her, began to shrink away. Pam, Miguel, Kelly, and Henry sat in silence, staring out over the morning ocean. The fleet was still. It floated peacefully on the gentle tide in the orange light of dawn. Chapter 37. The USS Ronald Reagan was filled to capacity with military personnel and civilian refugees. While sailors went about the business of crewing an aircraft carrier, soldiers collected in groups for mission briefings. Civilians meandered through gray corridors and in makeshift refugee camps. The atmosphere was eerily reminiscent of the USS Boxer. To Miguel and Pam, their new home felt cold and empty. After finding their quarters, they had wasted no time in locating one another. They then took to exploring the Reagan with vigilance. They had made the mistake of letting their guard down once, and they would not make that mistake a second time. Being familiar with the interior of this floating city would be essential in a crisis. The Reagan was the heart of the fleet, and it seemed unassailable, but so had the Boxer. Few words passed between Pam and Miguel while they explored the bowels of the ship. They had little to say, and nothing they could do to fill the absence left by Carl. They could only attempt to appease the nagging sense at the back of their minds that danger lurked just out of sight, and distract themselves from the sorrow that weighed upon their shoulders. When they were confronted by a door labeled Chapel, they had felt compelled to enter. Pam turned the handle to the hatch, opened the door, and she and Miguel stepped inside.
"What the?"
Miguel took in the image of a small, wood-paneled space covered with black graffiti. It appeared that every inch of the room, walls, floor, ceiling, and even pews, was defaced with black marker. Ornamental insets designed to resemble stained glass windows were scrawled with ink.
Who would do such a thing?
Pam was not particularly spiritual, but the disrespect to a place of worship felt wrong. She could understand people's anger, but it took intense dedication and a great deal of time to deface the chapel so thoroughly.
"It will take days to clean this."
Miguel had not practiced Catholicism in quite some time, but he too was disturbed by the state of the chapel.
"It's not what you think."
A familiar voice interrupted Pam and Miguel. The two soldiers turned to see Captain Sheridan, who stood in the chapel doorway. "Yes, sir," Pam and Miguel snapped to salute their commander. Sheridan saluted back, and then he resumed a relaxed posture.
Look at the writing.
Miguel crouched to get a closer look at some of the writing on the floor. Pam walked over to a nearby wall and began mouthing what she read. Audrey Laurent, wife, sister, mother. Private David Reed. Karen Monahan, saved my ass 100 times. Officer Simon Furtado, beloved father. Names?
Just names,
Miguel confirmed. Captain Sheridan stepped into the chapel and closed the door behind him.
Just names, and some words to remember.
The dead. Pam came to the conclusion. These are the names of the dead. Sheridan nodded.
Soldiers, civilians. I've come to understand that people have been coming here since the beginning of the apocalypse and memorializing their loved ones. The candles have run out. The flowers are all gone. Now people just find a spot and write a name down.
Miguel was filled with a newfound reverence for the chapel around him.
There must be thousands. Tens of thousands, Sheridan interrupted. When the chapel runs out of space, the names will overflow into the hallway outside. When I found this place, I considered what it would take to record every name in here and have a plaque made. I realized quickly that the notion was absurd. It would take years.
Pam ran her fingers over the names as she read them.
Cap,
Miguel snapped out of his daze first.
It was my suggestion that we break quarantine and rescue civilians from the Boxer. Specialist Grace was just following my orders.
No, sir. Pam whirled around to face Miguel and Captain Sheridan. I assume full responsibility for my insubordination. I felt that we were acting in accordance with the wishes of Officer Harvey and accept all consequences of my actions. Captain Sheridan sighed.
I'm not here to punish you or lecture you on insubordination, soldiers.
Pam and Miguel exchanged a glance before Miguel spoke.
What's next, sir? I'm not sure.
Sheridan reached inside his breast pocket and retrieved a pen and a wrinkled piece of paper.
It will take a few days to reassign everyone from the mainland to new duties. Enjoy the time off while you have it.
Pam and Miguel did not know how to respond. Being left with no responsibilities, all they could do was endure their grief. Being reassigned immediately was almost preferable. Captain Sheridan unfolded the paper he had taken from his pocket and examined it with a sorrowful look. He laid the paper down on a pew and began writing. "What's that, sir?" Pam asked. She and Miguel moved closer to their commander.
"A list,"
Sheridan replied. The two soldiers read over Sheridan's shoulder. It was an extensive list of names they recognized. At the very bottom of the list was the name Carl Harvey.
"A list of our dead,"
Miguel confirmed. Sheridan finished writing, stood, and turned to the last surviving members of the final convoy mission into San Diego.
"A list that is far, far too long."
Pam and Miguel nodded in agreement. Sheridan walked over to a corner of the room that had not yet been completely covered by black writing. He held his list up, and Pam and Miguel could see that the captain had already begun transcribing much of his list onto the chapel wall. He added the names of the soldiers that had been lost on this last mission, and he paused before adding the final name. Instead, he handed the pen to Miguel. Miguel took the pen. He found a space on the wall and wrote the rank Sergeant First Class. He then handed the pen to Pam. Pam finished the name Carl Harvey.
"Sergeant First Class Carl Harvey."
Captain Sheridan nodded at the words in approval. "A great friend." Pam placed her hand on the wall as if channeling the spirit of Carl.
"A great commander."
Miguel placed his hand next to Pam's.
"You will be missed."
Captain Sheridan joined Pam and Miguel in a long moment of silence. Epilogue. Dr. Henry Damico stood behind his wife, Kelly, with his arms wrapped around her waist. They stood on the deck of the USS Ronald Reagan. The blue ocean was slicked brown with garbage that floated in all directions. The subtle stench of refuse and rot carried on the gentle breeze, and the warm sun gradually cooked the pool of human waste that collected in tangles throughout the fleet. Here and there, a ghoul splashed and floundered about, rising and falling helplessly with the waves. So this is the fleet. Kelly looked out toward a tightly packed group of nearly 100 small civilian boats, many slung together with rope. A large cruise ship passed near the floating slum, sending a series of waves through the makeshift settlement like a rolling earthquake. "This is the fleet," Henry answered. A moment of silence passed between them, and then Kelly responded, "I'll take this over a DDC any day." Henry hugged Kelly tightly as he reached up to wipe a tear from her eye. "There are a lot of problems," Henry answered after a few more minutes of silence. "We're running out of food. There isn't enough skilled labor. The military is deserting. We have a long journey ahead of us, and not everyone is going to make it." Kelly nodded. "But some will." "I hope," Henry replied. "You don't have to be out here." A familiar voice called out from behind Henry. The Admiral stepped into view next to Henry and Kelly, and he looked out over the ocean with a sigh. "When we get moving, it won't stink so much." "I didn't feel it was right not to watch," Henry answered. The Admiral didn't reply, but he clasped his hands behind his back and gazed out over the fleet. "I'm sorry about the situation on the Boxer, Ed. Don't punish Sergeant Ramos or Specialist Grace. I tied their hands." Henry had been dwelling on what had happened on the Boxer. His hypocrisy had been eating at him since his return to the Reagan, and a part of him felt like he did not deserve to be breathing. So many people had died aboard ships that had been quarantined and abandoned under his policies. Admiral Edward McMillan chuckled. "What am I going to do, Henry? Demote the last 2 veterans of a unit that has saved probably half the civilian lives in this fleet? Should I court-martial them? Throw them in the brig and guard them with soldiers? Soldiers that are just itching to desert to the Horizon Pacific so they can booze and whore away the rest of their lives. I don't have many good soldiers left, Henry. Their punishment will fit their crime." "What's that?" Kelly asked, hopeful that Miguel and Pam would not face a penalty too serious. She had seen the burden on their souls at San Onofre. Carl's burden had been too heavy for him, and when he had died, that burden had passed to Pam and Miguel. "I will pin a medal on their chests and give them a few days off. But after that, they're going right back to the same job they've been doing for the last year," McMillan replied. "And Henry, he gets the same, only no medal and no vacation." Henry nodded, silently. The Admiral stepped close to Henry and spoke softly. "It's really easy to get drunk on power, Henry. Be mindful of when you're using your power for others, and when you're using that power for yourself. It's one thing to lose good people. It's another thing for good people to stop being good, because it's easier than making the hard choices." Henry nodded. He had seen the line of corruption blur, and he understood how people, particularly people in power, could cross that line. Kelly squeezed her husband's arms around her, and the 3 of them stood quietly observing the calm ocean around them. "Have you seen this?" The Admiral produced a full-color flyer from his pocket and handed it to Henry. Henry held the flyer out so his wife could read it. "There is a solution," Kelly read out loud. A caption in large red letters hung over an image of a mushroom cloud. Below that was additional text. "We've lost too much. Let the Mexicans know you've had enough. Write your representative and tell them to support the nuke." The last 3 words were in bold, glowing text. "What the hell is this?" Henry crumpled up the flyer and threw it into the ocean. "This isn't political." "I found that in a loaf of bread that came from the Horizon Pacific," the Admiral frowned.
Someone's playing a public image game.
Alan Nostrum, Henry sighed.
Sick.
He's smart, Henry, the Admiral replied.
Sick and smart.
An enormous black object emerged from the ocean depths, its smooth steel hull breaking the surface of the blue-green water. 2 circular cracks emerged in the submarine's hull as missile hatches prepared to launch their deadly contents.
I didn't feel it was right not to watch either, Macmillan said.
The warship floated in the water silently for a few moments, and Henry felt almost as if it was hesitating. Then, with a high-pitched, thunderous boom, 2 missiles streaked vertically out of the launch tubes into the air, leaving a smoke trail as they went. In less than a minute, they vanished into tiny specks. They were headed southeast to deliver a deadly payload.
We're supposed to be at war with the undead, not each other.
Kelly broke the silence.
It's sad that this was the only solution we could come to.
Her tone was not one of regret or moral reproach, but one of sad acceptance that the world they now lived in was such a dark and horrible place. Their survival might require the world to grow darker, so that it might eventually grow bright.
Sometimes things get so fucked up, there aren't any good solutions.
Admiral Macmillan